Buongiorno, cricket fans. We are set for another thrilling Tuesday. Yesterday, the underdogs stole the spotlight after we saw a number of upset victories. Roma CC, the defending champions, the side that went undefeated last year, were rocked with a couple of massive upsets against Kent Lanka, and of course the side which dominated the headlines yesterday, the Roma Capannelle, who came into the day with 6 straight defeats and were somehow able to notch a couple of emphatic victories right at the end of the day, keeping their chances of making it to finals day alive. The big question today is, will the underdogs continue to come up with some big surprises, or are the favorites going to stamp their authority? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our first match of the day features the Roma Capannelle against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's head over to match referee Charles Croucher, who's alongside both the captains.
Good morning, thanks Nish, and welcome to the toss for match 42 with Roma Capannelle versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Roma Bangla Morning Sun to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
Ball first.
They won the toss and a ball first.
Thank you very much for that update. Really looking forward to this game. Of course, the Roma Capannelle, as I mentioned during the introduction of the day, had a couple of huge upset victories yesterday against both Kent Lanka and, of course, the biggest one of them all, against Roma CC. They were led by Anthony Mosca, the Italian international, played in brilliant innings against Roma CC, 94 undefeated. He single-handedly took the game away from them, and then he also got his side off to a flying start against Kent Lanka. Really looking forward to seeing him once again. He is such a talented player, a very experienced cricketer who has played in countries like England and Australia, and he's bringing that talent and wealth of knowledge and experience to this RC side. Meanwhile, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, of course, this was a team who last year were known for their batting. They famously, of course, pulled off a record chase, but this year, it's been all about the bowlers for them. Their bowling has been sensational. They've been very good at restricting sides to low totals. Their skipper, Anik Ahmed, has played a huge role in that. And the big news for them, of course, is that Sharif Rehan is available for today's matches. He was the highest run getter of last year's ECS, but he hasn't always been able to play during today's games. Let's head back to the commentary box, where I'll take you over yesterday's games.
So we got a chance now to recap some of the cricket we were able to witness yesterday, and what an exciting day of cricket it was. As of course we started off with our first match of the day between Kent Lanka Napoli and Roma CC. This was a rain-affected match, a 5-over bash. Roma CC managed to win this one by 7 wickets on the very last ball. Of course, the rain came down at the end of the 3rd over, and then Kent Lanka Napoli only had a couple more overs to bat, so a few more runs were tacked on to their target using the Duckworth-Lewis method. The Roma Gladiatori would pick up a victory against the Capannelle in our second match of the day. The Gladiatori posted a very healthy total of 171 on the board, thanks to some great batting by their top 4, who found some excellent form as this ECS has progressed. The Capannelle in response would muster just 126 runs. They would fall short, and it would be the 6th straight defeat of this ECS for them. Our third match of the day featured a rematch of the opening game between Kent Lanka Napoli and Roma CC, and Roma CC would be upset. Kent Lanka Napoli taking this one very comfortably, and at one point Kent Lanka even had a chance to pick up bonus points in this game. They were led by that superb century by Vishal Senanayake, 100 runs of just 41 deliveries for him. Match 40 between Roma CC and the Roma Capannelle was another exciting one. Of course, Anthony Mosca batted superbly in this match, announcing himself on the European cricket stage. Of course, he's an experienced Italian campaigner. We now had a chance to see him on ECN, and boy, did he entertain during that 94 he made of just 26 deliveries. Roma CC were rocked once again. Another shocking defeat for them as their campaign, their group stage campaign, came to a dismal end. And here's a look at the match summary for our final game of the day, Kent Lunca Napoli against the Roma Capannelle. The Capannelle, as you can see, picked up another victory against Kent Lunca. At one stage, they looked set to pick up bonus points, but they slowed down massively during those middle overs. And I think they'll be rather disappointed that they weren't able to wrap that game up a lot quicker. Here's a look at the standings for this ECS here in Rome. Our opening match of the day is between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and the Roma Capannelle. The Bangla Morning Sun have had a couple of days rest, and of course they'll now be rearing to go in what's a big day of cricket for them. Of course, they got plenty of matches coming up. Got a busy morning here with back-to-back games against the Capannelle and Kent Lunca Napoli. So we're set for the start of what should be another terrific day here in Rome. Thrilling Tuesday coming up. Anthony Mosca opening alongside Emi Gulam. Here we go. First ball coming up. Yeah, just a little bit too much width on offer. That one just swings away slightly, goes towards cover, and that is going to be a single to open proceedings. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. We're into match 42, the Roma Capannelle, currently sitting with a 2-6 record, so nice turnaround for them after 6 straight losses. They've got on a little bit of a winning streak here, and they'll be looking to extend it. Meanwhile, the Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they're, of course, the finalists of last year's ECS, and they upset Royal Roma on the road to the final, but it's been an up and down ECS for them so far. Here's a look at the win predictor. As you can see, Bangla Morning Sun are 77% favorites heading into this game. Very good morning to everybody joining us in the chat as well. We got Rob Thompson, Jeffrey Mobbs, and of course Curly Whirly saying it's cheese time. And Con S joining us from Canada, where it's midnight. So yeah, glad you're staying up to watch some of the cricket. I'm just going to go straight towards the fielder at mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single, so Emi Gulam will open his account. Oh, this one's a huge shot. Absolutely massive. Goes over mid-on. And Mosca has sent that one all the way for 6. What an incredible shot. And boy, did he bat superbly yesterday. 94 undefeated in that superb win against Roma CC. And then, of course, he got his sign off to a flying start against Kent Lunca as well. Bashing 22 runs off just 5 deliveries right at the start of the innings. Oh, this is a big swing and a miss here. Just wonder if there was something there. Ooh, was there a little nick? Was there a little nick? Stepping across here, Mosca looking to go big. Oh, yep. There was a chance. There certainly was. Would have been tough. It could have been the end for Mosca. Once again, just shuffling across, looking to play this one into the gap. That's some good fielding at point. And And they'll pick up a single. So the Capannelle are 10 for no loss at the end of the first. Here's a look at the stats for this year's ECS Rome. So you can see a par score this year is just above 120. I think when you get into some of the better teams, it's probably above 130. And as you can see, that bore rate significantly lower than the maximum rate. It's a little bit more of a lush outfield. So unlike some of the more scant and bare outfields in places like Sofia and Ipsonas, it's just not quite been as easy for the batters to get some runs along the ground. Here's a look at some more statistics. The highest successful chase so far in this ECS is 146, and the lowest score defended is 85. We've seen some great defenses so far in this ECS. The Royal Roma CC, Royal Roma, and this Roma Bangla Morning Sun have managed to defend a number of targets below 100. Now this is going to be a great matchup. Anik Ahmed is a terrific bowler, and he's going up against Anthony Mosca over here. Now this is going to be great. The best bowler against the best batter. This one's just going to go through mid-on, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Mosca gets that one away. And he will get a little win in what's going to be a fun battle between these two very, very quality players. This time he's just going to look to go straight down the ground. Wasn't quite able to get a hold of that one, Mosca. And they will settle for a single. Big swing and a miss there. Great bowling here by Anik Ahmed. He's just been so economical throughout this ECS. And I think what's impressed me most about Anik Ahmed is his ability to bowl in the death. He's bowled a couple of crucial overs down the stretch in this ECS. And he's had a maiden in the penultimate over. And he's also had a 1-run over in the penultimate over. In the second innings when the pressure's been on. This one's going to be struck over extra cover. Takes one bounce, hops over the rope. Great shot there by Emi Ghulam. Terrific shot. Just take a look at that. Just getting that front leg out of the way. Make sure that front shoulder doesn't get in the way, and then he goes for the big shot over extra cover. This one's an outside edge, and it's going to go away for a boundary. And Ghulam is trying to work that one away towards mid-wicket, and it doesn't quite work out for him. It takes an outside edge, and it goes over the rope for 4. So a little bit expensive for Anik Ahmed. During that second over, he ends up giving up 13 runs, a couple of boundaries, and the over the last one a little bit fortuitous. Not much Anik Ahmed could have done about that. Here's a look at the standings for this ECS. Roma Bangla Morning Sun been a bit up and down in this ECS. I think they're kind of lucky they're even at 6 wins. They've been beaten convincingly by Roma CC and Royal Roma in all their losses, and you look at their other wins, a lot of them have been games which they've managed to get out of jail in very tight spots. Now, of course, I think you have to credit the side when they're able to do that, but it's not quite been the same Roma Bangla Morning Sun whom we saw last year, the side that, of course, made it to the final of the ECS. This time he's going to look to go. Threw mid off, and that's well fielded there by Anik Ahmed. That was a good throw. Really good throw. Let's have one more look at this. Fires that throw in, and I just wonder how much of a chance there was. And oh, well, could have been close. Could really have been close. He was just running back a little bit casually over there, Mosca. Fires that one in there, Rathanayaka. It's a dot ball. Very big hiya to you too, Johnny Hisham is, of course, joining us in the chat room. I'd like to wish you a very good morning as well. And where is this one going to end up? Beyond the rope. That goes all the way by Emi Ghulam. What a shot. An incredible hit. And it's good to see this acceleration early for Emi Ghulam. I think yesterday he was just in his shell a little bit at times. And he's playing some of the big shots today. This one going straight down the ground, over the rope, 6 runs. Hit towards long off. And that is going to be a single. This is just pushed away towards mid-wicket. And that is going to be another single. Yeah, it's just an interesting start here. This game, I'd say, hanging finally in the balance as things stand. Roma Capannelle had a fairly decent start, but you wouldn't say that this has slipped away from Bangla Morning Sun by any means. Now takes an outside edge, and this one's going to race away for 4. So second lucky boundary here for Emi Ghulam. That's another one that he has just edged away for a 4. That goes to the boundary towards third. Fortuitous? Very fortuitous boundary. As the power play comes to an end, and the Roma Capannelle find themselves 36 for no loss. So going at about 12 and over, I'd call that power play a draw. I think it's pretty even for both sides. Roma Bangla Morning Sun won't be overly disappointed with that power play. I don't think they've let this game get away from them either, and Capannelle are going along at a respectable rate as well. So this game hanging finally in the balance. You can take a look at that win predictor. The win predictor agrees as well. And you can call this a coin flip right now, 54-46, although it is worth keeping in mind that the Capannelle, of course, started off with a much lower win probability. I believe Bangla Morning Sun were up there at 77% to start this match. So if anything, according to this, the Capannelle have increased their chances of winning with that good power play. Got a Mohsin in front of me right now, Ahmed Mohsin, and he's just telling his guys to chill. There's a little bit of angst amongst the Bangla Morning Sun after this start. I think you can't go into any of these games here in Italy just expecting you're going to beat the side, even if they are sitting at the bottom of the table. Now, this Roma Capannelle team, they just knocked off Roma CC yesterday. They beat the defending champion, so gotta give them the respect they deserve. Has a wider delivery there. Much wider delivery. Poor shot by Mosca. Should have left that one alone, and it would have been very wide. I wonder if he's just aware of the difference in the wide rules between ECN and, of course, ICC cricket. Yeah, so that red tram line doesn't move This one's going to be struck away, and it's going to go all the way for 6, short wide, and Mosca has sent that one over the rope for 6. Yeah, hammers that away, and it goes all the way. Great shot over there. Yeah, he's probably aware of the rule. I mean, obviously these players, are brought in for talks prior to the start of the series and are sent many instructional videos as well. And he probably just takes him a while to adjust mentally after having played so much ICC cricket. I'm expecting that wide line to just move with the batter, but yeah, not the case here on ECN. That red line never ever moves, and of course anything down the leg side is a wide. Good idea there by Bilal Hussain. It just fails to execute it. You could just see Mosca shifting very, very far across it. He was going for glory, trying to hit that leg stump. Good idea, just failed to execute. That's another wider delivery, and that one's going to go out towards cover for a single. Lowish full toss. That's going to be played out towards mid-on. Yeah, the big thing, though, is that Emi Ghulam is batting really well out there in the middle as well. And that is a huge positive for the Roma Capannelle. Of course, Emi Ghulam hasn't quite been able to find his form in this ECS, but he did have that big 46 not out against Roma CC. And if he can click for them as well, it'll do them a world of good, as this one is struck away over mid-wicket for a 6. Anthony Mosca with another terrific shot. Very strong through that mid-wicket region. Sent so many 6s through mid-wicket yesterday. Just gets into such a good position. Just feels like he has a lot more time than most batters when he's out in the middle. And that's going to be 6 runs. And it's going to make a few adjustments in the field here, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And they're ready for the final ball of the 4th over. Once again, stepping really far across. I think one issue with Mosca so far this innings is he's probably spoiled a lot of wides. He's spoiled a number of wides, and there's another one. I mean, he could just leave this alone, and that ball is so wide that if you leave it alone, you always have a chance to even run a few extra runs up by. So maybe it's that adjustment he's making from playing a lot of ICC cricket to coming to ECN cricket. And he's just spoiling a few too many wides here, Anthony Mosca. I think that's something I'm sure he's going to look back at the end of the day, or maybe even between matches, and really try to iron out. Here's a look, of course, at the run rate for the Capannelle, who are 52 for no loss at the end of 4 overs. So the 50 partnership is up, the team 50 is up, and RC looking very, very good here to start off against Bangla Morning Sun. Very good morning to Santosh Kapase as well, joining us in the chat. Great to have you here. Ghulam is clearing that front leg, looking to go for a big shot over the offside. I can see just looking to hit through the line, just open up the access to balls outside off the off stump, but not quite able to get it done there. That's another dot ball. Just gets a little bit of shape away over there, Ali. Tiny amount of seam, just tweaks that ball away from Abbas Ali. Let's have a look here. Nice line and length. Slightly, ever so slightly, just seems away. Top bowling, really good bowling. This time he's going to look to go over long off. Has he cleared the fielder? Yes, he has. Over long on, 4-6. Great shot there by Ghulam. Straight batted. Presents the full face of the bat. Played that one very nicely. It's pure timing. Doesn't look to overhit it. And that is much, much better shot by Ami Ghulam, I think. When he's playing these controlled strokes, he looks so much better. Struck away towards square leg, and they'll pick up a quick single over here. So this is good batting by Mosca and Ghulam. I mean, they faced almost the same number of balls, and have a look at that. They're both on 28 of 14 here. It's just been amazing, absolutely amazing by the two of them. I mean, you can't really say that one player is batting better than the other. It's very rare that I've seen a partnership where two players are going along at the exact same rate with the exact same score. It's been terrific batting by both of them, as Mosca will just place this one beautifully through cover. And it's going to go away for 4 runs. And the running between the wickets by the two of them has been sensational as well. Of course, Curly Whirly, the cheese fan, saying that that was brilliant. Brilliant. Pardon the pun. He's going to look to go straight down the ground here. Does he have enough on it? He was trying to reach out at a wider delivery, and he certainly does. So it's a couple of boundaries to end the over here. Great batting by Mosca, and a terrific start for the Roma Capannelle, who find themselves 69 for no loss halfway through their innings. And this is a good chance to welcome you in to our commentary positions. So the Roma Capannelle looking terrific first thing this morning. Of course, they headed into yesterday's action with 6 straight losses, and then they, of course, managed to rally with a couple of big wins yesterday, getting one against Roma CC, then, of course, managing to beat Kent, Lanka, Napoli as well. You've got to say, though, they're looking great so far this morning. Anthony Mosca is batting superbly, but so is Ami Ghulam, which is absolutely terrific news for this Roma Capannelle side. Can they get on a roll here and find their way into one of these finals day spots? Of course, we saw Baraka Prato do something very similar when they were 1-5, and then, of course, managed to get into a position where they now find themselves in a very strong position to finish inside the top 5. Yeah, let's see if RC are able to do the same as well. Capannelle, they look a different side since that sensational win against the Roma CC. They've got so much more confidence and swagger about them now. Look at the freedom they're batting with here at the start of this game. It's gone top edge, and it's going to go all the way for 6. It's going to go all the way. Ami Ghulam, he's had a few streaky boundaries. That's about 14 runs he's made now, courtesy of the edge of his bat. Goes away for 6 runs. Love some of these cheese-related puns by Curly Whirly, our in-house cheese lover in the chat, saying he thought that shot was quiet Gouda, if you ask me. Gets that Yorker in over there and just takes an inside edge, and oh, he's throwing that ball straight at Anthony Mosca there, Kamran. And yeah, credit to Kamran, just goes to check on him, gives him a little pat on the back. You have a good appreciation between the two of them. It's a nice delivery there by Kamran, a good comeback ball after getting hit for a 6. Yeah, much better bowling. Much better bowling after getting hit for a 6. That's where he wanted the ball. He's managed to get a couple of dot balls in after getting hit for a 6. Yeah, left arm pace bowlers just have a significant advantage against right-handed batters, particularly in the limited overs format of the game. They just get that natural angle across the batsman, and they can get that one to just come back in as well. They can really cramp the batter for room. This one is just struck away towards mid-off. That's going to be a single. So I think any good side in limited overs cricket need to have a good left arm pace bowler or two, and then a few spinners as well, just to control those middle overs. And if you look at the very best sides in the world, that's the way their bowling lineup is set up. That's the way their bowling attack has been built. Also create all some doubt in the batter's mind, particularly about where the off stump is, and it just causes all sorts of issues for batters in this format. And you can just get that swing back in and learn to use those at different angles well, learn to use the crease well. You can become such an effective bowler in this format. In particular, look at someone like Jamali, who obviously plays for the Gladiatori. He's someone who looks to go around the wicket, but he's just very smart at using the different angles, keeping the batters guessing, and that just makes him so difficult to get away. Doesn't release the ball over there, Kamran, and it's been a good over. You have to say it's been a really good over. He got hit for a 6 off the very first ball, and after that he's been able to salvage this over really well. Just 8 runs off it so far, and well, something seems to have maybe got onto his the heels of his shoe, and he's just trying to get rid of it. Or anyway, last ball coming up here for Mongu Kamran. Outside edge, and he gets the wicket. He gets the wicket of Emi Ghulam, the first ever wicket of Mongu Kamran's European cricket career. And he gets it in his first ever over on ECS. Incredible moment for Kamran. Little edge. And that one is going to crash onto the off stump. And he will get the wicket. Very, very well bowled. Very impressed by Mongu Kamran as well. A great find here for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side, of course, playing for the first time on the network. And the fact that they have a weapon like him is just amazing. I think someone like Mongu Kamran would love to see him bowl in the power play with the new ball. Looks to be an absolutely terrific bowler, and he could be the impact player that this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side desperately need to beat some of the big boys in this ECS. So we just have a look at the scorecard here. So the 77-run opening partnership has been snapped. Oh, this is a big appeal. This could be close. He could be in some trouble here, Mosca, and the slow finger of death has been raised. RBMS go bang, bang. They get a couple of wickets in the space of a couple of deliveries. Both the openers have been sent back to the shed, and this is the ideal situation for any bowling side. They've got a couple of new batters out in the middle. He's gone. He is gone. Shake of the head there for Mosca as he goes off. No, it's hard to tell from there. Need to probably look at this one front on. Let's have a look at this from here. Well, the only question mark might be, is it going down the leg side with that angle I mean, you can see where the leg stump is. You could just get a peek of the leg stump. Yeah, I think that's the big question there is that missing the leg stump, or is it going to go on to hit it? Because you obviously got the right hander just angling that one back in. Yeah, this makes you wonder. This one's going to go away for a 4, so serves up a full toss on a silver platter for Dane Kirby, who's able to pummel that one away towards extra cover for 4 runs. Yes, Santosh Kapse giving his remarks about that wicket, which Mongo Kamaran managed to take, saying that it was a little bit lucky, but he did deserve the wicket for his incredible bowling. And this one is going to be a wide. Takes that one out really well over there. Kirby goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and I just wonder if there was a chance with a direct hit. Let's have a look at this. Hits this one way towards Shoal Chaudhary, and direct hit, he was gone. He would have been gone with a direct hit. He wasn't even close to the popping crease. Shouts to catch it. Is it going to carry? Yes, it will. What a catch. Incredible catch here by Ahmed Mohsin. He has held on to a blinder. Dane Kirby strikes that one firmly at him, and he has reached that down low and managed to pluck one from the ground. Superb catch by a superb fielder. Let's have a look at this. Well, you can see that Kirby just tries to dig out that Yorker, and it goes straight to Mohsin, who has managed to hold on to a very challenging catch. A sensational bit of fielding, as Dane Kirby is going to have to depart. Played a good-looking shot to start his innings off, but he couldn't really carry on after that as he departs, having scored just 4 runs. Now it's a full toss. This one's going to be struck firmly down the ground. He's missed out on one there, Imtiaz Ali. That really should have gone all the way to the boundary rope. Don't know if the fielder really got a foot on that to slow it down, I think that shot just didn't have enough on it. Yeah, this time he's going to look to go over long on, and that's going to go for 6. That's going to go all the way. They needed that boundary to Roma Capannelle. Things have just slowed down for them a little bit these last couple of overs. Not been able to strike a boundary for a good 10 deliveries now, so they needed that big 6 there by Hamza. Yeah, Santosh Kapse just talking about that LBW where Anthony Mosca was dismissed, mentioning that he just walked too far across. He does do that, though. He does do that at times. This one's gone up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Is this going to carry? Oh, it did carry, but he's just put the catch down. He's failed to take it. That was Tilina Rathanayaka. Let's have a look at this. It was there to be struck for sure. He's just unable to hold it. Just a case of butterfingers in the end. As well, of course, have a look at the daily run rates here. And as you can see, well, it's been kind of up and down. It's very hard to gauge if there is a real trend over there. You can see that the first day, the run rates were quite slow. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we did have a few low-scoring games. it's hard to say why. I mean, Wednesday and Thursday are pretty hot days, and generally, I think a trend we've noticed is that obviously the hotter it is, usually the tougher it is for the fielding side, and you know that the wicket's just a little bit flatter, the ground's harder as well. It just makes the outfield a little bit quicker. Then, of course, you have a look at Saturday. Well, that was the highest scoring day. We had a run rate of 14.1, so not really able to spot much of a trend there or able to explain that. I think it really just comes down to batting and bowling form on a specific day. So I don't think we can draw too many conclusions based on that bar chart. And here's a look, of course, at the run rates by year. And as you can see, the run rates continuing to climb up. 2022 was a bit of a blip, but overall, this is a trend we have seen on the European Cricket Network where run rates and par scores just climb up series after series. I think it's just a case of batsmen getting better and better at this format and just figuring out ways to put away balls that they wouldn't be able to take normally. You know, for example, just look at how much better European cricketers have managed to get at just digging out Yorkers. That is something which you take a couple of years ago, you wouldn't see players going nice and deep in their crease, just using that bottom hand to whip the ball and dig out Yorkers. And I think this has just been a trend we have witnessed across the continent. This one is struck towards backward point, and that is going to be a single. For that wider Yorker there, Kamran. It's been great bowling. Really impressed by Kamran as a bowler. I think there have been a couple of new bowlers that have been introduced to this ECS here in Rome. Well, I've been very impressed. I think Mansoor Jamali in particular is someone who I've really sung his praises. Going to throw in this man there as well, Kamran. Bowling for the first time here on ECN today. Based on what I've seen these first 9 deliveries, looks like a terrific find for this Bangla Morning Sun side as Ali, well, clears that front leg. He wants to strike this one as hard as he can. You can just see that bottom hand taking over during that shot, and in the end just doesn't get anywhere close to the ball. His head's not in the right position either. Is not particularly still as the ball goes past him, so he's just in no position to play a big shot. So we've gone up in the air. Has that got enough to go over the rope? So we're just going to have a look at this to confirm whether it has gone the distance. As you can see, there's a top edge over there. And let's just slow this down as it makes its impact with the ground. And yeah, that is fairly conclusive evidence right there. And it is going to be 4 runs. Terrific work once again by Spring Productions. Of course, our crew at the ground today is Rainis, Martha, and of course Martins joining us on what should be another great day of cricket here in Rome. Yeah, looking to back away there, just trying to create some room to go through the offside, and in the end, Kamran just plays the wrong line. He's nowhere near the ball. And I think Imtiaz Ali, though, he's really got to change his approach here. He really does, because at the moment, he's just trying to play these very odd shots that are incredibly hard to describe. He's not getting close to the ball either. Head's not still. It's not balanced when he's looking to play these strokes. At the very least, he he's not going to be able to play the big shots. He needs to at least rotate strike. He's going to look to go up in the air here. Does this have enough to go away for a 4? It most certainly does. And that has gone for a boundary. So 4 more runs here for Amir Hamza. As he looks to go over backward point. He just opens the face of the bat there. Not quite sure it went exactly where he intended, but I think he was looking to hit it rather square. And he does get the boundary. So certainly like Hamza's approach. I mean, he's been very attacking to start off his innings. Hit a 6 off the first ball he faced. And I think Imtiaz Ali's plan here needs to be to try to just make sure Hamza faces as much of the strike as possible. This is huge. This is absolutely massive. Don't worry about that. It's going to go all the way. This is a terrific shot. Absolutely terrific. It is so hard to play an on drive like that. Terrific cricket. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket. Are they going to push for a second here? No, they will settle for the single in the end now. Imtiaz Ali, well, this is going to be very important. I think from the Bangla Morning Sun point of view, this is a chance to get in a lot of dot balls, considering the way Imtiaz has been batting so far. He's not going to be able to hit it. He needs to at least get a single. And there we go. Once again, Imtiaz Ali, I mean, even the shot which he just rehearsed doesn't look much better than the shot he played. The way Imtiaz Ali's batting, the only way he's going to make any runs is if he nicks one. Well, this is where he's just got to be smart. If it's not quite clicking for you, make sure you at least get some singles. And there we go. That's another one. So, he's chewing valuable dot balls during a crucial phase of this match when his side are looking to build some momentum late in the innings. Poor batting. There's no other way to put it. Very poor batting. There we go. It's another dot ball, so that's 3 consecutive dot balls to end the over. I mean, at least try to get a single. At least try to get a single. I mean, he's going away from the ball. When you look at that, he's not getting anywhere near the actual ball itself. Here's a look at the bowling card for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. Very impressed with the way Mongu Kamran bowled his debut match on the European Cricket Network, and he certainly put on a terrific show. I think he got a well-deserved wicket. It was a little bit lucky since, of course, Mosca chopped it on. But I think his bowling, his accuracy, the discipline with which he was hitting those lines and lengths meant that he deserved to get that wicket. Bilal Hussain is going to come on here to bowl his second over. So we have 16 runs in the first over he bowled. Outside edge, that's going to go away for a boundary. So good shot over there. Lucky shot, I should say. Bilal Hussain is clearly not looking to go in that direction. Catches the outside edge. One bounce over the rope, 4 runs. Yes, this is massive. This is absolutely massive. Goes over mid-wicket for 6 runs. What a hit here by Hamza. I mean, this is not a terrible ball. This is just a terrific shot. And that's the thing. Hamza has hit some absolutely outstanding deliveries for 6 as well. Not saying this is quite outstanding. It's a decent delivery. Not too bad. There was one on drive in particular during the previous over where the bowlers hit a good hard length, and it just manages to play that one absolutely perfectly and get it over the onside for a 6. And this one will just come off the toe end of his bat, and I don't blame Hamza. I don't blame Hamza. He's not taking the single here, and he really shouldn't. He really doesn't need to. The way Imtiaz Ali's batting, I'm sorry. I think the side should have considered retiring him out. They've got some other batters over there. So they've got Gabriele Passaretti listed to come in next. I'm surprised they didn't retire Imtiaz Ali. I know there's a lot of sides who are very reluctant to retire batters out, but I think it's a tactic you just have to employ in this T10 format, especially when a batter is just not helping themselves out there in the middle. You know, sometimes you just have to make those harsh calls as a captain, and if you look at the very best teams right now in European cricket, they are more than happy to retire a batter if they see that he's struggling. And I think just watching the way Imtiaz Ali was batting, it just never felt like he was ever going to get close to anything. He's going to look to go straight down the ground here. This one's going to go over the commentary position. A terrific shot here by Hamza. Very, very well struck. Once again, beautiful. Straight batted through the line. He's playing some gorgeous shots, some absolutely gorgeous shots over long off and long on. And what I really love is these are straight out of the textbook. This time he'll look to go a lot squarer, and it's gone for 6 as well, over the advertising board. And this is why he denied that single. And he chose to stay on strike because he knows he's capable of hitting these big boundaries. Back-to-back 6s over here. 23 runs off this over so far. That could be out. That could be out. It's not been given by the umpire. Not going to make too much of a difference to the outcome of this game. That looked rather close to me. My initial thought was that it might be out, but we'll have another look at this. Well, I mean, you can see the off stump and the middle stump there. I'll leave that for you at home to make your mind up about. What do you all think about that? How would you have judged that if you were out in the middle? You think that's going to go on to hit the stumps? Players will walk off the field here, and the Roma Capannelle posted a very healthy total on the board, 132 runs for them. As we will, of course, come to the end of this innings, and it's a chance to watch this highlight reel. So roll the highlights. Anthony Mosca and Emi Ghulam open the batting for this Roma Capannelle side, and the two of them had a 77-run opening stand. A really good opening stand that you have to say set up this RC side extremely well. Mosca made 39 of 18 runs, but Emi Ghulam batted superbly as well, making 35 of 19. The two of them were hitting boundaries with great consistency. Ghulam probably got a little lucky with 3 boundaries. He had a couple of 4s and a 6 courtesy of edges, but overall you have to say he was batting very, very well. Anthony Mosca, though, no luck about his innings. He was absolutely crunching these balls, as of course he's continuing some of the good form he had yesterday. This will be the end of Emi Ghulam. Mungu Kamran getting him to just chop one on to his stumps. That would be the first wicket of this match. Anthony Mosca would, of course, be caught plumb LBW on the very next ball here by Abbas Ali. That would be the end for him. Shouldn't say plumb, though. Certainly wasn't plumb. I think there's quite a few question marks about that LBW. Maybe, just maybe, if it was sliding down the leg side. Amir Hamza could come in next, and he would bat really well. But Dane Kirby, we just saw his dismissal, well caught there by Ahmed Mohsen out at long off the bowling of Abbas Ali. Dane Kirby would depart, having made just 4 runs. But Amir Hamza, he really picked up the mantle and would top score for this Roma Capannelle side, making 42 runs off just 13 deliveries. Played some brilliant shots, struck 7 boundaries, 5 of them 6s. Take a look at some of these cricketing strokes here. Hits this one over mid-wicket. Outstanding shot, top bit of cricket. And it was a real pleasure to watch him bat the way he did. And I love some of the shots he managed to play over long off and long on. Straight batted, over mid-on, over mid-off. It's not too often you see that in this format of the game. Roma Capannelle will end up with 132, which is a very good total. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun have quite a bit of work to do in the second innings. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Amir Hamza top scoring with 42 runs of 13 deliveries, and that entire top three contributed very well, and they'll be mightily impressed. I think Imtiaz Ali's innings, probably look back at that and just wonder why he struggled as much as he did. He faced a lot of dot balls. Keep in mind, he got lucky with a few edges as well. Otherwise, look at the amount of dot balls he faced. It certainly cost his sign, especially the 3 straight dot balls right at the end of the 9th over. So maybe they'll be wondering if they had retired him, could they have had a few more runs on the board. Here's a look, of course, at the Bangla Morning Sun bowling card. And for me, Mongu Kamran was the most impressive bowler. He ends up with figures of 1 for 15. Solid performance by Rathanayaka as well inside the power play. I think going for 23 runs in your 2 overs inside the power play is not too shabby at all. As we come to the end of the first innings, Roma Bangla Morning Sun need 133 runs to win this one. Join us in a few moments' time when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. The Roma Capannelle have posted a total of 132 on the board and have given the last year's runners-up, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, something to think about. The Capannelle have found some great form over the last couple of days. They, of course, came into yesterday's action with 6 straight losses, and they managed to notch a couple of victories, 2 victories, mind you, against some really good sides, in particular picking up a win against the defending champions in Roma CC. So let's see if they can make it 3 straight wins here. They've certainly put themselves in a good position against the side in Roma Bangla Morning Sun who've had a few issues with the bat in hand during this ECS. We'll now have a look at the bonus point equation. So we're just moments away from the first ball. And a chance to, of course, say good morning to everyone joining us. Very good morning to Asad Ali, Christopher Ward. I'd like to wish you and Julian Dawson as well a good morning. And what's this? Charlie Hunt is joining us in the chat. Of course, he'll be covering the cricket over in Malta, the Valletta Cup. So, yeah, very good luck to you, Charlie. And look forward to hearing you as well over the next few days. Yeah, absolutely. It was a real pleasure to work alongside Charlie in Bulgaria, and can't wait to do it again in Croatia when, of course, we'll do the full 2 weeks together. Yeah, big day of cricket, of course, coming up here in Rome, and then a big week of cricket here on ECN. We, of course, got Charlie who's going to be covering the Valletta Cup. And then over this weekend, we, of course, have Meltel Shield here in Rome. And then over in the Netherlands, we will have the all-important T20 Ice Series featuring the United States, Canada, and the Netherlands. Rehan starts off with a lead. Not something you see too often in T10 cricket. Gets a good bounce and carry on that first ball there, Mosca. So let's see how the second ball goes. And he decides to go for the cover drive on this shot. You can just see Mosca getting plenty of away movement over here from the right-hander. Yeah, it's big to get Raihan back for this match, of course. Raihan hasn't been available for most of Roma Bangla Morning Sun matches during this ECS, and they really need him. This one is struck away behind square leg. It's going to go for 4, and this is why they really need him. He was the highest run getter during last year's European Cricket Series by a fairly large margin as well, almost 100 runs ahead of Risal Jayawardena in second place. No, this time he's going to look to go across the line again, and one bounce over the rope goes for 4. Very nice shot there by Rehan. He will make that back-to-back boundary, so another top shot. And I have to say, Roma Capannelle will be feeling a little bit unlucky that this man, Rehan, is available against them. Very good morning to Jay joining us in the chat as well. Johnny Hisham here too, so good morning to all of you. Yeah, thank you very much. It's just great to hear from you all. Great to have the gang in the chat. Oh, this one's huge. This one is absolutely massive. That is gonna go the distance for a 6. Maximo here for Rehan as he gets this one to go all the way. Brilliant hook shot. Gets underneath that one very well and helps it away over fine leg. Huh, watch out with that stroller. Watch out. I'm not sure that's the safest place to be going around with a stroller, especially when Rehan He's hammering balls as well as he is. This one is pushed away for a single. So it's been 81 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was when we were over in Croatia and had our first ever ECSW golden ball. Yeah, so Johnny Hisham talking about Valletta. I did, of course, get to cover the ECS in Malta last year, and I have to say it was probably one of my favorite European cricket series. Obviously, a great host country, and then the scheduling was obviously a lot nicer over there as well. And obviously, being in the part of Malta we were in, believe we were out in Gozo. Not in Gozo, beg your pardon. Not quite, can't quite remember the name of the area just yet. I will make sure to update you, but it was a very, very interesting affair. And just brilliant nightlife, nice to walk around. And then, of course, I did have a chance to very briefly go to Valletta a couple of times, not for too long. It's just a beautiful country. It's an absolutely gorgeous country. I mean, you obviously got the Grand Harbor over in Valletta, and the smallest European capital city, and also a walled city as well. This one is just struck away over cover. It's going to go all the way for 6. So, well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun are off to the perfect start. They obviously have a challenging chase up ahead, and they are doing a superb job so far. And just to elevate that one over cover. Great cricket. Incredible shot. 6 and 4 to start off here for Anik Ahmed. And now just push one away towards point, and that's going to be a dot ball. Rare dot ball, mind you. It's seen a flurry of boundaries to start off so far in this innings. Oh, great Yorker over there by Safi Badr. That is much better bowling. And, well, Curly Whirly, you have to say, the amount of cheese puns you come up with is really, really quite something. I mean, the creativity in a lot of these puns is just something else. I would love to see you commentate and just try to describe an entire cricket match using only cheese references. This one's going to be struck out towards cover, and it's going to be a single. So the first single of this innings brings Sharif Rehan on strike. Yeah, the Marsa Cricket Ground was, of course, where all the action took place over in Malta, and it's just a beautiful sports complex. You obviously have a number of sports going on there. It's actually very similar to the setup in Bulgaria, where it is this multi-sports complex. I mean, obviously in Marsa, though, the cricket ground is absolutely gorgeous. You know, Malta obviously has quite a rich cricketing history, having been a part of the British Empire in the past. It's a Commonwealth country, and they have a beautiful pavilion. Plenty of British and Irish teams have, of course, traveled to Malta over the years to play some cricket. So they've just got one of the most beautiful pavilions I have seen in European cricket, and the entire sports facility is fantastic. And they've obviously got a tennis court and a golf course nearby. But the one scary thing, though, is that there is a parking lot just outside the cricket ground, and there are a number of balls that go into that parking lot. It's always very scary. I think whenever you see some of the players hit sixes, and, well, let's just say this, Maltese cricketers are very powerful hitters. They have some terrific six-hitting players over in Malta. Here's a look at the standings for the ECS here in Rome, as we, of course, turn our attention back to our home series over here. So Rome Bangla Morning Sun 6 wins so far in this ECS. 4 losses for them. Those 4 came against Roma CC and Royal Roma. Wild swing there by Anik Ahmed. Yeah, one thing I will say about this Bangla Morning Sun side is they are rather top heavy, so they can pick up a pack of wickets here. Roma Capannelle will be in a very strong position. Brilliant, brilliant wicket keeping once again by Gabriele Passaretti. He has been sensational, I think. One of the most underrated players. The amount of buys he saves every match is incredible, and he's not going to be able to stop that one. Yes, I'll just pick up another run here. Just looking to make a slight adjustment in the field over here, and oh well, we got some horse riders. Just behind the sight screen at the other end. I haven't seen too many people riding horses over these last few weeks. But I have to say, did see some people riding horses when we were coming into the ground this morning, and well, there is a horse riding school not too far from here, so yeah, it's always a good sign to see a few horse riders around. They're just looking to bring third man in over here, and they're sending deep square leg back, and they're also sending fine leg back. So, well, are we going to get a shorter ball here? Is he going to bang this one in short, or is he just playing a few mind games? Oh, gets the Yorker in. Gets the Yorker in. So, yeah, very smart there by Anthony Mosca. Sent fine leg back, sent square leg back, and then jammed in the Yorker. Yeah, smart one. He just wasn't anticipating that, Raihan. I mean, let's have a look at his foot movement. He's kind of just waiting for a shorter ball to come, and he just misses the Yorker ever so slightly here. Mosca, and Raihan gets underneath it and gets it away for 6. Very good shot. Look at how he's just able to get his bat underneath that one, and he hasn't actually hit that one too hard. He's just got enough elevation on it to send it over the rope for 6. Now, such a fascinating tactical battle when you see someone in Mosca who is a very experienced and talented cricketer going up against a top batter in Raihan. He's going to look to bang this one in short, but it's not quite going to work out there for Mosca. And the question is, has this one gone the distance? Let's have a look at this. So we'll just check here whether the ball has gone the distance. So we'll have a look at the comparison of these two teams. Right now, Roma Bangla Morning Sun 5 runs ahead of where the Capannelle were at this stage. Going along very nicely here, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And as things stand, they'll certainly be the happier of the two sides. It's just a question now of whether or not Capannelle can control this middle over phase, this vital phase in this match. There's shouts to catch it over here, and oh, there was a chance. There was a chance for sure. We'll take another look at this. Hanigame looking to dig out that Yorker. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder in all honesty, but should have done a lot better over there and made sure that didn't go for a 4. Oh, this time's going to be big. Don't worry about where the fielders are placed for this one. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Maximo, incredible shot here by Anik Ahmed. Expensive start here to Amir Hamza's over. Back-to-back boundaries to start things off. This one is just struck away. And that is going to be a single. Yeah, this is going to go away for a boundary as well, so we're continuing to see boundaries here in quick succession for Bangla Morning Sun. Gets that ball badly. And there could be a chance here for a no ball as well. Let's have a look at this side on. Oh, I think he could be in trouble. I think he could be in trouble. Yeah, poor delivery here. It's a rank full toss. And let's have a look here whether there's a chance that this is going to be judged a no ball and they're going to give a free hit. They're just going to stick with a 4 in the end. They've decided that it probably would have been dipping down below his waist if he was standing upright when the ball went past his popping crease. That is the decision that has been made by the third umpire. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. So yeah, the area we were in, I think, just asking your question, Johnny Hisham, I think it was around Ilzira. Yeah, not Sliema. It was Ilzira, although yeah, Malta is so small. I mean, you just don't realize when you go from one area to another. I mean, just having a look here at the Google Maps, Sliema, not too far. It's just such a small place, isn't it, Malta? I mean, one thing leads to another, and I mean, before you know it, you're in an entirely different town. You can just walk a couple of blocks and you find yourself in a completely different town, and that's just the nature of Malta. Very unique country. It's extremely congested as well. I think the first time you go there, that can be a little bit overwhelming. But then you do fall in love with the place after you have spent a little bit of time there. This one is struck out towards square leg. That's going to be a single. So Curly Whirly saying that. I love this. Oh, some of your puns, I have to say, Curly Whirly. You're an absolute treasure for the ECN chat. A real gem. Yeah, this is going to be given a wide. Well, I thought initially that was inside the tram line. Well, let's have a look at this. Are my eyes deceiving me? Oh, that seems okay. Again, just to make the rule clear, if the ball catches any part of that red tram line, it's a legal ball, and that's a harsh one for Bandranayaka. Looking to go across the line here. Could this be a stumping? Could this be a stumping? Let's have a look at this side on here to see if this is a stumping. Looking to go across the line here, the batter. Has he got his shoe down in time? Is there something beyond the line? Is there something behind the line? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. He's going to be in trouble here. He is going to be in trouble. And from my perspective, I don't see anything behind the popping crease. And that is going to be the first wicket. What sharp glove work by Gabriele Passaretti once again. One of the most underrated players here in Rome, a terrific wicketkeeper. I mean, have a look at that. He has whipped the bails off so quickly in a flash. And Anik Ahmed will depart, so Bangla Morning Sun lose their first wicket. This partnership is snapped at 59 runs. There you go, new batter out in the middle. Nice ball to start off there. Beautiful bowling here by Anujaya Bandaranayaka. Now this one is just stroked away towards mid-wicket, and that is going to be a single. Yeah, nice bowling here by Bandaranayaka. I think they needed this over. They definitely did. Prior to this over, Bangla Morning Sun were going at just under 14 and over, so Bandaranayaka sneaks in the quiet over here. That was, in all honesty, a pretty poor ball there by Bandaranayaka that really should have been sent away towards the boundary. It was a full toss just outside leg stick, and I think Rehan's going to be a little bit disappointed he has missed out on this one. So the Melthal Shield is coming up this weekend, and here are the squads for the Melthal Shield. Big congratulations to all those players who have, of course, made it to their teams. It's going to be a great honor for all of them to, of course, play in this massive tournament. Of course, we'll see that Team Europe is going to be led by their coach, Helmian Rambaldo. Meanwhile, the British and Irish Roses by Richard Cunningham. So it's going to be a huge event. Can't wait for this one then. Now, this is going to be a no ball. This will surely be a no ball. He's got that one badly wrong. Well, I think he's going to be in some serious trouble here. This could be a 7-up. Ooh, well, the question here for the third umpire is, does he think that's going to just dip down below the waist as the ball goes past the popping crease? You can see Rehan is quite far outside his crease. It's not been given a no ball in the end. This one is battered away, goes all the way for a 6. So back-to-back 6s over here. That one is smashed away. It's another huge shot. Couple of big 6s to start off the 6th over. I'm just going to have a brief pause in the game as a few issues are resolved with the scoring. Goes big, goes massive. Rehan brings up his half century in style. What a terrific shot. He brings it up in just 20 deliveries. Great hit here by Sharif Rehan. An immediate pressure on the bowler. You got to say, though, this is not great bowling by the captain, Leandro Benager. Far too short with his length over there. It just sits up nicely for someone of Rehan's quality. Yeah, so 3 consecutive 6s to start things off. And well, what's going on here? There's quite a bit of discussion. And I wonder, Sharif Rehan making some kind of request for... I think Sharif Rehan has asked for a drink of water. That was initially my thought. I mean, initially I thought he was asking for that, but no, this is quite odd. So, Leandro Beranger, has he... Well, this is rather interesting. I wonder if Leandro has just injured himself here while bowling, and he's now going to be taken off here. He looks fine to me. Isn't injured, and well, what's going on over here? This is all rather odd. So clearly the change has been made. Leandro is pulling himself out halfway through the over now. In order for you to, of course, stop bowling in the middle of the over, you have to at least be injured or have just bowled too many no balls. But is this just a little bit of gamesmanship here by Leandro Beranger? He's got hit for 3 sixes, and is he thinking, well, I just find a reason to not continue this over and bring Imtiaz Ali in? Yeah, and I think that they're making it clear here. They're like, he has to bowl. He absolutely has to bowl. I wonder, I mean, was he just trying to pretend that he couldn't continue the over somehow? And that he... yeah, I think from what I'm picking up, Beranger was claiming he had some kind of injury on his pinky finger and couldn't continue to bowl. But of course, keep in mind, he was still staying on the field, so all rather odd. This one goes away for a 4. That one is far too wide. And I think the umpires and the match referee said, no, that's not on. You can't just pretend to have a little injury and then say that you're not going to bowl. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. And they are going to force him to complete his over. This one there is just tossed up. And it's going to be blocked out here by Sharif Rehan. Very odd moment, and of course, get any more information, I'll make sure to update you. Just there's no real information coming in about that, but that's how I'm reading the situation. I mean, I was trying to look at what some of the players were saying, and of course, also trying to read the body language. And what I guessed, it seemed like Beranger said that he's carrying some sort of an injury, and well, initially, you did see Sharif Rehan sort of do a water signal as if he wanted a drink, and he is getting some water now. Some water has been rushed onto the field, so yeah, I mean, if he's not injured, he has to bowl, and there were no balls in there either, so it wasn't a case of the fact that he had issues with a suspect action or any issues with bowling too many beamers. It was just a case, I think, of him trying to pretend that he had an injury so he can get out of that over. Yeah, so of course, this only happens in the event of a bowler breaking down and being unable to complete an over, that another bowler will come in to complete their over. This one is just pushed away towards point, and that is going to be a single. So yeah, very clearly written here in the laws of cricket for the MCC. So other than the end of an innings, a bowler shall finish an over in progress unless incapacitated or suspended under any of the laws. If for any reason other than the end of an innings, an over is left uncompleted at the start of an interval or interception, it shall be completed on resumption of play. And then, of course, I'm going to read law 17.8 right after this ball. Struck firmly away by Mohsin. That's going to be a single. And if for any reason a bowler is incapacitated while running up to deliver the first ball of an over or is incapacitated during an over, the umpire shall call and signal dead ball. If a bowler is incapacitated or suspended during an over, another bowler should complete the over the same end, provided he or she does not bowl 2 overs consecutively, nor bowl parts each of 2 consecutive overs in that innings. So yeah, clearly not incapacitated, obviously not suspended. It was not a case of an illegal action, too many beamers, or any of the usual reasons. And from what I think he was just pretending to have some kind of injury on a pinky finger or something like that, because you saw him running around. I mean, he looked just fine. Poor Harpreet has been batting and playing with much worse injuries than that. I think that was just a case of him being a little bit cheeky. Yeah, Wayne in the chat saying there needs to be a penalty for that kind of rubbish. And Johnny Heesham says, well, that's just not cricket. And I think this is a good point there, Wayne. I mean, why pause the timer if the fielding team is just wasting time in that kind of situation? This one is just bashed away over long on. That's going to go away for 6 runs. Great shot here by Mohsin. Just over pitching the ball slightly there. Bandaranayaka. It's in the slot, and Mohsin punishes it. Yeah, Wayne, I wonder if that's just something out of the old Corey manual. I wonder if Corey would pull out something like that. Nah, of course not. Corey would never do anything like that. Just having a bit of fun at his expense. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, the Roma Bangla Morning Sun got a busy morning here. Back-to-back games for them. They'll be taking on Kent Lanka Napoli in half an hour's time. Yeah, Alamin Pronon saying, well, what drama in that over? Absolutely. Yeah, that is a first. I have never quite really seen anything like that. Here comes Imtiaz Ali. Oh, great ball. Terrific delivery there by Imtiaz Ali. Some nice bounce and carry through. And, keep in mind, despite all the shenanigans and the antics we have seen, they've still got a chance here to win this game, the Roma Capannelle. I mean, you'd put Bangla Morning Sun as the favorites, especially while Rehan is still out there. But if they get Rehan's wicket here, it's game on. It certainly is game on. Now this one is struck over mid-off, and that is going to be a single. But actually, they're going to come back for a second run here. It wasn't fielded particularly cleanly. I think that's the skipper, Banager, who was there to field that. Well, didn't seem like there were any issues with his pinky finger over there. One is just going to be worked away towards square leg, or at least he was trying to work it away towards square leg. But they'll pick up a single. Yeah, nothing harsh about what you're saying, Wayne. I think you're just being accurate. If you're going to pull antics like that, there should be some kind of penalty for your behavior. And yeah, looks like you all agree. It's right out of the Corey coaching manual. I think I remember Vinny mentioning when we were over in Hungary commentating the ECS in Budapest that Corey's the sort of person where if he wanted to retire a batter late in the innings, he'd just tell them to limp off. Pretend they're retired hurt rather than retired out. Yeah, I wonder if, Corey, if you're watching by any chance, I wonder if you're just taking a few notes here. Yeah, just making a few fielding adjustments here, or had a bit of discussion prior to that ball. In the end, they don't really change the field. Now once again, just banging this in short. I think Imtiaz Ali, he's looking to bowl a very hard length. And I think the key here really has to be to just make sure that Mohsin faces as much of the strike as possible, because he's just not looking anywhere near as comfortable as Rehan out in the middle. He just 9 runs of the 7 balls he's faced. This is just going to be a single, so... Well, here's a dilemma for Rehan. What does he do in this situation? I think if it's there to hit, if it's a full toss, it's a really poor delivery, you put it away to the boundary rope. Otherwise, I think you've got to be looking to get the single here if you're Rehan, and make sure you stay on strike heading into the penultimate over. Oh, dot ball. Big dot ball. Massive dot ball here. And I think that's where Rehan just needs a little bit of match awareness. I think he should just be looking to get behind this ball here and just look to maybe nudge it away towards the leg side, get a single. Instead, it's going to be a costly dot ball, because it also means Mohsin is on strike heading into the penultimate over. So a dilemma here for the captain. Who is he going to go with for the last couple of overs? I think you go with Safi Badar for the penultimate over. He went for just 12 runs in his first over. And if you don't go for him, the other option would be Amir Hamza. I think Imtiaz Ali, he's probably earned the final over here. And we'll probably see him bowling the final over. But this is a big surprise. It's going to be Orang, Zaib Orang, bowling the final penultimate over. So this is the 7th bowler they have introduced into the attack. And he starts off with a terrific Yorker. So yes, I was a little bit surprised that they opted to introduce a new bowler into the attack when they still had options with bowlers like Safi Butter there. But the captain might look like a genius if Orang can bowl a superb over here. And this is a lowish full toss that Mohsin is going to pump over long on for a 6. So Bangla Morning Sun get a boundary here. Big, big shot. That's a low full toss. And he has managed to batter that one away. So 26 needed of 10 now. Oh, looks like we're in for another spectacular finish here in Rome. Stroked away towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. Good comeback ball there by Orang. Brings the dangerous Rehan on strike. So Mohsin gets one away for a 6 earlier in this over. (25 of 9). Oh, he's looking to go for a Yorker, and oh, it's very well fielded. Very well fielded out in the deep. Orang just slightly missed that Yorker, and it looked like it might go away for a boundary. But this is superb fielding out in the deep. I think that's Anjuna Bandaranayaka. Great work there by him. By all means, it looked like it was going to go away for a 4. But he gets his hand in the way and saves this side 3 runs. Massive bit of fielding. Oh, he's going to go big here. Mohsin's going to send that one all the way. And Mohsin has finally woken up. After being a little bit slow the last couple of overs, now that's what we're used to seeing from him. It's slot bowling there by Zaib Orang. It's there to be hit. And it has been hit by Mohsin. Sends that one a long, long way. And it's now 18 runs needed of 7 deliveries. Huge ball. Absolutely massive ball coming up. It's going to go all the way. This is going to go for 6 as well. And these last couple of deliveries are going to swing this game on its head. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, you feel now, have a big advantage heading into the final over. Oh, Zaib Orang, he's just spoilt that over with those 2 balls right at the end. And, well, it did look like it was a bit of a gamble to introduce a 7th bowler right at the end in the penultimate over. And we say it all happens in the ninth here on the European Cricket Network. And a lot happened in that over. 20 coming off it. As you can see, they still had the option to turn to someone like Safi Badr. And instead they go with Orang. And Orang goes for 20. So Imtiaz Ali, no question, is going to bowl this final over. Well, it's going to take something really special from him to win this game for his side from here. Just 12 runs needed now for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And the dangerous Sharif Rehan is on strike. Oh, this one looks like it's going to go all the way. And Sharif Rehan, well, he wants to wrap this up with a couple of big blows. And now you feel like Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to get over the finishing line. It's really hard to see the Roma Capannelle winning it from here. I think they'll just look back at a couple of key decisions. Couple of big overs. 23-run over by Leandro Beranger. And then, of course, that Zaib Orang over as well. It's kind of undone a lot of the good work we've seen from the likes of Bandranayaka and Imtiaz Ali in the second half of this innings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun's game to lose from here. He's going to go big, but he doesn't have enough distance on this. There's a chance to catch it. It's taken. So this game is still alive. Sharif Rehan trying to finish this game off in style. I mean, he could have just knocked a few singles and won this game for his team, but he wanted to hit a big shot. He wanted that perfect finish. And instead, he's going to hang one up and get caught. Oh, I love this by Curly Whirly. He says the bowling team is like feta. They're crumbling. Oh, Curly Whirly always come up with a great cheese punt. Get Curly Whirly into the commentary box. Daniel Robbins saying this one is going to be close. Absolutely. 6 runs needed to 4 balls now. Shoal Chaudhary on strike. Chaudhary goes big. Has he got this one all the way? He certainly has. And he wins this game in style for Bangla Morning Sun. An 8-wicket victory for them. They seal it in the final over. A good chase for this RBMS side. And the Capannelle, after a good batting performance in the first innings, will fall short. And the little winning streak they had going will come to an end. Oh, there's going to be a few moments to look back at, a couple of decisions in those last couple of overs. Bandranayaka and Imtiaz Ali, you have to say, they tried really hard in the second half of that innings. But then you had that big 6th over, that big 9th over, which really hurt this Roma Capannelle side massively. As we will, of course, now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Bangla Morning Sun and Kent Lanka Napoli. So Bangla Morning Sun, you have to say, with the victory they just managed to achieve, will really fancy their chances now of making it to finals day. It's going to be hard to see them not participate in Friday's action. They'll be going up against Kent Lanka Napoli in 20 minutes' time. We're now just taking a look at the highlights of this innings, and you've got to say, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they got off to a really good start thanks to Sharif Rehan and Anik Ahmed. The two of them put on a 59-run opening stand. And it really got their side into a very, very good position. And here's a look at some of the horse riders around in this place. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And of course, we saw some good shots played by both the openers. This was a great bit of glove work by Gabriele Passaretti, who's, of course, one of the most underrated wicketkeepers on the European Cricket Network. A terrific, terrific player. And he managed to get a stumping here to get rid of the skipper, Anik Ahmed. And once that wicket fell, that wicket which Bandranayaka got, you just wondered if the Roma Capannelle would be able to fight back and give themselves a chance of picking up a victory. But then, of course, you had that big Leandro Beranger over that went for 23 runs. And then we had a huge controversial moment as well where Beranger, it seemed like he was faking an injury, and saying that he couldn't continue the over, of course, under the cricketing laws. Well, the only time you're allowed to leave in the middle of an over is if you're incapacitated in some way or have been suspended. It seemed like he was trying to indicate that there was something wrong with his pinky finger. And I'll let you all decide how much merit there was to that claim by Leandro Baranger. Saw Bandaranaika come in and bowl a superb 7th over. And then, of course, Imtiaz Ali did a great job in the 8th over as well, giving up just 5 runs. And then, of course, a big gamble was taken in the penultimate over when Zaid Orang was brought on to bowl, when they, of course, still had some options there like Safi Badr. And unfortunately for Orang, he tried hard, but he did go for 20 runs. And unfortunately, that over would just take this game away from the Roma Capannelle as they would fall short in the end. We'll now have a look at the scorecard here for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. Sharif Rehan top scoring with 67 runs, the 32 deliveries. And right now, we can see why he is such an important player for this RBMS side. He hasn't always been available for them throughout this ECS, and I think the Capannelle will be gutted that he has turned up to play against them on this Tuesday morning. Here's a look at some of the other scores as well. Anik Ahmed batted well, made 22 runs of 11 deliveries. Ahmed Mohsin went 29 to 13, and Shoal Chaudhary came on at the end and just hit the one big shot to get his side over the finishing line in style. We'll now turn to the bowling figures here for the Capannelle and Bandaranaika. Obviously, the pick of the bowling figures are 1 for 16. Bowled superbly, and of course, picked up a wicket thanks to some sharp glove work by Gabriele Passaretti. I thought Imtiaz Ali bowled quite well too, but of course, unfortunately for him, he was the one who bowled that final over where Roma Bangla Morning Sun took this victory. So, match 42 is in the books. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have won this one by 8 wickets with 3 balls to spare. Got another match coming up against Kent Lanka Napoli in 15 minutes time, so stick around. We've got plenty more cricket to come.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second match of the day. The Roma Bangla Morning Sun secured a victory earlier today against the Roma Capannelle, and they'll be making it out here for match 43. We're just moments away from the start of this game, of course. Bangla Morning Sun will be taking on Kent Lanka Napoli. We're also coming off a loss yesterday against the Roma Capannelle, so I'm sure Kent Lanka will want to return to winning ways. We, of course, received some toss news earlier, and the Roma Bangla Morning Sun decided to bat first. We'll now take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. And here we go. As we can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun now up to 7-4, and Sharif Rehan, it was so great for RBMS to have him back. He, of course, struggled mightily earlier this series and wasn't quite always able to get his availability in, and wasn't always there when they needed him in a number of matches. But the fact that they managed to get him back for that crucial matchup against the Roma Capannelle was absolutely brilliant for them, as he, of course, played a match-winning innings to get his side over the finishing line and win them the match. Meanwhile, Anik Ahmed, he's up there with 754 points to his name. He's just been superb throughout this ECS. Not only with his batting, but his bowling has been top-notch as well. Meanwhile, for Kent Lanka Napoli, the star player is without a doubt Vishal Senanayaka, and you've got to have him in your team. He's an absolute bargain with at the price of 6 with 505 points to his name. Yeah, so we're just moments away now from the start of this match. The teams will be taking the field very shortly, and we will see how both these sides will do. Will, of course, be Roma Bangla Morning Sun out there batting first. Kent Lanka Napoli taking the field, and their unit is making their way out to the middle. So here we go, Kent Lanka Napoli making their way out to the field. And Johnny Hisham saying we're back. Rob Thompson joining us as well. So yeah, a few of you obviously were rather puzzled by that so-called injured finger incident we had earlier in our first match of the day. It looks like a kit change here as well for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They're out in their pink kit this time around, so yeah, looking dashing. We'll have a chance to look at it close up when we, of course, come closer to the first ball itself. Yeah, regarding that incident, had a word with Bilal Khan, who's obviously alongside me here in the commentary box, and he showed me an incident back in 2020 when, of course, Southern Crusaders were taking on Marsa during the ECS in Malta, and, of course, a bowler in Anil was really struggling at the start of his over, and he did something very similar where he said, well, my shoulder's hurting, I can't continue bowling, I need to go off. And then, worst of all, he also went out to field, which it would indicate that he probably wasn't struggling with a shoulder injury. So I did have a word with the match referee, Charles Croucher, during this game break. Went to have a quick chat with him when we had that brief turnaround between the games, and he used the exact term which I read when I had a look at some of the laws of the game. Incapacitated, that is the key term. So, of course, incapacitated would mean that you are physically unable to bowl during an injury, which is usually the case. But you could also potentially include something like an equipment failure, i.e., your shoe was to somehow break while you were bowling and you don't have another shoe to bowl with. I mean, something like that could technically happen. But yeah, I mean, a player who obviously went out there, bowled 3 balls, coming out of his hand, nice. They were just going for a 6, and then went to field at long off, which is probably the toughest position to field in. Let's be honest with ourselves. He's probably not carrying an injury, and I think that make of that incident what you will. I'm sure it's going to be heavily debated. We of course saw Wayne giving his opinion on that during the previous innings, and he had a pretty strong opinion about it. And I gotta be honest with you. I mean, I don't know if you're still here, Wayne, but I personally agree with a lot of what you said. Here we go. Nicola Fernando is joining us as well. Yeah, great to have you on here, Nicola. Of course, Nicola Fernando, integral part of the Kent Lanka side last year, both some brilliant spin and, of course, powerful left-handed batter. And it's good to have you watching this game as we just take a look at this very first ball. Pick up a single. This one is played away towards square leg. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So boundary here for Anik Ahmed. Very nicely played. Just a little too short over there, and he has flat batted that one away towards square leg. Let's have a look at the win predictor. Well, the math seems kind of off there, doesn't it? I mean, that adds up to 110%. So, just going to assume they're giving Roma Bangla Morning Sun a 67% chance and Kent Lanka 33. This one is struck away over cover. That's going to go all the way for a 6. Great shot there by Anik Ahmed. Beautiful. The timing of that was wonderful. I mean, look at how this has come right out of the sweet spot of the bat. The sound off the bat was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Goes for the slower ball there, Pereira. He's actually missed his length quite badly. It was a full toss in the end, and I think Anik Ahmed will be very disappointed that he has missed out on that one. So there it is. That's how it should be, 67% to 33%. Nice ball there by Pereira, back of a length delivery, just gets that one to come back in ever so slightly. Got 1 ball left in the first over. Bangla Morning Sun, 11 for lone loss so far. Oh, another slower delivery, and that one is very unfortunate for Stefano Canhala behind the stumps. Just watch that nasty bounce and break. It just takes off the surface. Let's take one more look at this. Looks like it's going to be a pretty regulation bit of keeping, and then, well, that's like Shane Warne in his prime, the way that ball is just spun away. Yeah, it's got turn and bounce and impossible for the keeper to deal with. Just an unfortunate break there for Kent Lanka Napoli. Here's a quick reminder that we got 34 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on the ECN calendar, as all of Europe's finest will converge in Cardamom for what should be a great month of cricket. Not Curly. You've got to do a bit better with the puns. The puns are they're declining a little bit. I think you're trying too hard now. Remember, Curly, quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. That's the key. Better to save it for one great pun rather than going for 5 puns which are kind of subpar. This one is struck away towards cover. There's Ishan Shaminda. We'll just get his hand down at that, but it's going to squirm away from him. Raihan on strike. No, gets that one wrong. Just gets that one slightly wrong there, Cheyenne Fernando. And he's going to get sent away for a 6. Hooked away very nicely there by Sharif Raihan. He can't afford to bowl to him there. Raihan is very good dealing with the short ball. A great hooker and puller. As he has sent this one away for a 6. Outstanding shot. And I really like young Fernando. He's a terrific young bowler. Just needs to stick to bowling how he normally does, which is in the channel, in and around that off stump on a good length. A low full toss, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. A little bit unfortunate for him. He's just getting it wrong over here. He's going for that wide Yorker, and he hasn't quite got the length right, which just allows Raihan to get on his bat underneath that. Away it goes for 4. Just tucked away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. So this is going to bring Anik Ahmed back on strike, who's batting on 11 of 6. Big swing and a miss there for Anik Ahmed. Probably be looking to play that one through the offside. Last ball of the over coming up. I think Cheyenne Fernando has really come back well. Sands getting hit for back-to-back boundaries on balls 2 and 3. That one is going to be a wise. It just gets that one slightly wrong there, Cheyenne Fernando. Got 1 ball to come now in the second over. Can Cheyenne Fernando get this one right? Oh, it's inside edged into the pitch. And that's going to be a dot ball to end the over. Yeah, much better. I think that's where Cheyenne Fernando should really be looking to bowl. In and around the channel, pitching it on a good length. And that's where you're likely to get wickets as well. You just challenge both edges of the bat, inside and outside edge. And you have 13 runs in that second over. And now have a look at the standings for this ECS. And Kent Lanka Napoli sitting on 10 points. They're in 7th place. And as you can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently in 3rd place. They'll be looking to catch up on Baraka Prato. Got a chance to even cover some ground on Roma CC if they can win all their remaining games. It's very interesting setup for this tournament. I think the fact that both Royal Roma and Roma CC have just struggled for form a bit just means that a number of these sides have had an opportunity to maybe sneak in and grab the top spot and just pinch it away from, of course, Roma CC and Royal Roma, who came into this tournament as the big favorites. It's been very interesting so far because you've obviously had a couple of the big boys, and you could include Roma Bangla Morning Sun in that as well, so maybe Roma Bangla Morning Sun as the runners-up of last year's ECS, who maybe not quite performed as well as we thought they would, probably underperformed expectations. This one's going to go over long off, and that's gone a long, long way. That's going to be 6 runs. A great shot there by Anik Ahmed. That one is in the slot. He has bashed this one over long off. It goes all the way. 6 more runs. Terrific shot. He's going to look to go big again. See ya later. That has gone a long, long way as well. Anik Ahmed sends another one all the way. Back-to-back 6s. Incredible shot. That has gone the distance. Terrific hit. This time he looked to go straight towards square leg, and that one is very well taken. So Vimkuthi will get a wicket, a bit of respite for him. After he was struck for a couple of 6s, he will get his man, Anik Ahmed. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun will lose a wicket here. Let's have a look at this. Goes a little bit shorter over there. And Anik Ahmed strikes this one straight towards square leg. Very well taken. That's a good catch. And another wicket falls here as Erosh Vimkuthi will depart. I should say Erosh Vimkuthi will, of course, pick up the wicket as Roma Bangla Morning Sun find themselves 39 for 1. Got a couple balls to come in this power play. Very good afternoon to Terry Richmond, who's joining us in the chat. They look to go towards mid-wicket here. And that's going to be single. So Mohsin started pretty slowly against Kent Lanka. He had a few issues. He was batting on 9 of 7, played out a number of dot balls. But then eventually he just found his groove as his innings progressed. And then he was really, really starting to look very, very good. This one is just pushed away towards mid-wicket. That is going to be a single. End of the power play. Roma Bangla Morning Sun are 41 for 1. We'll now have a look at how these sides are doing so far. So as you can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently 41 for 1 at the end of the power play. Going along pretty steadily over here. As you can see, they're going at a fairly decent rate at the moment of 13.7. And I think as things stand, they would certainly be the happier of the two sides at the end of this power play. And there we go, a few more people doing a bit of horse riding. Of course, we're not far from a horse riding school here. And just to tell you where we are, we're actually outside the city of Rome itself. We're in a little place called Spinacetto, which is to the southwest of Rome itself. from Rome City Center. I'd say we're about 15-minute drive. 15-minute drive, about an hour, something along those lines. He's going to go big over here. This one sent just to the left of our commentary position. Incredible shot there by Mohsin. That one has been sent all the way for a 6. Let's just take a look at this. It's a bit of slot bowling. It's slot bowling. It's over pitched. It's a great length. It's right there to hit for Ahmed Mohsin. And he has sent that one over the rope for a Maximo. This time he's going to look to strike one towards mid-on, and that is going to be a single. So they will pick up a run over here. Yeah, so if you go from the center of Rome itself, this one is just an outside edge, and is it going to go away for a 4? Yes, it will. That is another boundary, so another one that goes away for a 4. This one a little bit luckier. It's a rather fortuitous boundary here for Rehan as that catches a thick outside edge and goes away for a 4. Oh, there's a little edge over there. Is there a little edge? No, there isn't. Not according to the umpire. 10-1, almost picking up another wicket over here. 10-1, as we mentioned, was the second highest wicket taker during last year's ECS. Things haven't quite worked out as well for him so far this ECS. He's been a touch too expensive. And he's not really been able to take wickets at the same rate. This is going to be given a wide by the umpire. Just gets his line wrong over there, 10-1. This one is just pushed away towards mid-off. Plays that one with the full face of his bat. Rehan will pick up a single right at the end of the 4th over. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun are 55 for 1. So we're now just going to have a look at this line graph here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They're going along at just under 14 and over. Pretty decent rate for them. I think the one thing about them is that they're getting a couple of boundaries every over. And that's why they've been able to maintain this rate. You look at every single over so far this innings, they have managed to get 2 boundaries of each of them. And really, that's kind of the way you should be looking to bat in T10 cricket. Get a couple of boundaries, run well between the wickets, and you'll end up with a very solid rate. It's going to be Shaminda coming in to bowl, so let's see if the left arm spinner enjoys this matchup. And his inside edges that one onto his pads here, Rehan. No, just a little too short and wide, but he hasn't quite been able to get a hold of this. And it's just going to drop safely for a single. No, this one is struck away, goes over mid-wicket, and that is going to be a 6. Once again, Shaminda just a touch too short and wide with that one, and it's gone the distance for a 6. Great shot there. Absolutely great shot by Mohsin. Oh, no, Curly, absolutely not. Your cheese puns have not grated on me. No, I still think you are an absolute gem and a real treasure to our ECN chat with all those puns you crack. I think, no, it was just some advice from my end. It was nothing more than that. No, no, we need your cheese punts to get us through the day. These long 12-hour days recovering. This is just stroked out towards long on. Now, he's not a big turner of the ball, Shaminda, so, he's kind of the sort of player that you need to rely on his accuracy and his guile, and also looking to use a bit of variations, a few changing up his pace every other ball to try to get some wickets, try to save a few runs. I think using his crease would be very important as well. And I think he's just left this one in the slot, doesn't quite get that right, and it will go away for a 6. So a big shot there for Most in the second 6. He has hit this over, and it's a disappointing end to Shaminda's over, which ends up going for 15 runs. So once again, 2 boundaries off this over. They've been very consistent with that, getting 2 boundaries each over. As of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will find themselves 70 for 1 is a good chance here to welcome you into our commentary position. So once again, Roma Bangla Morning Sun really looking really good with the bat in hand. Sharif Rehan, he has come back into this side for today's play, and he's looking really good. He's looking absolutely scintillating out in the middle. It's been a big loss for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. A man who was, of course, the top run getter during last year's ECS hasn't always been available for them during the course of this European cricket series. But the fact that they have him back today for this busy morning of cricket is absolutely massive. He, of course, played a match-winning innings in the previous game against the Roma Capannelle. He's looking absolutely superb right now against this Kent Lanka side. He's timing the ball to perfection. We're just seeing his trademark pull shot and his hook shot, which he's so strong with, and has been a real joy to watch him play from a neutral's perspective. He's a very classy cricketer, and we've had a chance to see that throughout today's play. We'll now return to live action, as of course we can see that Abid is getting set to bowl the 6th over. That one is just going to be saved, so it's looks like it's going to be a dot ball. Second ball of the 6th over. This one is going to be a wide. Oh, this could be a no ball. This could be a no ball. Oh, he's got this one badly wrong here, Uman Abid. Let's have a look at this. He's bowled a lot of pressure overs during the course of this ECS, Uman Abid. Just wonder what's going to be the outcome of this one. I think we just need to freeze it right there. I just wonder if it's going to sneak underneath his waist as the ball goes past the popping crease. I have a feeling he might be able to get away with this one. I think Abid might be able to get away with that, and he has. So it's going to be judged illegal delivery, and of course, the batter was just through the shot a little too early. And so it came off the toe end of his bat. Yeah, they're going to look to go straight down the ground here. Does he have enough distance on this? There's a chance to take the catch here, but oh, it's just going to go beyond the fielder's grasp. That was a good effort by Achinta Denuwan, and it's gone all the way for a 6. Let's have another look at this. He's Mohsin clearing the front leg, looking to go over long off. Oh, yep, just over the rope. Goes for 6 runs. big shot there by Mosin, absolutely massive. This one just staying a little bit low, and it's going to get away from the keeper, but Shine Fernando is out at deep third to ensure it doesn't go for any more runs, so not a great outcome here for Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, stays far too low, and it's also going to be a wide, so 10 runs off this over so far, and we still have a couple of balls to come. Better length there by Abid. He's actually just missed the Yorker a touch too full, but always better to miss a Yorker a little too full than a little too short. I think slot bowling against Mosin in particular is very dangerous. Of course it is. I think against Rehan, though, you have to be careful if you try to dig it in short. He's so strong at pulling and hooking the ball. Here's a look at the scorecard for this innings, and as we can see, Sharif Rehan batting on 23 of 17. We got Ahmed Mosin on 27 of 8. He's just given his side that spark they need during these middle overs. And if you look at how they've batted so far, they've very consistently been getting 10 to 16 runs off every over. So the quietest over was the one we just witnessed by a beat, 10 runs off it. And the most expensive over was 16. So they've had this streak of getting a couple of boundaries of every over. Sure, they only get one off the previous over. Haven't really had one huge over just yet, or even one quiet over. It's just been steadily getting the runs they need off every over. Yes, and Anaika looking to dig one in short. And gets that one wrong. Anything down the leg side is going to be a wide. Wild swing and a miss there from Mosin. Yeah, very good morning to Pandey Predictions joining us in the chat as well. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, that one just slipping past the wicketkeeper again. Just a few that have gone past Stefano Canhala in this innings. I think some of these buys are just starting to hurt them a little bit, although yeah, that is a bit unlucky for him, I think. He's been the victim of just some strange bounce at times. This one's going to go all the way for 6 as well, just straying down the leg side a little bit too much over there, Senanayaka. And it has gone the distance all the way for a 6. Yeah, just a little bit too straight with his line over there, and you can see Rehan just falling over after playing that shot as well. And it has gone for a 6. Yeah, I mean, exactly as Johnny said, I mean, we're doing a fair bit of multitasking here as well while we're covering these games. There's a number of other things to keep an eye on as well. So, yeah, by any chance I miss your message, just remind me. It's obviously not possible to read every single message in the chat. This one's going to be sent away over the rope for a 6. Rehan sends that one all the way. Great shot here by Rehan. This one's even better than the last one. Senanaika just, again, it's slot bowling. It's outside the off stump. It's over pitch. Just gives Rehan the chance to free his arms and go over wide long on. Terrific shot. And we've seen 14 runs off this over already. So, got a dot ball. And we got one ball to come in this over. Oh, that one's going to slip past the keeper, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. So it's going to be given leg by, so it's just brushed the pad along the way. I was just wondering if there's any chance it could be a minimo. Yeah, the umpires deemed that it's just clipped the pad along the way. Dangerous line, very dangerous line there by Vishal Senanayaka. And that has gone away for a 4. So let's have a look here at the groups for the ECC. As you can see, Italy, the host nation, are in Group D over in the Premier Division, of course. They've got some very challenging sides to face, of course. The Netherlands 11 and Jersey in that group. And then you got Sweden and Norway, or both some very, very strong sides. So a big challenge coming up for Italy. Of course, the England 11 advancing straight to the Premier Division by virtue of winning the ECC last year. So we're into the death overs now here in match 43. And we're going to have Usman Abid, who's bowled the quietest over so far this innings, 10 runs coming off his first. He's going to bowl the 8th over. They've used 7 different bowlers so far, so he does have a number of different options. This time he's going to look to go towards mid-off, and that is going to be fielded. Well, somehow for a second I thought that it might just slip past his grasp, and boy, it was a little bit of hot potato with this ball. Just have a look at this. Whoop. Oh, like a bar of soap, it just slips out of his hands. But Danuwan does manage to grasp it in the end. Doesn't hurt his side, but this will hurt. This will hurt a lot. Abid gets that ball badly wrong. It's served on a silver platter, and Rehan has smashed this away for 6. Yeah, I think Kent Lanka, there have just been a few too many poor deliveries for them. A lot of slot bowling, a lot of full tosses. They just haven't been able to bowl with the same accuracy they normally do. Yeah, just repeating this point, I mean, if by any chance I miss something you say in the chat, just remind me. You know, there's a lot of things we're doing over here. I've got 3 different screens in front of me. Actually, 4. Yeah, this one is just struck away, and oh, a chance there for Danuwan to take a catch. That would have been amazing if he had been able to hold on to it. Wasn't an easy chance. It was struck very firmly towards him, and I think worst of all, it's gone away for a boundary. That's really what's going to hurt. It was there to be hit. It was hit hard. Oh, nice effort diving to his left there by Danuwan, who is a superb fielder, and he sets himself a very high standard. You can tell he's disappointed, but he's tried his best. He's absolutely tried his best on that one. This one is just struck away and goes out towards the fielder at square leg. That is going to be a single. And this is just going to be pushed away for a single towards mid-off. This one's a low full toss. It goes over cover. And this is another good bit of fielding on the deep. I have to say the ground fielding by Kent Lanka has been really, really good throughout this innings. Yeah, lowish full toss. Goes out towards the fielder in the deep, and he's done a great job. Puts in a good slide and a dive over there. As we just have a few bees coming into our commentary position. That's not a particularly welcome sight when you're here for 12 hours a day covering all these games. As Usman Abid's over will come to an end. 14 runs coming off it, and I think now the interesting dilemma here for the skipper will be, who does he turn to for these last couple of overs? got, I think the three realistic options here would be going with Vinila Pereira, Shine Fernando, or Vishal Senanayaka. And which of these three men is he going to pick to bowl these next couple of overs? He's actually going to go with Denuwan instead, so he goes with experience. Obviously, Denuwan, a very experienced campaigner for this Kent Lanka side. Rather interesting. This one is just struck away towards mid-wicket. And that is going to be a couple of runs. This is a good bit of running between the wickets here. And Sharif Rayhan, he's someone who's generally not too keen to run between the wickets, but he somehow scampered across, managed to make it back, and he'll pick up a couple of runs. So yeah, we just got a big bit of news here from Tevin Harith in the chat saying that his cousin has given birth to a beautiful baby boy earlier today. Big congratulations, Tevin Harith. Wish you and your cousin, of course, a lot of wishes from our side, of course. This is a great moment for all of you, so congratulations to your cousin and to you as well, of course, for getting a young nephew. So, yeah, great news. Hope you're all doing well, and hope the baby's well, hope the mother's well. Okay, so we're just going to have a brief pause in the game over here. And I think we should be ready to resume very shortly. Here we go, ready to resume. Just straying down the leg side there, and Rayhan will bring up his half century with a 6. It's going too far down the leg side of this line here, and Rayhan is able to help it along. It goes all the way for a 6. Terrific shot, absolutely terrific by Rayhan. It will bring up his half century in just 27 deliveries. It's just not quite worked out for Denuwan so far in this ECS after all the success he enjoyed last year. Rayhan's going to look to go big here. I don't think he's got the distance to clear the rope. It's going to go away for a 4, so it was a good fielding effort out in the deep. Very good fielding effort. That was, of course, Ishan Shaminda was trying his best here to get to this one. Was hoping to take a pretty challenging catch, and was just going to score him away from him and go for a 4. So rather unfortunate for Kent Lanka. This one's gone high up in the air. This should be a catching chance. Is it going to be taken? No, it won't. Oh my goodness. Well, it's landed safely, but the fielder in the deep, Uday Kumarasinghe, we saw Uday Kumarasinghe take a catch for the ages yesterday. He has simply overrun this. You're not going to be able to catch this on camera. There you are. You can just see that he's overrun that ball. He just misjudges the trajectory, and he's run past it. He has run past the ball, and it falls, well, a couple of feet behind him. This one is just cut away. It's going to go towards third, so that's going to be a single. Paul Kempin joining us in the chat. A very good morning to you. And Pandya Prediction saying that he's joining us from India. Where exactly in India are you joining us from, Pandey? This one is struck out towards long on, and this is going to be fielded well by Ishan Shaminda, and it's going to be a single. So slightly expensive over here for Denuwan. 16 coming off it, as Roma Bangla Morning Sun will now be eyeing something in the 140s. They'll be backing their chances to get there. And as you can see, the captains use a number of different bowlers, and everybody sort of has a pretty consistent economy rate between 11 to 16. They don't really have one standout bowler. And this is going to be a bit of a dilemma for the captain. Who's going to bowl this final over? He's going to go with Senanayaka. So once again, going with a man who has been a star performer for them in this ECS. Good ball there. Nice length by Senanayaka. Vishal Senanayaka has had an economy rate of 8.4 during this ECS. Just bowled superbly out the safe forward side. Managed to pick up 4 wickets as well. Been really consistent over the course of this tournament. Of course, his batting has really been the main highlight for him. Scored a century against Roma CC, over 232 runs in just 6 innings. Oh, this one's going to be cut away. It's cut away all the way for a 6. Not a great ball there by Senanayaka. Bit too short, bit too wide, and Mohsin is able to help it away over point. Just gets his bat underneath that one, and it goes all the way for 6. This bangs this one in short, and Mohsin looks at the square leg umpire, but they're going to pinch some runs here off buys. So let's just have a look at this entire sequence. We'll start off by looking at this side on, just to see if the batter had a case. That should be the one for the over. And then, well, where do they get that single from? Where have they stolen it? Let's have a look at this. Oh, it wasn't declared a dead ball by the umpire, and just a little bit of inexperience there for the young Stefano Canhala. And so that will just allow Roma Bangla Morning Sun to steal that extra single. They've gifted a run. He's bowled well so far this over, Senanayaka. He's bowled really well in this final over. 7 runs off it so far, and of course only 6 of them will be credited to Senanayaka. He hasn't quite got this one out of the middle of the bat. It will come off the edge. He will lose the bat as well when he runs the single. So 8 runs off that final over. One of them, of course, coming off by Vishal Senanayaka, doing a superb job in this final over, as Roma Bangla Morning Sun will end up with 136 runs, a pretty good total, slightly above par, but it is chaseable if, of course, Vishal Senanayaka can play a good inning similar to the one we saw from him against Roma CC. So I think Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be the happier of the 2 sides, but Kent Lanka are not out of this by any means. It's time to roll the highlights, as we'll, of course, just relive some of the action we witnessed during this innings. And you got to say, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, it batted pretty consistently throughout this innings. There's no real big over in there. As you can see, the largest over was 18 runs, and then until the final over, or at least before the final over, the quietest over was just 10 runs. So they were consistently getting a couple of boundaries off every over, and it was smart batting by the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I thought they ran well between the wickets as well. I mean, they are a side who typically struggle running between the wickets. Sharif Rehan's the kind of batter who prefers to sort of stand and hit rather than run around too much, but even he was more than keen to run between the wickets during that innings. And of course, Anigam, you saw his wicket earlier, well caught by Uday Kumarasinghe. They just lose 1 wicket in this innings, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. As of course we can see Ahmed Mohsin, we saw him hit that big shot there over long off. This was a terrific one by Sharif Rehan, just falling over after getting that one away towards fine leg. He's a very good puller and hooker of the ball. I think bowling short to Sharif Rehan is a very, very dangerous tactic. This one just going down the leg side, went past the keeper. I think he made a couple of errors, the young man. Stefano Canhala is a good wicket keeper, but there were just a few moments where I think he just let the ball slip past him, where maybe he could have done a better job. Of course, the key moment was that one right there at the end in the final over, when he didn't realize that the ball hadn't been declared dead, and he just threw it straight to one of his teammates, just tossed the ball back to the bowler. And full credit to, of course, Sharif Rehan for noticing that there was a chance to pinch a single, and that is exactly what he did. Sharif Rehan hit a number of sixes over the course of his innings, 5 sixes to be exact, and he had a lot of them through that square leg region. Here's a look at one boundary that he managed to hit towards mid-wicket. That was always going to be a very, very tough chance to take, as he would get 4 runs of that. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this RBMS innings, and as we can see, Sharif Rehan with 63 runs of 32 deliveries. Anik Ahmed making 23 of 11. Ahmed Mohsin with 36 of 17. A solid performance there by Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures here for Kent Lanka Napoli, and you can't say there was any standout bowler in particular. Most of their attack bowled fairly consistently, as you can see at that kind of 11 to 15 economy rating. Of course, have Vim Kuthi there. We did bowl that one over that went for 16 runs, and it was the only over in which they did manage to pick up a wicket. I think extras is going to be a big concern for Kent Lanka as well. 14 runs of extras. That's a little bit more than they would have liked. We're halfway through this one, and Kent Lanka Napoli need 137 runs to pick up another win, their 3rd win of this ECS. Join us in just about 8 minutes' time when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Kent Lanka Napoli are set to do battle again. Kent Lanka Napoli have a target of 137. It's going to be a challenge, but they've certainly got some quality players in there, in particular Vishal Senanayaka, who you feel holds the key for them here. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. And of course, it's highly unlikely that they'll achieve this target in 7 overs or less, but there is a small chance that if they do pick up some early wickets here, that Roma Bangla Morning Sun may have a chance to pick up a bonus point, of course, in order for them to get the bonus point. When I say them, I mean Kent Lanka Napoli. I'll have to go at about 19.4 and over, so that's going to be very challenging. Here we go, first ball. But yeah, I think Roma Bangla Morning Sun, just looking at the standings, they have an outside chance now of making it into that top spot with the fact that Roma CC have 5 losses, Royal Roma have 3 losses and still 4 games to go. Of course, they have 1 no result as well. So there is a chance here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to potentially finish in the top spot. Oh, this is going to be a big appeal, and well, the batter did go across quite a bit. Let's have another look at this. That looks tight. That really does. One thing to keep in mind here is, of course, it's coming right around the wicket with that angle, and it's just a question of that ball is going to continue to go on and miss the leg stump. I think that's what the umpire's thinking over here. We just return to live action. There's a big LBW appeal once more. Oh, could be a run-out chance as well. Could be a run-out chance as well. Let's have a look at this. So they might get a wicket over here, Bangla Morning Sun. They've obviously had a couple of big LBW shots, but they might finally get the first wicket they're looking for with a run-out. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think the LBW appeal doesn't have too much merit to it. But let's take a look at this. Oh, well, the direct hit was fired in. The direct hit was fired in. Let's just see. Let's have a look at this. Just hits the base of the stumps. Is he gone? Oh, well, I think he might just have made it back in time here. I think he's just about been able to slide his bat in time. This is good running between the wickets, you have to say, and also credit to him for sliding his bat in exactly as you're meant to. Been a few batters who don't slide their bat in or don't do it the right way, and the fact that he's focused on the fundamentals there and executed them perfectly means that Shaminda has made it back safely. Just getting this ball to just dart back into the left-handers here. Ahmed. Yeah, so a Pandey prediction saying that the reason they start watching the European Cricket Series is because of Razmal Shigewal. Of course, Razmal plays his cricket over in Austria for Donaustadt. Yeah, really looking forward to getting to see him play. Of course, next week will be the start of ECS Austria. Well, this one is just going to be pushed away towards cover. It's going to be a single, another sharp throw. Yeah, should get a chance to see Razmal next week when we, of course, start off ECS Vienna. So yeah, it's not long until you get to see your favorite player. Pandey prediction. Inside edge, and looks like that's going to go away for a 4, so very unfortunate here for the bowler Anik Ahmed. Shaminda just gets a little inside edge. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So 8 runs off the first over for Kent Lanka Napoli, and despite that inside edge, it's still a really good over. Here's a look at the European cricket golden ball counter. It's been 82 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. Of course, that was all the way back in Croatia when we had it during the ECS. Definitely still waiting for our first golden ball here in Rome. This one is going to be a low full toss that's going to be struck towards mid-off. And oh, looks like they'll come back for a second run, and that's going to be it. Suicidal running here. Suicidal running. Suicidal running, and they're going to lose a wicketer here. Kent Lanka. What are they thinking? They've had quite a few issues running between the wickets, these two. And they're finally going to get undone. Let's have another look at this. Oh, it's a low full toss. It's just struck down the ground. Goes towards the fielder at long off. Anik Ahmed darts this one in. And we'll have another look at this here. It good work by the bowler as well. And he is nowhere near the popping crease. And that is going to be the first wicket. Well, these two obviously have had a few issues when they're running between the wickets. We saw an example of that in the first over, and the wicket will finally fall here. No, it's a full toss again. Poor bowling here by Ali's. Bowled a couple of full tosses to start the over. Just going to check the height on this one, but my initial instinct is that this should be fine. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, maybe just underneath the waist over there. I think it's just sneaking in below the waist, so he should be okay. Oh, this is a big appeal. Absolutely massive appeal. And it's going to be gone. He has nailed that leg stump Yorker over there, Ali. And Vimkuthi will depart for a first bowler. So Derek is going to come waddling out. Let's have a look at this once more. Yeah, he should be gone there. That one is probably going to go on to hit the leg stump. As Derek will come waddling out. Should be a golden Derek. As, of course, that is a first bowler. I beg your pardon. That should be a normal Derek. Yeah, of course, Vimkuthi departs for one run. Yeah, no apologies over there. Just got the scoreboard, which I had right in front of me. Hadn't quite been updated. So yeah, that is not a Derek for Vimkuthi. God, we'll take that back. Just Derricked him for no reason. He was on one run when he was dismissed, so yeah, just having a scoreboard just lagging a little bit. And that's kind of what's thrown us off. Gonna look to go big over here, and that one goes over third. It's gonna be 4 runs for Senanayaka. Short, it's wide. He's not really in control of that one. Goes away, top edge, off for 4 runs. Yeah, so really, as long as Senanayaka is there, they've still got a chance. Kent Lanka. So yeah, no, I can see a few Golden Derek comments in there, and Terry Richmond saying he was Golden Derek. Yeah, he was not Golden Derek's. Apologies. The score was lagging a little bit. We've of course got our own score here, and then there's a score on the TV as well. We do get our own information as well. And Vimkuthi departed, having made 1 run of 2 balls. here's a look at the standings, and as we can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently sitting in third place with 25 points. Meanwhile, Kent Lanka Napoli down there with 10 points, of course. Kent Lanka Napoli was desperately trying to get the 5th spot so they can make it to finals day. I think as things stand, we could probably rule the Roma Capannelle out of that race. It's very hard to see them make it to finals day with that loss they had earlier this morning against the Bangla Morning Sun. It doesn't look like they will advance to finals day. So just pushed away towards mid-on, back of a length delivery, and sharp throw towards the non-striker's end, but they'll scamper across for a single. Let's have a look at this once more. Good hard length delivery over there by the bowler. Yeah, so Kent Lanka Napoli right now 16 for 2, a little bit slow out of the gates. Now going left arm around the wicket here. This one's going straight down the ground. It's taking one bounce, going to go over the rope for 4 runs. Good shot here by Senanaika, just flat batted straight down the ground. Yeah, Cameron, I thought he bowled really well in the last match. That was his debut game on the European Cricket Network. I was really impressed with his bowling. Had a good economy rate. I'm a little surprised he's going left arm around the wicket here. I'd like to see him go over the wicket. He just eliminates a few methods of dismissal by going around the wicket. I'd just love to see him bowl over the wicket here to Senanaika and really try to get rid of the main man. This one's gone up in the air. He might get a wicket here, though. It'll be a tough catch if Rayhan managed to hold on to it. He did get a hand to it. A stellar effort there by Rayhan. Big congratulations to him for that effort, and I think he should be getting a little bit more praise from the rest of his team. They're being a bit negative about that. If you just have a look at this chance, this is a very, very challenging opportunity. Oh, and he's done so well to get a hand to it. Full credit to him for that. Yeah, so Rob Thompson, yeah, absolutely. I will be going to Vienna to answer your question. Yeah, so I'll be starting off the ECS there in Austria. And I'll be doing the first day solo over in Vienna. So looking forward to that. And yeah, never been to Vienna before. So I'm looking forward to some of the history there, of course. Very famous for all of its operas. And it's just a city just steeped in history. Many great figures of history have lived in Vienna as well. This one is struck away towards cover, and are they going to be able to come back here for a couple of runs? Yes, they will. Good running between the wickets. Nice hard running. Yeah, so no, I've never been to an opera. Would love to. It'd certainly be something quite nice to attend, and yeah, absolutely. Vienna is quite famous for them. A very good afternoon to Jacob. Jake Stewart is also joining us in the chat. Great to have you on board, JJS. Yeah, Pandey prediction, rightfully so, pointing out that Senanaika is the key in this situation. And if he's dismissed, it's really hard to see Kent Lanka winning it. Just have a brief delay here as there is just an issue with the score. And I think it's now been resolved, so we're ready to resume. This one's just struck out towards mid-on, and it's going to be another single. So, oh, what a throw. What an incredible throw. And it's a big appeal here from Anik Ahmed. I think the non-striker is just fine over here. We'll have a look at this. Yes, so Senanaika pushes that one away towards wideish mid-on, and then terrific throw here by Anik Ahmed. Little bit casual running there by Senanaika, and oh my goodness, that is far too close for comfort. Just ran a little too casually. take another look at that. Of course, you just had a chance to look at the bar chart to compare the two teams at this stage. Let's have a look here. I think he should be okay. Just there we go. The bat is grounded right there. So he's just safe. He is safe by about 2 to 3 frames. About 2 to 3 frames. That's all that saved him in the end. Far too close for comfort for what should have been a regulation single. Yeah, so it's just checking something here. A little minor technical issue at the moment, and as soon as this is resolved, we will be able to resume with play. So just going to give you a quick update about the situation here with the standings. So Bangla Morning Sun have a couple of games left after this match, and I think the way they're going right now, bonus points could be on the card for them. It could be. Not saying they'll definitely get there. I think right now you look at this Kent Lanka going at about 8 and over, which wouldn't get them to 96. And if they do pick up bonus points here, they will be tied with Baraka Prato on 29 points, with a chance to make it to the top spot with a couple of games to go. So a lot to play for here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Oh, just inside edges that one onto his pads. It looks like everything has been resolved, and we are ready to go. Yeah, so Curly Whirly, I mean, this is why we have you here, our resident in-house cheese expert, recommending that when I'm in Austria, I try the Vorarlberger Bergkäse. You know what? I definitely will, and I'll make sure to do a review on it when I'm on comms. Now, this is a very good ball here by Ali, just jams that Yorker in. It's interesting, they have pushed a beat up the order. He did, of course, play a remarkable innings yesterday where he came out, hit the first couple of balls he faced for a 6, and then got out on the third ball. He's a powerful hitter, and I like this move to push him up the order. You know, this run rate is just far too low from Kent Lanka's perspective. He could just come here, put in a good couple of overs, really change this game. This one's probably sneaking down the leg side. It's a full toss, and I think Abid will feel like he's missed out on a good opportunity. Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. No question about that one. That one just staying a little bit low there from Ali. It sneaks underneath Senanayaka's bat, and yeah, this is a little too slow for Senanayaka. He's the kind of player, though, he sometimes takes a little bit of time to settle into his innings, but once he finds his rhythm, he can really accelerate at the rate of knots. That's not quite worked out for him here. And as you can see, that win predictor has Kent Lanka's chances down to just 8%. Outside edge. Is it going to go away for 4? No, it won't. There's a fielder out in the deep to cut that one out. I think that's MD Naeem who was patrolling that boundary out at deep third. (109 runs needed now, 37 balls. That required is starting to near that point of no return, but maybe this man, Abid, can cause things to turn around here for Kent Lanka. What a great shot by him. Gets to the pitch of the ball and batters this over long on. This is a great hit. Brilliant bit of cricket. And that's why Abid has been pushed up the order. They're just hoping that he can get them that little bit of acceleration they so desperately need. It's all far too slow right now for this Kent Lanka Napoli side, going at 8.5 and over. As you can see, as things stand, they are below that blue line. They won't even get to 95 runs and pick up a point from this game. Bangla Kamaran is coming in to bowl the second over. He's had a good day so far, a good debut day for him on the European Cricket Network. He's still going to continue left arm round to Senanayaka. Now the shot was for it to go to the bowler's end, but the fielder was just not able to grasp it cleanly. And Senanayaka will pick up another single. Just opens the face of the bat and pushes that one away towards point. That was Abbas Ali, who was fielding at point. Looks to go straight down the ground here, and this is going to take one hop, go over the rope for 4 runs. A couple of boundaries in a row now for a beat. Into the last over with a 6, and hits a good 4 over here as well. Yeah, effortlessly just strokes that away beautifully through the line. Nice shot here by Abid, and can he get on a roll here? They desperately need him to. 12 of 6 now for Abid. To go for a big swing over there, but Kamran gets that dot ball in. Here we go now. 4th ball of the over coming up. 5 runs off this over so far. Once again, just looking to go over square leg. It's a hard length delivery there by Kamran. Just gets that extra bit of bounce as well. Got to be so strong at those horizontal bat strokes on a surface like this. All the extra bounce you get on this surface, you got to be a good puller of the ball. You really do. He's going to look to go big again. Swiping across the line of this one, just climbing up on Kamran. And after that 4, we've seen consecutive dot balls. So we've seen just 5 runs off this over so far. It's been a great one by Mongo Kamran. Look at that required, just continuing to shoot up now. It's at almost 19 and over. The situation is getting alarming for Kent Lanka. We're nearing the point where it feels like they'll struggle to even get to 96. Can he get this one to go all the way? Doesn't look like he's got the distance on this, but it's been put down. The catch has been put down. Looked like a fairly straightforward catch out in the deep for Saiful Islam, but he's unable to take it. And just note that one down. Note the fact down that, of course, Abid was dropped on 14. And unfortunate for Mongo Kamran as well, who almost had 2nd wicket of this European Cricket Series. And of course, this is now a good chance to welcome you into the commentary position. So it's been an interesting game so far. It looks like Roma Bangla Morning Sun have a chance to pick up bonus points in this game. And of course, bonus points would do them a world of good, as it would mean they'd be able to leapfrog Baraka Prato and make their way into 2nd place. And all of a sudden, Roma CC would then have a couple of teams, Royal Roma and Roma Bangla Morning Sun, with a chance to pip them at the top of the table. So a lot is on the line in these next 5 overs. And it's just incredible. We are having such a competitive ECS here, where every game is having an enormous impact in the standings. And it looks like this game could be absolutely pivotal as well. We'll now return to live action as we're set for the resumption of the 6th over. Oh, not far from the stumps at all. Not far from the stumps at all. Oh, just a whisker away. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be another single here. Senanayaka, he's not looking like the Senanayaka we saw yesterday, the man who made a century against Roma CCs. He's always been more of a stroke player rather than a basher, but yeah, even by his standards, you don't really expect him to be going at this slow a strike rate. Just 20 runs off the 18 balls he's faced. Oh, goes too short, too far down the leg side, and Abid is going to whack that one away, and oh, well, just hits the side of that car out in the parking lot as well. I hope this one hasn't caused a dent. If it has, well, you've got the video for insurance right here. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, and oh yeah, it just hits the door of that hatchback out in the parking lot. A wild swing here by Abid. It's going to be a dot ball, so Chaudhary coming back after getting hit for a 6, although it's a pretty dangerous ball to bowl. I think more often than not, Abid is going to latch onto that and send it towards the rope. Just has to wait on this one a little bit, so he doesn't quite have the timing. And that's a little bit disappointing out at mid-wicket. I think that might be Mongu Komran out in the deep. He's done by the lack of pace there, Abid. And the fielder, well, he tries to go for the catch, but he's not able to get anywhere near to catching it. But worst of all, he's let it slip past him. It's gone away for 4 runs. Stumping. That should be a stumping. And it's been given by the square leg umpire. Sharp glove work here by Chandra Bhomik, specialist wicketkeeper for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. And he will get rid of Abid. Take another look at this. Big swing over there. And very sharp glove work by Chandra Bhomik. Let's have a look at this. Gets it. And then look how quick he is to whip the bails off. Excellent glove work. So wicket right at the end of the 6th over. Shawal Chaudhary gets the all-important wicket of Abid, and now they need another 44 runs of 4 overs to get a point out of this game. Looks like the win is just out of Kent Lunka's reach. Oh, that's interesting, Johnny Hisham. I actually Googled what you said, and I've never heard of that curly-whirly chocolate-covered toffee sweet you're mentioning. Oh, inside edge, and he's gone. He is gone. Thamira is gone for a first bowler. It's a first ball golden duck. Beg your pardon, that's Senanayaka, who will depart. So it's Senanayaka who's going to depart, and well, it's been a rather disappointing innings for him. Hasn't quite worked out. Just gets a little inside edge onto the stumps. And Senanayaka is gone. Barely managed to go out above a run of ball during the course of his innings. And this is not what we're typically accustomed to seeing from Senanayaka. So they just struck down the ground, and a couple of new batters out in the middle. So this is just make it that much harder for Kent Lunka to pick up these remaining 43 runs of just 22 deliveries. I think you also add the fact that a lot of these players who are left in their lineup are, well, I'd say stroke players, the sort of players who favor the longer format of the game. I think some of them do a lot better in T20 cricket than in T10, so it's just hard to see them find a way to make these remaining 43 runs to at least get a point out of this match. As things stand, Roma Bangla Morning Sun look in prime position to pick up bonus points. Just having a look at Bangla Morning Sun's remaining fixtures. This one is just stroked away out towards a square leg. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So a nice shot here by Thamino. A good way to get off the mark. So the remaining games for Roma Bangla Morning Sun are, of course, a lunchtime match. They're playing against Kent Lunka at Napoli tomorrow. Then they'll also take part in the 4th game of the day tomorrow against Bologna. So one matchup against Kent Lunka and one matchup against Bologna. And with this victory, if it's a bonus point victory, they'll just be 5 points behind Roma CC. So 2 standard wins would still be enough for them to get past Roma CC. But then their challenge would be, what could Royal Roma do? As I mentioned, Royal Roma have a couple of fairly favorable matchups, 2 against Roma Capannelle to round out their schedule. They've got 4 games left, so Royal Roma, we're currently on 24 points with 4 games in hand, will certainly feel like they can get a bag of points, more than 11 even, from the remaining 4 games. This one's been struck away firmly, and it's going to go all the way for a 6. So a great shot there by Thamira as he's just trying to give his side a chance to get at least 1 point out of this game. Here's a look at the fancy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Roma Capannelle and Royal Roma. So, of course, this is one of those matchups where Royal Roma will certainly be fancying their chances to go on and get a bag of points. And they've decided to win the toss and have a bat first. And they'll be looking to post a huge total on the board and then trying to dismiss the Capannelle to something paltry and pick up all 4 points from this game. So Anikame can just see that Pereira's looking to advance. So he digs that one in short, and Pereira's not able to get to it. So 35 needed a 17 now for a single point. Going to go deep in the crease over there, Pereira, but he'll once again miss out on another one. Well, good afternoon to you, KG1. It's been a long time since we've seen you on the chat. And hope you're doing well. It's really good to see you in the chat once again. This one is just struck away for a 4, and it's a good shot here by Pereira. It's actually been given a 6, beg your pardon, so we'll just take another look at this. It's kind of outside my periphery. Let's see where this lands. Oh, just beyond the rope, just beyond the rope. So that's going to be 6 runs. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be a single, so they need to go at about 12 and over from here. Kent Lunka Napoli. Very good morning to Monica Ramos Acosta. Of course, this morning over in Colombia. Of course, almost 12:35 local time here in Rome. And with each dot ball that goes by, you can just see even that required to get a single point from this game goes higher and higher for Kent Lanka Napoli. Oh, their chances of victory have diminished to almost nothing, and it looks like their chances to get a point are diminishing as well. This one's going to go straight down the ground, and well, if they can hit a few more of those, they might have a chance to get at least a point out of this game. Great shot there by Thamira. And Kent Lanka Napoli now need 22 of the last couple of overs. It just makes things a little bit interesting heading into these last 2 overs. It gives them a chance to maybe get 1 point out of this game. So let's have a look at some of the bowling options they could go with for these remaining 2 overs. MD Bilal Hussain went for 9 in the first over he bowled, and of course Shoal Chaudhry went for 11. Are they going to turn to those two? That's the big question. Looks like they're going with Bilal Hussain for the penultimate over. Maybe that means they turn to Shoal Chaudhry for the final over. They might go with spin for the last over. It can always be a risk to turn to a spinner for the final over. Now he's going to go for a wild swing here again, Pereira, and just not quite able to get bat on ball. We'll take another look at this. Yeah, wild swing. Wild swing. No, he's just going to go back to his mark here, Bilal Hussain. No real foot movement here from Pereira. He's not particularly balanced when he's looking to play those shots either. Nine balls left in this innings, and Kent Lanka Napoli need to find a way to make 22 runs to at least get a point out of this match. Otherwise, I'd say their chances of advancing to finals day are going to be in serious jeopardy as well. This one's popped up in the air, and it's going to be taken, so Pereira will depart on 8. Good catch here by Chandra Bhomik. Kent Lanka Napoli are in dire straits. Superb bowling by Bilal Hussain so far this over. He hasn't given up a run 4 balls into it. He had no choice but to go for the big shot over there. With Vanilla Pereira pops one up for Chandra Bhomik. And Pereira will depart. Yeah, look at Bilal Hussain's figures. Absolutely spectacular. 2 for 9, 10 balls into this innings. That's going to be another dot ball here, so looks like Shoal Chaudhry will have a pretty big total to defend in the second innings, and well, that's a little bit of a nothing shot there by Uday Kumar Singha. He's going away from the ball, but then also trying to reach out at it with his bat. Yeah, once again, just falling away from the ball. He's not in any kind of position to play a shot. As we'll see, a wicket maiden in the penultimate over of the match. Kent Lanka Napoli now need 22 runs off the final over to at least get 1 point out of it. So you'd expect Shoal Chaudhry to bowl this final over, and it's got to defend 22 runs, which you feel are more than enough for him to defend. Thamira, though, has hit a few good shots over the course of his innings. He's going to need to hit about 4 or 5 boundaries here to get his side a point. Oh, inside edge, and well, let's see, does that have enough to go towards the boundary rope? Not quite, but they will pick up a couple of runs, so Capannelle Napoli now need 20 off 5. It just goes right through the keeper. Makes him. So look to go over cover. One bounce over the rope. That's going to go away for a 4. So they're still technically alive. They still technically have a chance to get a point out of this game. 4 boundaries, 4 4s will be enough for Capannelle Napoli, or 2 6s and a 4. Yeah, great point there by KG1 about some of the batting we saw by Ode Kumarasinghe. His front left foot was repeatedly going towards leg, and he just wasn't in any position to play a shot. Now he's going to look to go big here. He's going to look to go absolutely big. So it's now 10 runs needed off the last 3 balls, and can Thamira get his side a point out of this game? This is a massive moment for both these teams, I think. Capannelle Napoli need at least 1 point to still have a chance to maybe get the 5th spot. And then, of course, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, a bonus point victory would be absolutely massive and give themselves a chance to get the 1st spot. Oh, he's going to look to go big again, but it doesn't quite have the distance. This is a huge moment, and the catch is going to be taken. So is that now enough for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to get the bonus point? It's now 10 runs needed of 2 balls. Shawal Chaudhary looks to toss one up. He's going for the big slog sweep. And it goes out towards the fielder at deep backward square leg. It is very well taken by him. That is Kadir Abdul who has taken that catch. So 2 balls left. 10 runs needed now. 10 runs needed for Capannelle Napoli to pick up 1 point out of this match. Now, good use of the feet over here. Does it have enough to beat Anik Ahmed? No, it doesn't. The captain, with a sensational bit of fielding, might just have done enough to get his side a bonus point. And that should be enough to get the bonus point here. We'll check if there's a chance for a run out as well. Could Uday Kumarasinghe be run out over here? We'll have a look at this entire sequence. Good looking shot here by Denuwan. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Brilliant use of the feet. And then have a look at that by Anik Ahmed. That will secure the bonus point for his team. And will he get a run out as well? He was so close to getting one earlier in this innings. Now let's just see if there's a chance at the non-striker's end. Let's see if there's a chance for a run out. Oh, Kumarasinghe. What is he doing there with his running? What is he doing there? And he's going to be run out. He's going to be run out. And he's been given his marching orders. You can just see he makes his path a little bit longer over there rather than running straight. And now Derek will come out to greet him. And there he is. Kumarasinghe didn't look particularly good during his brief time on the middle. I think he was really struggling with his batting, and then didn't quite run in the optimum way either there right at the end. Got him! And Chaudhary will get a wicket off the very last ball. And an enormous win for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. A bonus point win, as this will put them in prime position to go on and maybe grab the top spot in this ECS And based on how things work out with net run rate, I think there's a chance they're now officially in second place ahead of Baraka Prato. But we'll, of course, see the standings as soon as they are updated. But a massive win, an absolutely massive win for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who now find themselves in a very healthy position. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match, which we'll have on your screens in just 15 minutes' time. The Capannelle set to take on Royal Roma. As you can, of course, see, Kawani Lakanwal, he's a key player for Royal Roma, an incredible batter. He scored a remarkable century earlier in this ECS, and the Sukhbir Singh is the leading points getter for them. So a tough task coming up for the Capannelle. We'll now move on and have a look at the highlights of this innings. A great innings for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Kent Lanka Napoli just struggled throughout this innings. They were never quite able to get out of first gear. They would lose a rather early wicket as Ishan Shaminda departed in the second over, having made just 5 runs. Great throw by Anik Ahmed to Abbas Ali to get rid of Shaminda. They had plenty of problems running between the wickets. There were a couple of runouts in this innings, both influenced by Anik Ahmed. And of course, there were another few close shouts as well. This was, of course, the end of Abbas Ali. You can just see that he bowled that one absolutely beautifully to get rid of the danger man. Let's have a look at this moment right here, as of course Sharif Rayhan had a chance to pull off what would have been an absolutely spectacular catch. It would have been a really, really tough opportunity. Here's a look at some key moments in this match. This was another good throw there by Anik Ahmed, and it was a very, very casual bit of running by Vishal Senanayaka. He was saved by just 2 or 3 frames in the end. He could easily have been run out. That was far too casual. And I think Vishal Senanayaka, well, that was kind of how he batted this innings, making just 20 runs of the 19 deliveries he faced. This is a man, of course, who bashed a brilliant century a few days ago against the Roma CC, but in this innings, he simply couldn't get it done. That was a sharp bit of glove work there by Chandra Bhomik to get rid of Usman Abid. Abid batted well, made 24 runs of 14 deliveries. I think promoting him up the order was a very good idea. Another batter had a pretty good time out in the middle was Kanatage Themira, who made 26 of just 10 deliveries. Struck 5 boundaries during the course of his innings. 2 of them were 6s. And he was timing the ball so sweetly until, of course, he was caught out in the deep by Kadir Abdul. He gave his side a chance to maybe pick up a point from this game, Themira, but ultimately Kent Lanka would fall very short of the victory and short of the single point mark as well. Here's a look at a few shots that were hit in the second half of the innings off the bowling of Shoal Chaudhry. This was a catch that, of course, Kadir Abdul would take, and once this catch was taken, you really felt like it would be very difficult for this Kent Lanka side to pick up the victory. This was the key moment right here. Brilliant throw by Anik Ahmed, which, of course, ensured that his side would pick up the bonus point. He would get the run out there as well, and a fantastic way for his side to wrap this one up. This was the last ball of the inning. Shoal Chaudhry picking up a wicket off the very last ball as Roma Bangla Morning Sun take this one by 49 runs. We'll have a brief break and we'll join you once again in 10 minutes as we leave you with the scorecards.
Get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's time for our third game of the day between the Roma Capannelle and Royal Roma. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 44 with Roma Capannelle versus Royal Roma. Royal Roma to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
I bat first.
Royal Roma have won the toss and will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So Royal Roma will certainly be trying to put a big total on the board here, and they get a massive victory against the Capannelle. I think there's no other way to put this, but Royal Roma will certainly be looking for the bonus point in this match, in particular after all the issues we saw previously featuring Roma Bangla Morning. Something just had a slight delay to the start of this game, so we're going to be starting about 5 minutes later than we expected, so this game will commence in 7 minutes time. Here's a look at the win predictor. As you can see, Royal Roma 78% favorites here against the Roma Capannelle's 22%. So Royal Roma heading in as massive favorites. We've just had a few lineup changes here for Royal Roma. Faz-ul Hassan is out and Inderjeet Singh is in due to an injury he suffered in the warm-ups. And of course, that is a bit of a concern. I mean, Faz-ul Hassan, obviously a very important player for the side. You can just see that sheet right there. So there is the updated sheet, and now it's going to be Inderjeet Singh playing for Royal Roma instead of Faz-ul Hassan, who is listed at the bottom of the order. Inderjeet Singh is a solid spinner. I think he's been very good throughout this series, so it's not a loss to have Inderjeet Singh coming in, but of course one would be rather concerned about Faz-ul Hassan. He's of course an 18-year-old cricketer. He's featured in one match so far on the European Cricket Network, but he didn't get a chance to bat or bowl during that game. He was simply out in the field, so it's hard to really comment on what he's capable of as a player, just because we're not really aware of much about him. As you can see, another addition to that team is Ravinder Singh, a player we haven't had a chance to see during the course of this series. But getting Inderjeet Singh in, and obviously Inderjeet Singh is a very talented cricketer, over 13 ECS wickets to his name, 8.82 is his career economy rate. He's a very, very solid leg break bowler. So, over this weekend, we of course have a historic event coming up, the Meltle Shield. And is of course a first in women's cricket when we'll get to see the British and Irish Lions against Team Europe. Let's go and find out a bit more about the Meltle Shield.
Get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
Thank you very much for that wonderful promo. So there's a look at, of course, what to expect. Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Roses this weekend in what will be a historic moment for women's cricket. It's just been great to watch the development of the women's sport over the last couple of years. We, of course, had our first ever ECCW last December, and then had the chance to have our first ever ECSW over in Croatia a couple of weeks ago, and now here we are doing the Melto Shield. It's absolutely massive, and also a great honor for all the players to be playing at this absolutely beautiful Roma cricket ground. Really looking forward to that weekend. It's going to be absolutely gripping viewing, as we are now just a couple of minutes away from the start of the game. We had a slight delay. Of course, the big news is that we do have an injury replacement. Fazi ul Hassan, who has played in only one European cricket match prior to this game, is out due to an injury that he picked up during the warm-ups, and he is going to be replaced by Inderjeet Singh, who is coming in his place. So the Royal Roma are taking the field alongside the Roma Capannelle, and I think for the Roma Capannelle, you look at the standings right now, it looks pretty grim from their perspective. Hard to see them making it to finals day now. We've got 5 matches left, and even if they can somehow win all those games, it's still going to be a big challenge for them to make it to that 5th spot. So they're going to have to go on some kind of a roller coaster run here where at least 4 of those 5 wins are going to have to be bonus point victories. So it's tough for the Capannelle from here, and I think realistically speaking, with that loss they suffered this morning, their chances of going to finals day are very, very slim. There we go. First ball coming up. And there he is. That's the man right there, Leandro Beranger, with a little bit of tape on his finger. Gotta say, fielding at slip with a taped up finger is rather interesting because, of course, that's where you're going to have to take catches if they come your way. And this one is just struck straight back towards Mosca. Yeah, so of course, a big moment involving Leandro Beranger earlier today when, of course, he asked to be allowed to leave in the middle of his over. Good swing bowling there by Mosca. After, of course, he claimed that he picked up a finger injury. Now, of course, for those of you who were watching the game live then, I'm sure you can make up your own opinion about whether or not you think he was injured or not. He was fielding it long off, I will point that out. And of course, Beranger insists that he hurt his finger and was unable to continue to bowl, but he was asked to finish the over. It is worth also adding that he was struck for boundaries of all of his first 3 balls, and his over had gone for, I believe, almost 20 runs by the time he asked if he could be taken off. This one's high up in the air. Could be a catching chance. This is going to be tough. Oh my goodness. That one was sky. That hung up in the air for an age. Would love to see a timer of how long that ball was up in the air. Oh, it might just have knocked a satellite on the way up. It was Emi Ghulam was underneath it, and oh, look how high that has gone. That is so difficult to catch. It really is, just because of the height that ball managed to attain. A heart and mouth moment there for the batter. This time he's going to just look to go over mid-off. And it's just going to be a single. Here's a look at the squads for the Melton Shield. Of course, we had a chance to look at the Melton Shield promo prior to the start of this game, and historic moment for all these sides. Of course, the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe, and what is going to be an absolutely historic and monumental moment for women's cricket. So then here we go. It's going to be Safi Badar coming in to bowl the second over. We saw Luckenwall just survive a scare earlier that over where he could very easily have been out. Although it was a rather challenging catch for Emi Ghulam. But I think you do have to put that down as a drop, so Luckenwall could easily have been out on 0. Singh's going to throw his bat at this one. Does it have the distance? Not quiet, but it will trickle over the rope for a 4, so they're unable to stop the boundary here, Roma Capannelle. Let's take another look at this. It's a wider delivery. He throws his bat at this one. He's not really in control of that shot. I guess the thing here is that if you're not going to take the catch, you should at the very least look to stop this from going away for a boundary. Hamza, well, not too convincing with that one. Just overruns the ball. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely huge, but I'm not sure this has enough on it to go for a 6. It's just going to trickle over the rope and go away for a 4. So once again, Emi Ghulam has to put in the big chase, just as he did in the first over. Clears the fielder at mid-on. He's got a lot of distance to cover here, and it goes away for a 4. Outside edge, and oh, there was a chance. It's a great bit of fielding by Beranger. Gutsy effort by him, of course, carrying that finger injury, diving around, doing the best for his team. As he battling through pain and injury over here, Leandro Beranger. A full toss. This one is struck away. One bounce over the rope, and it's going to go away for a 4. Singh will strike that one away. Probably wishes he'd been able to clear the rope with that one. I think he'll feel like he should have managed to hit that one away for a 6, but he'll be more than happy with a 4. Expensive start here for Badar. 12 runs of his first 4 balls. Yeah, short and wide. Badar gets that one badly wrong. You can just tell he's under pressure here. And he's under quite a bit of pressure after getting struck for 3 boundaries early in this over. Much better ball. That's where Safi Badar needs to be bowling. That is far, far better. Here we go. Sukhbir Singh ready to face the final ball of a 13-run over so far. And there we go. That is much, much better by Badar. He just sees Sukhbir Singh advancing and he just pitches that perfectly right underneath his bat. Smart bowling here by Badar, and he's come back well after getting hit for 3 fours of the first 4 balls of his innings. Royal Roma are 20 for no loss at the end of 2. So here's a look at the standings. As we can see, Royal Roma managed to win 6 out of their 10 games. They also had 1 no result in what was a rather interesting match against the Gladiatori. It was a game in which the Gladiatori were 72 for no loss at the end of 4. But then, of course, we had quite a bit of lightning, and the conditions were just too unsafe to play in, so the game had to be abandoned. And that is an interesting matchup. I mean, could Royal Roma maybe lost that game and not got any points out of it, or maybe just 1 point? never know, and I think little moments like that are going to prove to be so pivotal in the course of this ECS. That one's going to be a wide. Mosca just getting that wrong, of course. Getting the top spot is a huge advantage in this European cricket series, and as things stand, there's 3 sides who are vying for that top spot. You got Roma CC, of course, the defending champions. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who have certainly inserted themselves into that race after picking up a bonus point victory in the last match. And then Royal Roma themselves. This one is bashed all the way. It'll go for a 6. Well, it's not often that Kawani Lakhanwal is at the other end struggling, while his strike partner is seeing it like a beach ball. This is a great hit once again by Sukhbir Singh. Sends that one a long, long way into the practice nets. Yeah, so just making a few changes in the field here. Got a deep cover and a very fine deep third in place. This one's going towards that fielder who's very fine at deep third, but it's going to go sailing over his head. That's Leandro Benager, who has leapt up and tried to stop this one from going away for a boundary. Let's have a look at this. It's a huge swing, absolutely massive swing. It's a flying edge. That's going to sail over the fielder's head. Now it takes this one out really well. It's going to be a big chase here for Safi Badr, but it's going to go away for a 4. A beautiful placement by Sukhbir Singh. We've seen him throw his bat hard at 3 deliveries, but this time around it's pure placement. He just digs that ball out from an almost Yorker length, and he's able to work that one away into the gap. Terrific batting, 23 runs off this over already. Oh, he's going to look to go short here, and this is going to be a wide. This is going to be a wide. Well, he balls another one above shoulder height. It will be a no ball, so he's wasted his bouncer here, Anthony Mosca. Okay, so he's just sent square leg back, and he's brought cover into the ring. And he's going to look to go short again. This is a no ball. This is a no ball. I mean, he was telegraphing that he was going to bang it in short when he sent square leg back. And we saw him do that in the previous match where, of course, he sent square leg and fine leg back, and then he used a bluff and instead just bowled a Yorker. And Singh's going to fail to take advantage of the free hit. Still a huge over. 25 runs off it so far. Edged and taken! What a catch by Gabriele Passeretti. Another terrific catch. As I've said, he's one of the finest keepers in this country. And a player who probably always doesn't receive the appreciation he deserves. And it's another terrific catch by him. One of the most underrated gems in Italian cricket, as he holds on to that catch very well. A great effort there by Passeretti. Holds on to that one. Superb bit of wicket keeping, and a very important wicket as well, because Sukhbir Singh was really looking to just take this game away from this Capannelle side to get a little bit of respite, as Royal Roma are 45 for 1 at the end of the power play. It's still a terrific power play for them, but that inroad just gives Capannelle a side to just fight back in these remaining 7 overs. You can probably just hear a little bit of communication in Italian out in the field. The Capannelle, one of the only sides who actually speak in Italian while they're out in the field. So it's always good to hear the cricketing terminology in the native language of the country. Here we go. Safi Butter starts off with a dot ball. And it gets that one wrong. Just gets that one badly wrong. It's now 9 runs of extras given up so far in this innings. It's not very good from the Capannelle's perspective, I think, based on the standards here in Italy. Extras really need to be under 10. I think under 10 for an innings is what you're looking for at the bare minimum. We're only 3.2 overs in and I've seen 9. He's going to look to go big over here. Has he got enough on this Luckenwall? Yes, he does. It just clears the fielder at cover, and it goes all the way for a 6. Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant shot. He's just missed that Yorker length, and look at how he gets his bat underneath that. Just whips the ball. Brilliant use of the bottom hand to get underneath that one, and it goes all the way for 6. Oh, much better. Much better there by Safi Butter. That kind of length, it's very difficult for the batter to get underneath it. Yeah, very fast hands there by Luckenwall. Gagandeep Singh has come in at number 3. Now, this is a man who hits the ball about as hard as anyone. Now, this was going to be a 6. Effortlessly stroked away on the very first ball. Great use of his feet. Gets to the pitch of the ball and bangs it away over long off for a 6. Gagandeep Singh is a terrific player, one of the most entertaining cricketers here in Rome. We haven't been able to see him at his best for much of this ECS because Royal Roma's batting at times has struggled, much like their rivals Roma CC. But is this the inning where we finally see Gagandeep Singh at his best? Oh, that was a great ball by Butter, but unfortunately for him, it's just going to go past the keeper. Oh, great ball, and yeah, so unlucky. You could just see Gagandeep Singh getting a little bit of the bottom edge of his bat on that. Very unfortunate there for the Roma Capannelle and for Safi Butter, who bowled a terrific delivery, but that's just the nature of the sport sometimes. You have to live with them, and he's just got to psychologically tell himself, you know what, I bowled a terrific ball, went for 4 runs, not much I can do about that. So we're entering the 5th over. Royal Roma going just a shade under 16 and over. And they're just trying to get their field setting right at the moment. So they've got a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, deep extra cover. And now they've just sent deep backwards, square leg back as well inside the ring. There's a cover in place, a point, and a fielder at third man as well. And I could just see a fielder moving across towards a square leg inside the ring. And here we go. It's going to be Hamza coming into bowl the 5th over. Oh, could this be close? Could this be close? That was certainly a good shout. It was certainly a good shout. Just wonder if height's a bit of a question mark here. Let's have a look at it first. Right here, and yeah, I think height's an issue. Height is an issue. I think when we look at this side on, we'll be able to confirm. We don't quite have the time, though, to go to the side on angle as we have to return to live action. This one's going to go away for 4 runs. Very nicely hit. Just gets that one a little bit wrong over there, Hamza. Too short, too wide, and it gets punished by Luckenwall. Now we'll take a look once again at that LBW shot earlier, and yeah, as you can see, height was an issue on that one. Struck away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, these overs of spin are going to be so important in deciding the outcome of this match. Now looking to go for that reverse hit there, Luckenwall. And he's unable to execute. It's not a bad idea with a third man inside the ring. You can beat him. Certainly get a 4. Oh, this time he's going to look to go big. Over long off, and that's more like it from Luckenwall. That's the good old-fashioned slogging we are so accustomed to seeing from him. That ball is tossed up by Hamza, which is always a risk against this man. And he has bashed it away all the way. Goes for 6 runs. Oh, that was so close to the stumps. How has Hamza not managed to get a wicket there? That was a whisker away. He does get plenty of bounce. And that extra bit of bounce has done Gagandeep Singh over there. Great over, though, by Amir Hamza. Gives up just 10 runs, which I'm sure they will take, as, of course, this is a chance to welcome you into our commentary position. Of course, Roma Capannelle, well, looks like their chances of making it to finals, they are diminishing. They, of course, suffered a huge defeat earlier today. And after getting that little winning streak going yesterday, it seems like they've crashed back down to reality. It's going to be very tough for them to make it to finals day from here. Meanwhile, their opponents, Royal Roma, have a big task at hand. Of course, they're trying to make it to the top spot in the standings to get that big advantage heading in to finals day. It's a 3-horse race as things stand to grab the top spot between Roma Bangla Morning Sun, Royal Roma, and the defending champions, Roma CC. This one is just played away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. So Bandaranayaka, he's a superb bowler. He's been really good throughout this ECS. And I think his tandem bowling with Amir Hamza is going to be so important during these middle overs. Can they just bring this run rate down? Dot ball, valuable dot ball for the Capannelle. There we go. Gagandeep Singh just thought maybe he could pinch a run, but opportunity wasn't there. This should just be a single as well. So good bowling here to start off by Bandaranayaka. Got him. He's got him. Brilliant ball there by Bandaranayaka. Gets that one to turn back in, and he's done. Gagandeep Singh, brilliant bowling, absolutely fantastic. I'll take another look at this. It goes between the gap between bat and pad. Gagandeep Singh looking to advance, gets plenty of spin on that one, and it crashes onto the stumps. He's done it with the wrong end there. Brilliant bowling, nice deception. And Gagandeep Singh, well, he's been done by a sensational bit of bowling. Love watching Bandaranayaka bowl. He's absolutely wonderful. Picks up his 13th wicket of this European cricket series, and it's a massive one. It's the all-important one of Gagandeep Singh. Yes, this one's going to be worked away towards square leg, and is it going to be a catch? It will. It will be held on to, and Charanjit Singh departs for a first bowler. He's looking to go for the big slog sweep over here, and he has found the fielder out in the deep. Great catch, and now Bandaranayaka has a chance to pick up a hat-trick. Charanjit Singh will have to make the long walk back to the dugout. Huge, huge wicket. Absolutely massive wicket over here. And there he is. Golden Derek comes striding out to greet Charanjit Singh as he walks back into the dugout. There we go now. Hat-trick ball coming up. The wicketkeeper, Mohammad Mohsin, has strode out to the middle. So can he get wicket number 15 of this ECS and also a hat-trick? Bandranayaka has had a superb series so far. Oh, it's a good ball. It's a really good hat-trick ball, and Mohsin will respect it and just tuck it away for a single. Well, this is a great over. This is a sensational over. Only 4 runs come off it, and he manages to pick a couple of wickets. Royal Roma are 76 for 3. So here's a look at the scorecard for this innings. As we can see, Sukhbir Singh top scored with 36 of 14. He got his side off to a flying start, and his fantastic innings is why Royal Roma found themselves 45 for 1 at the end of the power play. Gotta say, though, the spinners have just helped bring this run rate back down under control, and I'm a little bit surprised they are not continuing with Amir Hamza over here. They're going to go with Ali instead. Ali's a pretty solid bowler too. Somebody who can keep things pretty tight. That's going to be the key here for Capannelle. A big 4 overs coming up. Now Kawani Lakhanwal will go big. A bit of stand and deliver for the Centurion from a couple of days ago. That is an enormous 6. He has sent that one into the field adjacent to the ground. It has cleared the outer fence, the outer perimeter of the Roma cricket ground. Huge shot, absolutely massive shot. Maybe they'll grow a cricket ball plant right there. Gets a dot ball in here, Imtiaz Ali. Yeah, so we got long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket back. Deep backward square leg as well. And a deep third man in place. So plan here needs to be to not give much width to Kawani Lakhanwal. Try to bowl stump to stump here if you're Imtiaz Ali. Oh, it's a great ball. It's a terrific ball. And the umpire's going to raise his finger. Imtiaz Ali gets rid of Lakhanwal. Massive wicket. And he has come back really well since getting hit for a 6. That's exactly where he needs to be bowling it. Just wonder if there's a chance that it's maybe just sliding down the leg side. The umpire doesn't think so. We'll just freeze this at the point of impact. Let's have a look at this. I mean, you can see all 3 stumps here. Ooh, well, there's be some people who will say that maybe that's just going down the leg side, but Imtiaz Ali won't care. In his mind, that's going to go on to crash onto the leg stump. You know, just clearing the front leg there, Lakhanwal looking to go for a big shot. He was a bit off color in that innings. I mean, he's the kind of batter we typically expect to see him go at strike rates above 250, above 300 at times. But it didn't really work out for him. Gonna get a single over here. Inside is going to get off the mark on the first ball. So full credit to the Roma Capannelle for this good fight back. They've managed to do these last couple of overs. They're just bringing this run rate back down under control. Oh, down the leg side, that's a wide. He's going for that leg stump Yorker once again, Imtiaz Ali, the one that, of course, got him the wicket earlier, but he's just missed it by a little bit. So good idea, just slightly off with the execution. Hit away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to split the gap between the two fielders that are kind of wideish long on and deep mid-wicket. So it goes away for a 4, just spoils Imtiaz overs over slightly. Yes, we'll get 13 off that over in the end. Here's a look at the calendar of this year's ECS, and boy, it's been a real joy to join you from some of the finest destinations across the continent. The ECS has revolutionized the traditional cricketing world. It has flung open the gates of our opportunity and acted as a thrilling ambassador for our beloved sport, and has just captured the hearts of so many people across the continent. It's been a real joy to be part of this journey, as we are now going to come into the 8th over. Nice bowling here by Bandaranayaka. Really good bowling. You got Sadhu Rathanayaka in the chat saying that Lakhanwal needs to get going shortly before Lakhanwal was dismissed. Well, he did get going. He got going back to the dugout. This one is going to be bashed away for a 6. Good batting here by Dinsap. Great use of his feet. Just dances down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball, and pumps it over long on for a 6. Yes, Sadhu also says that he, in his opinion, that he thinks that one is just sliding down the leg side, and he was a little bit unlucky with that call. I see your point. I think that was what I initially thought as well. And of course, Wayne goes with, well, that was rather close in that he thinks it's just one of those that's the umpire's call. Straight down the ground, and does that have enough to go over the fence? Most certainly does. 6 runs for Dinsa, and he's putting some pressure back here on Bandaranayaka. So good counter-attacking innings. A little counter-attacking innings, getting a couple of 6s in here in a row. Bandaranayaka under the pump for the first time this innings. Big. Big. This is really big. It's going to go for 6 as well. It's 3 consecutive 6s here for Hashmat Dinsa. Well, this Royal Roma side, they are blessed with so many great batters. Even when a few of their key players in the top order don't click, they just find a way to keep going, to keep accelerating. Now it's just Anthony Mosca go to have a quick word with the young man, Bandaranayaka. Oh, he's going to go massive here again. See ya later. What a huge hit by Hashmat Dinsa. Another one that has gone a long, long way. Well, you might want to repark that ambulance. He just caught a glimpse of it, because the way Hashmat Dinsa is striking it, well, you might have a cricket ball coming crashing right through your windscreen. One is struck away towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single. So Tinsett will get a single off the final ball of the over. 25 runs off that over. Huge one, absolutely huge one. And Bandaranayaka undoes a lot of the good work he did in the 6th over. It's great use of the feet throughout that over by Hashmat Dinsa. He was dancing down at these balls, just smoking them over long on. So 2 overs left here, and a big task at hand for the Roma Capannelle. Looks like they'll probably go with Amir Hamza for this 9th over, and then Imtiaz Ali will bowl the final over. Just pushes that one down the leg side. It's a wide. Gets that one slightly wrong there, Amir Hamza. He just gets a little bit of extra bounce there, Amir Hamza, as Dinsa was just backing away, moving laterally in the crease. trying to create some room to cut this ball away, but the width just wasn't there. Gets an extra bit of bounce. Amir Hamza as well, which makes it that much more challenging. Oh, this time he's just going to pitch one up. That's going to be bashed away by Hashmadinsa straight down the ground. Goes all the way for a 6. Terrific shot. Yeah, so pressure back on Amir Hamza now. Oh, he's going to go big here as well, Dinsa. Is there a chance for the fielder in the deep? Oh, has he just stayed in front of the rope? I think he has. I think he has. Oh, great catch. Fantastic catch. Is that Anujaya Bandaranayaka who has taken that catch? Yes, looks like it is. Really, really well held on to. We'll see this here to confirm. I think it's fine. You can just see that back foot slides a little bit. And it's in front of the rope. Yeah, well done there. Well taken catch by Bandaranayaka. Well, this is a very handy cameo here by Hashmadinsa to put his side into a good position. Makes 32 runs off 10 deliveries. Here we go. New batter's in. It's the captain. Arshwinder Singh will strike this one out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a big chase for Imtiaz Ali in the deep, but he won't be able to get to it in time. That was struck very firmly by Rajwinder Singh. And away it goes for 4. This one is struck out towards square leg. And that is going to be a single. This one is struck straight down the ground. It's going to be a big chase here for the fielder, and he's done well there to get to it. Top stuff here. Miami Ghulam. Let's take another look at this. Puts the slide in and stops that one from going past him. As we'll of course come to the end of the 9th over. Amir Hamza gives up 13 runs in that over. So I think we're now going to see Imtiaz Ali coming in to bowl the final over. Just take a look at the bowling figures here for the Roma Capannelle. And a pretty decent all-round performance by this side. A couple of bowlers maybe a little bit too expensive. But overall, you have to say, it's been an okay performance by them against a very strong Royal Roma side. Oh, he's going to go big here. Mohsin, he's got a lot of height, but he doesn't have the distance. And it's taken. It's taken very well by Hamza out in the deep. And Mohsin will depart, so Ali gets a wicket off the first ball of this over. So that is a huge wicket right there. Mohsin departs. Yeah, good bowling here by Imtiaz Ali. Really good bowling to start this over. He's very good late in the innings, Imtiaz Ali. I think he started to develop himself as a very good death over bowler for this Roma Capannelle side. We've seen him bowl in these pressure overs right at the end of the innings, and he's often done a terrific job. It's another one up in the air. It's going to land safely. just a 1 run there, 1 run off the first 3 balls. Captain Rajwinder Singh is back on strikes. We've got 3 balls left in this innings. Oh, big swing and a miss here across the line by Rajwinder Singh, and this is good bowling by Ali, keeping it full and straight. As we, of course, have, well, a bee just hovering around, not too far from me. Yeah, we always have quite a few bees coming into our commentary box, Casa Grande, Rome Dome, or whatever you've decided to name it. This one's been struck out towards mid-wicket. It's going to go over the fielder's head, and that's gone the distance for a 6. And, well, that is one of the finest umpiring signals you will see. Now, I love that. I really do. This one is hit straight towards Kirby. And that is going to just be a single. So, heading into the final ball of the innings. That was the final ball of the innings, beg your pardon, as Royal Roma will end up on 135. So a stellar final over there by Imtiaz Ali, giving up just 8 runs, 21 overall off last couple of overs. So very solid bowling here by Amir Hamza and Imtiaz Ali right at the end, as they make sure that this Royal Roma side end up with 135. It's a very chaseable score. I mean, if Anthony Mosca can go off in the second innings, and the Capannelle might have a chance to pull off a very special result. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings, and of course, gotta say, Royal Roma got off to a perfect start, largely thanks to Sukhbir Singh, who made 36 runs of just 14 deliveries. They were 45 for 1 at the end of the power play, and in a very strong position heading in to those middle overs. Safi Butter's 4th over went away for 18 runs as well. He was struck for 3 boundaries during the course of that over. This was, of course, a well-taken catch there by Gabriele Passaretti to get rid of Sukhbir Singh. We thought that maybe Kawani Lakhanwal would start to accelerate a little bit, but it just wasn't his day today. You know, he was batting on 1 of 5 and would eventually end up with 25 runs of 20 balls. That's not something you're used to seeing from Kawani Lakhanwal, who usually, if he's faced 20 balls, he's probably batting on 60 odd or 70. That's how good he is. Gagandeep Singh would depart after he was done by this terrific ball by Anujaya Bandaranayake. Brilliant wrong gun that deceived Gagandeep Singh. As we will, of course, now continue and resume and have a look at some of the other moments in this game. This was a very nicely struck shot. Of course, there'll be one that'll be caught out in the deep by Imtiaz Ali. That will be the end of Charanjit Singh. Anujaya Bandaranayake would be on a hat-trick. We're now taking a look at some of the shots that Hamsha Dinsa managed to hit. He made 32 runs of 10 deliveries, struck 5 sixes during the course of his innings. This would be the end of Kawani Lakhanwal. He would be done by this ball by Imtiaz Ali. This was a rather close one. I mean, there was a few who thought that maybe it was clipping the leg stump. There were some others who thought it might be sliding down leg. I found myself in the second camp, but it's certainly not a decision I think you can look at and say that it's incorrect. It's one of those that's an umpire's call. We'll have a look at some of the other key moments in this innings. This is a big shot that Hashmat Dinsa hit. 1 of 5 sixes he managed to strike, and of course he would be caught right at the end by Anujaya Bandaranayake in that penultimate over. Amir Hamza getting his wicket. And then you've got to give a lot of credit to Imtiaz Ali for the way he bowled in that final over. He gave up just 8 runs. And of course managed to get the wicket of Mohammad Mohsin as well off the very first ball of that final over. So all in all, you have to say Royal Roma did a pretty decent job with the bat. But the Capannelle, they have given themselves a chance in this game. It's a score that is still above par for Royal Roma. But the Capannelle, with a good batting performance, might find themselves in a position to go on and win this game. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings, and as we can see, the top scorer is Sukhbir Singh with 36 of 14. Hashmat Dinsa batted superbly too. I thought his innings was the standout innings for me, getting 32 runs of just 10 deliveries. We'll, of course, now have a look at the bowling card for the Roma Capannelle, and you gotta say, no particular standout bowler in there. I think everyone bowled about the same for them. The most economic bowlers were Imtiaz Ali and Amir Hamza. Bandaranaika bowled a superb first over, but then his second over was far too expensive. Went for 25 runs, and that ended up really spoiling his figures. I think Capannelle would just want to cut down those extras a little bit, as 11 runs of extras is slightly above par for what we have seen so far this ECS. We're halfway through match 44, and the Roma Capannelle have to chase down 135 runs. Join us in 6 minutes' time for the start of the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings as Roma Capannelle managed to rally back well during the last couple of overs of the previous innings and have put themselves in a position where they do have a very chaseable target here. At one point it just felt like maybe Royal Roma would get away and they could maybe score something north of 140 or even north of 150. Here's a look at the bonus point equation for our upcoming match, and as we can see, if Royal Roma are able to restrict their opposition to 94 or less, which is very doable, they will pick up a bonus point in this match, which will be crucial for them as they aim to get to that top spot in the group stages. Meanwhile, of course, if the Roma Capannelle want to chase this one down in 7 overs to pick up the bonus point, then they'll have to go at just a shade over 19 and over. This one is just pushed away towards mid-off, and Moscow will get off the mark with the very first ball, so that's going to be a single to start things off. So yeah, of course, while we're having our, there's the usual cheese talk is going on in the chat right now. Of course, Curly Whirly once again at the center of it and saying that Curly Whirly's a big fan of cheddar. And it says some cheddar goes great on toast. And it seems like Wayne's doing a little bit of investigative journalism as he's trying to figure out where a Curly Whirly might be from. And it seems like you've narrowed it down to probably Australia based on the fact that Curly Whirly says spag ball. This one is just struck away towards point, and it's just going to go over the fielder's head. And that's going to be a single. But yeah, in terms of the best Italian cheeses, you've gone with Parmesan and the right mozzarella. Yeah, that's a pretty decent shot. Just obviously you can put pecorino in there as well. That's another one there that's certainly right up there as one of the best. This one is struck firmly through cover, goes straight to the fielder, and that's going to be a dot ball. He's going to look to go big over here and hits this one towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a big chase for Charanjit, and Gagandeep Singh. Charanjit gets to it and fires a throw back towards Hashmat Dinsa. This is struck towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a strong throw towards the non-striker's end, and that's going to be a dot ball. I think you're really going to enjoy it tomorrow, Curly, when Rico's back and he can do a bit more of the food talk. He's always a big fan of talking about food. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. It's now been 83 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. It's just amazing. We haven't actually had a golden ball in the men's European Cricket Series since all the way back in June. We did have a women's golden ball to snap the streak, but the actual men's golden ball has been a long time since we had one. And I think a large number of men's games over the last couple of months. The golden ball hasn't come, and haven't had one so far in Italy either. That's now a few destinations we've been to without getting a golden ball. No golden balls in Czechia. Didn't get one in Romania. Didn't get one in Hungary. And we're halfway through this tour of Italy and still haven't had one. To leave over there on Moscow's not something you tend to see too often in the shortest format of the game. He's going to look to go big over here, Moscow. Does he have enough on it? It's going to fall just short. Hashmat Dinsa He's a very good fielder, Hashmadinsa. His ground fielding is exceptional. But at least for the course of this series, he's put down a lot of catches. He really has. And he's actually put down more than he's managed to catch. And particularly had one horror game when he dropped 3 and took 1. They're going to sneak in a quick single here, so good running between the wickets. Very good afternoon to Dave, who was joining us in the chat. Great to have you here. Inside edge into the pitch, and they're going to steal a quick single. Howdy to you too, Helix. Oh, it's great to have the old gang back in the chat. He's going to look to go big here. This is massive, absolutely enormous, right out of the screws. He has hit that one away for 6. Great batting by Anthony Mosca. He's so strong through that long on mid-wicket region. Goes all the way for 6. So great stroke there by Mosca. Here we go. Charanjit Singh got a response. This time he just gets it a little bit fuller, but it's a touch too full. It ends up being a lowish full toss. And this is good batting here by Mosca. He just places this perfectly in the gap. And it goes away for 4 runs. Brilliant shot. Very, very good shot. And he has managed to strike away. Nicely struck away for 4. Away towards mid-wicket, goes straight to Gagandeep Singh. That's going to be a single as we come to the end of the second over. The Roma Capannelle are 15 for no loss, so they need 15 runs and over from here, not 15 every 2 overs. They have to go a little bit faster, the Roma Capannelle, and well, usually when Anthony Mosca can get going, he's someone that can accelerate at the rate of knots. Here's a look at the standings. Royal Roma have still got 4 games left in this ECS. They're playing their 11th match as we speak, and well, they want to cover some ground on Roma CC and also potentially try to get beyond Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who've got a fixture against Kent Lanka and one against Roma Capannelle. So these 3 sides are now all in a race to try to grab the top spot. It's a fantastic 3-horse race here in week 2. Then also the race to just decide who makes it into the top 5 spots is going to be interesting as well. Gets that one badly wrong there, Hashmadinsa. Very good afternoon to Dr. De Soto and Kroom, who's joining us as well. Paul Kempin, heard from you for the first time in a while. He's just going to try to go for that old scoop around the corner here, Mosca. He executed that to perfection against Roma CC. I mean, he hit a scoop shot to win the game right at the end, scooping it away for 6. That was one of the greatest winning shots you're ever going to see. Struck away firmly. That goes towards mid-wicket. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So another good shot here by Anthony Mosca. Brilliantly hit. Let's take another look at this. Just gets into a terrific position, shuffles across, and he'll play this one out towards that mid-wicket boundary, which he always looks to target. Again, he's so strong through that long on and mid-wicket region. Struck straight down the ground. Is the fielder going to be able to get to it? No, they won't. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Along the carpet there by Mosca. Gets that one away for a 4. We'll have another look at this. Just goes beyond the grasp of Hashmadinsa. And it's off and away for 4. Oh, what a shot. What a hit. Bilal Khan next to me said, Mamma mia, when he saw that one leave the bat. An enormous hit. Absolutely massive. He has smashed this one well over long on. I mean, top work by Spring to keep a track of that ball after it had gone so far into the sky and so far away. That one is wide, so Dinsa just gets the line wrong there. And again, that's what the pressure does. The pressure of getting hit for 3 consecutive boundaries. Oh, nicely played away towards the fielder at mid-wicket, and that's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So a good over to end the power play for the Capannelle to get 17 off it. And they're going to need a lot more overs like that if they want to get close to 136. Let's have a look here at the comparison between these two teams. As we can see, Royal Roma were 13 runs ahead at this stage. So they're quite a bit behind right now, Roma Capannelle, and required for them has gone up a fair bit as well. It's just under 15 right now. So look to hit this one out towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be another single. So brings Mosca back on strike. Not a bad outcome here for Roma Capannelle. I think Ghulam, he's a powerful hitter, but maybe he'll just be keen to play the role of facilitator as Mosca looks to accelerate. A slower delivery that's been picked up to perfection by Mosca and deposited all the way. What a hit. Superb shot. Oh, he's ready for it. He's got the big wind up. And then he holds the pose beautifully as well. That goes all the way for 6 runs. Sensational shot. Oh, a full toss, and this is going to take one bounce, go over the rope, 4 runs, just splits the fielders long on. And deep mid-wicket, that was Hashmat Dinsa and Gagandeep Singh were trying to chase that, but they're unable to get to it. One hop over the rope, 4 runs. Oh, goes big again. This is massive. Has it carried to Charanjit Singh? Not quite. He made a good effort. And the main thing there is that Charanjit Singh has made sure that doesn't get past him and doesn't go away for a boundary. Let's have a look at this. Great effort. Sensational effort. If he had held on to that catch, it would have really been one of the finest catches we have seen in this series. The main thing is he hasn't let that get away from him for a boundary. Ghulam is going to look to go big as well, but he just hasn't quite been able to time that. So it's just going to be a single, and now it's 91 runs needed of 37 deliveries. It's all about Mosca. It really is about how long Mosca can hang around. Attempted slower ball there by Sukhbir Singh. And they should be able to come back quite comfortably for a second run. And they will. There's no fielder within the vicinity of where Mosca has placed that. Roma Capannelle, a 47 for no loss at the end of 4. So we're now just having a comparison. Looks to fire in the wide Yorker over there, but Singh just gets that slightly wrong, so it's a wide to start off. Got Jimon Chakma in the chat saying that Ghulam is a game changer. Oh yes, he is. I think when he can get going, he's somebody who can accelerate as well and really make some quick runs. And he's going to have to get a hurry up because you don't want Mosca to have all the pressure to try to score all of these runs by himself. No, this is beautifully fielded. Very good dive put in over there. Really, really nice dive. That's Sukhbir Singh, who has done this sensational bit of fielding, puts his body on the line, gets down quickly, and saves the side a few runs. So it puts Mosca back on strike. Just 2 runs of the first 3 balls. But that's the thing now, I mean, with Ghulam going with a strike rate of 60 at the other end, Mosca just feels like he has to bash every single ball for a 6 here, and it puts so much pressure on him to single-handedly help his side keep up with his run rate. This one is struck away 1 bounce before going towards Singh. And it's going to be a single again, so great over here so far by Rajwinder Singh. Only 3 runs off it. This one is just pushed away for a single. We had 1 more ball left in the over. We'll just show you that ball. I think the graphic just came up a little bit early. And that ball just went away for a single. We will inform you that. So it went away for 1 run. So here's a look at that ball. Yeah, Ghulam, as you can see, just hitting it beautifully towards extra cover, straight batted. Very good looking shot. Gets a single. So 4 runs coming off that 5th over. Here's a look at the schedule for the upcoming Cardama, Malaga, Spain's ECCW, the 2nd ever edition of the European Cricket Championship. Of course, it follows a similar format to the men's tournament as well. They split it up into 2 divisions. As you can see, the host nation, Spain, are in the Challenger division this time around, and the host nation of this ECS, Italy, are in the Premier division up there with some of the very best sides in Europe. This one's going to be played away. Just catches the top edge. Does it have enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. It's going to go away for a boundary, so that goes away for a 4. Good shot over there. Catches the top edge. Goes for a 4. Takes a couple of bounces and trickles over the rope. This one is just pushed out towards mid-on, and that is going to be a single. Short, wide, cutaway, goes for 4 runs. Great shot there by Mosca. And Sukhbir Singh, I have to say, he's gone away from what worked for him so well earlier this series. The first week of this ECS, he was bowling really, really well. He was very economical. He just kept it full and straight, and that was his plan. He's bowled very consistently full and straight. But since the start of this week, he's been overdoing it at times, banging a few too many ones in short. And it's not really worked for him. It really hasn't. He just needs to return to what was working for him back in the first week, which was just keeping it simple. He wasn't so obsessed with pace. He was more about accuracy for him during that first week. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to go away for a 4 as well. No, it isn't. It looked like he was destined to go for a 4, and then Gagandeep Singh puts his boot in the way and stops that one going away for a 4. So we don't see too much foot fielding here in Rome. Just looking at it from our commentary position here in the Rome Dome, Casa Grande, whatever you call it. I thought that would just race past him, but no. Sticks a foot out and saves some runs. Great Yorker length delivery there by Sukhbir Singh. Mosca just pushes that one away towards mid-on. Digs that one out really well there, but this is good bowling by Sukhbir Singh. This is much more like it. He's getting those lines and lengths right now. Not getting obsessed with bowling short. Good ball. Top ball. Gets the wicket. And the leg stump has been set for a while. Ghulam's had a difficult time out in the middle. And it might not be too bad an outcome for the Roma Capannelle that he will depart. Another wicket will fall over here. We'll take one more look at this. Oh, the leg stump has gone flying out. Flying out. Look where it ends up. Great bit of bowling. Sensational bit of bowling. And Sukhbir Singh will get his wicket here. And Emi Ghulam will depart, having made 12 runs of 14 deliveries. So we're about to start the 7th over, and Anthony Mosca is on strike. Mosca not quite able to time that one as nicely as he would have liked it. That was a good bit of bowling there by Singh, and Mosca's batting superbly. It's just the fact that Ghulam couldn't get going at the other end, so all the pressure in the world is here on Anthony Mosca to try to play another solo innings to win a game for his side. Amir Hamza's going to go long. He's going to go big. He's going to go all the way for a 6. That one doesn't end up falling too far from our commentary position. And this is more of what we want to see from Hamza. Beautiful shot, straight batted, really well hit. And it just makes you wonder, though, did they maybe keep Ghulam out there for far too long? Should they have considered maybe retiring him? This is very good batting by Hamza. A big swing and a miss, and that's going to be a dot ball. Now, dot balls are like gold dust here for Royal Roma. With every dot ball that required just shoots up. Another dot ball, so that 6 has been followed up by consecutive dot balls. One is hit out towards long off, and it's going to be a single, so only 8 runs off this over so far. And as you can see, that required now has just gone up above 20. Oh, they're going to need some magical overs here, the Capannelle. Struck away for a single, so the one good thing is that Mosca will keep strike heading into the next over. He brings up his half century as well. Another fine 50 for Anthony Mosca. It's been a great introduction to the European Cricket Network for him, as the Capannelle needs 64 runs of the remaining 3 overs to win. "64 runs needed of 3 overs. It's going to be tough. I mean, usually above 20 we say it's past the point of no return, but well, you never know with Mosca, do you? He's the kind of player who can help you get a few magical overs, even a supersonic over if necessary. And I think as long as Mosca is there, the Capannelle will dare to dream. Like, if he gets dismissed, it's probably the end of their chances to win this game. He's batting very deep in his crease. Great ball to start off by Gagandeep Singh. Terrific ball jams in the Yorker. This is huge. What a massive hit. See ya later. That is a huge 6. And he is just sent straight towards his own side's dugout. And it's now 58 needed of 16. It's very challenging, but if anyone can do it, it's this man. Got him. And that's probably the end of this game. That is probably going to seal this game. With Mosca gone, you really can't see the Capannelle winning this one. As Gagandeep Singh might just have won his side the match with that ball. Huge moment. Mosca, he batted well. He played superbly. But unfortunately, he just had far too much to do here for his side to try to drag them towards a victory. Once again, stepped across, was looking to go over that mid-wicket boundary, which he so often targets. But he's unable to connect on this one. It crashes into his middle stump, and that's going to be the end for Mosca. Here we go. It's going to be Kirby coming in to bat. Now Kirby's somebody certainly capable of giving it a good hit, but even 23.2 and over might be too much for him, and he's going to be gone. He's going to be gone for a first baller. Golden Derek's going to come out to greet him, and Gagandeep Singh has a chance to get a hat-trick. There's a Chak De Fate celebration as Gagandeep Singh will get his man. Another superb ball. This is a wonderful leg stump Yorker. And Dane Kirby has been done by a brilliant ball. He just shakes the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket as he walks back towards the dugout. And, well, Dane Kirby, hate to remind him this, but he got a bit of a reputation during last year's ECS for getting ducks. He, of course, had a record amount of ducks. And Derek's going to come back to greet him again. It's his first duck of this year's ECS, though, an improvement from the 6 ducks he had last year. And, well, oof, Derek just gets a whole lot larger as he walks off. Looks like Derek's eating regular Derek and Peacock Derek and, well, every other Derek there is. Struck away. That goes right through the stumps. Yeah, so interesting comment there about TV shows. I'm not a big TV show watcher, in all honesty. Only ever watched sort of prestige TV. So that'd be sort of your HBO shows, and you could throw in Breaking Bad there as well from AMC. But I'm just not into TV shows all that much. I think the last one I saw was The Regime with Kate Winslet. It's also an HBO show, sort of based around a fictional Eastern European country, and so that was rather interesting. It was supposed to be a comedy, but I've got to be honest with you, I didn't find it all that funny. I don't think there were too many funny scenes in it. I think at times it just got a little bit over ridiculous. That's kind of my issue with that show. I thought there was a good idea overall, a good concept. They just weren't quite able to execute it. Which I'd say is probably the case for the last 2 shows I've watched. Westworld is another HBO show I watched a while back, and it had probably one of the best first seasons in TV, and then after that it just fell apart and was a complete disaster. I think by season 3 or 4 they just lost the plot, had no idea what they were doing. Some good balls here by Gagandeep Singh. This is just played off the pads really well. That's going to go away for 4 runs. So just struggling with his line a little bit there. As Gabriele Passeretti will pick up a boundary. Really good shot by him. He, of course, got the chance to strike the winning runs for his side when they beat Kent Lanka yesterday. A great moment for him. Couldn't have happened to a better person as well. terrific figure here in Italian cricket, as we of course have a look at the comparison between these two teams. So the Roma Capannelle look like they'll probably pick up at least a point from this game, but it's unlikely that they will get the victory. That one just stays a little bit low, and the wind has picked up quite a lot. We have some strong gusts just coming in right now. I could just feel the tent shaking quite a bit as those gusts came in. Yeah, some really, really strong gusts. Certainly not going to help Charanjit Singh. Some good bowling here. Gets another Yorker in, of course. The Capannelle, looks like they will pick up a point here. I think their chances, though, of attaining a victory are very, very low, although I think we're now at this point in the ECS where it looks like Capannelle's chances of making it to finals day have all but gone away. This one's going to go over the rope. It's a terrific shot there by Amir Hamza. Very well struck. And now the Capannelle need just one more run to pick up at least a point from this game. Yeah, so I believe some of these gusts we're getting are up to 32 kilometers per hour. This one's going to pop high up, and it's just going to land safely. Yeah, so Dave's saying that he likes watching TV series after they've finished airing so that he can watch 2 episodes at a time. There are a few people who do that. I mean, binge watching is obviously a big thing now, and you know, that's what Netflix does, obviously releasing entire seasons at one time. I think I'm kind of divided on that. On the one hand, you know, if that option is available to me, I'm not going to pretend that I sit there waiting a week to watch the next episode. We just see him play this one into his pads. But I think it does kind of ruin a show when you just binge it, when you go right through it. It doesn't really allow you to enjoy it. I think when you just give it that time to sort of settle in your mind for a few days or a week or whatever, it just allows you to appreciate the story that much more. This one's gone up in the air, and Hashmadinsa just trying to take a catch beyond the boundary rope. Hashmadinsa has struggled with his catching a lot throughout this ECS. If you've been following this series since day one, you'd know some of the issues he's had with his catching. A delightful character, though. Absolutely delightful. I mean, it writes Lucky O on the back of his jersey as well. He's an entertaining character, very colorful character, very fun to watch as well, and somebody who's very well liked in this country. Here's a look at the bowling figures. As you can see, Rajwinder Singh with sensational figures gives up just 13 runs in the 2 overs he bowls. He's the pick of the bowlers. Gagandeep Singh does a stellar job as well. 2 for 12 are the figures he will end up with, as he's not going to get a second over. It looks like they're going to give Muhammad Arshad a chance to bowl his first over in the final over of the innings. Top edged, and is that going to go all the way? Not quite. It's just going to trickle over the rope and go away for a 4. So a couple of boundaries now for Gabriele Passeretti. That one a little bit streaky, but he will take it. Very good afternoon to Jules Uderbridge is joining us in the chat, saying that, of course, you are currently packing for your holidays. Obviously, you said you have your honeymoon coming up very soon, so yeah, certainly very exciting times ahead. This one is struck out towards Gagandeep Singh. That's going to go towards mid-wicket for a single. So Dave saying that he's currently watching the Decameron. Gotta say, I've never heard of that show. Sorry about that, but You're also watching Star Trek, Next Generation, Doctor Who, and Dr. Foster. I have to be honest with you, I haven't seen any of them. I honestly know nothing about Star Trek. I just know it's very popular. That's about it. That's all I know about Star Trek, that it's very popular. Never ever seen it. Really don't know anything about the show, even though it's obviously a bit of a cult classic, as this one's gone up in the air. Should be a catching chance here. And it will be taken. It won't be. I mean, for goodness me, for a second I just assumed he was going to hold on to that catch. That was really surprising. Now, you don't tend to see Royal Roma drop catches like that. It lands into his hands, and I assume it will be taken. And then it's not. Just slightly hard hands for the fielder over there. Didn't quite take that with soft hands as you're meant to. It just pops out of his hands. Yeah, not great. Not great. But it's not going to make too much of a difference to the outcome of this match. Leading edge goes away towards third. Oh, lazy. That's very lazy. That is lazy fielding out in the deep, and that's Kalani Lakanwal. Now, he's not had a great game. Struggled with the bat in the first innings. Come on now. I mean, I get that it's the end of the game, and of course it looks like you're going to win, but you want to get these good habits in, putting your body on the line, especially on a field like this. You don't really want to be foot fielding. You can always put in a dive here, but it's just going to spoil our shots figures, and you have to think about it that way. It is a team game after all, as this one's going to go away for a four. Our shot just missing that leg stump Yorker. He's a little bit unlucky. A catch gets put down in this over, and one that really shouldn't have gone away for a four. It does go away for a four. Royal Roma will take this one very comfortably. They will beat the Capannelle by 19 runs, as Royal Roma will continue to march on, as they will now move up to 27 points, just a couple of points behind Baraka Prato. They've got 3 games left. The gap between them and Roma CC is now 7 points, a 2-point gap between them and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun have played 1 extra game. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. So a big day ahead for the Roma Capannelle. This will be the final match they will play today. They will once again do battle against Kent Lanka Napoli. The Capannelle have won the toss in this game and decided to have a bat first. That match is coming up for you in 25 minutes time. Let's roll the highlights package and have a look at how this innings fared. Here's a look at some key moments in this innings. Of course, Anthony Mosca, you got to say, he tried hard. He tried really, really hard, as Anthony Mosca would make 56 runs of 27 deliveries. Struck 9 boundaries during the course of his innings. Hit 5 fours, 4 sixes. This is a great shot struck over there. Another good shot. It was just a full toss on the pads. The big issue for them, though, was I think during that opening partnership, Emi Ghulam was just far too slow. He made 12 runs of 14 balls, and it just put too much pressure on Anthony Mosca to try to do this whole thing by himself. He was trying to single-handedly win his side the game, but unfortunately, he simply couldn't get it done. We'll have a look at some other key moments here. This was, of course, the wicket that Gagandeep Singh managed to get top bowling. Absolutely sensational. That would, of course, be the end of Emi Ghulam, and then Anthony Mosca would depart shortly afterwards. He wouldn't last much longer. He was cleaned up as well. He did hit a boundary before that, but eventually, you gotta say, Anthony Mosca just had far too much to do. We'll then look at some other shots that were played during the course of this innings. This will be the end of Dane Kirby. He would depart for a golden duck. And that would be a sensational wicket for Gagandeep Singh. Another wicket for him. He's bowled absolutely superbly. And then we would see Amr Hamza make 21 of 11. He struck 3 course sixes during the course of his innings. And Gabriele Passaretti to strike 4 boundaries. Just going to dive back into the chat. I don't tend to do this during a highlights package, but yeah, I know what Star Wars is. I've seen Star Wars a number of times. You're not going to get me with the whole Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader are lead characters in Star Trek. Yeah, that's not going to get me, all right? I've seen the Star Wars films. And of course, nope, not seen Dune. I have not seen Dune. I know everyone's obsessed with that. Listen to a podcast where the characters on that podcast are just obsessed with Dune. And anytime they start making Dune references, it just flies right over my head. We'll have a look at the scorecard here for the Roma Capannelle. We'll end up with 116 runs. Anthony Mosca making 56 of 27. Emi Ghulam just a bit too slow at the start, and I think that just contributed to the pressure that Anthony Mosca played. I think we could maybe look back and wonder if they could have retired him earlier. Would this have made things a bit more interesting? What if someone like Amir Hamza came a little bit earlier in the innings? Could the Roma Capannelle have had a chance to win this game? I think that's a question we're going to have to ask ourselves, and it's something that might be worth debating during this match break. Of course, hindsight is 2020 after all. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures, and the pick of the bowlers here has to be Rajwinder Singh, giving up just 13 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Gagandeep Singh was superb as well, got 2 wickets in the sole over he bowled and gave up just 12 runs. Match 44 is officially in the books. Royal Roma have beaten the Roma Capannelle by 19 runs. Join us again in 22 minutes time when we'll bring you our second match of the day, our fourth match of the day, beg your pardon, featuring the Roma Capannelle and Kent Lanka.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back. It's time for match 45. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 45 with Kent Napoli versus Roma Capannelle. Roma Capannelle to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We'll have a bat first.
Roma Capannelle won the toss. We'll bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So the Roma Capannelle are going to have a bat first. It's been a difficult day for them so far, and we were wondering if they could just get on a bit of a roll after getting those 2 wins yesterday, in particular that big win against Roma CC, the biggest upset of this ECS so far. They batted well in their first innings of this day's play, but that they just lost their momentum since then. Things haven't quite worked out for them, and as things stand, I'd have to say that Roma Capannelle are out of the running to make it to finals day. We'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Kent Lanka and the Roma Capannelle. And as you can see, Kent Lanka, of course, they're led by Vishal Senanayaka, who has been superb for them throughout this ECS, making the impact with both the bat and ball in hand. And at the price of just 6, he is an absolute bargain for your fantasy team. We then turn our attention to the Roma Capannelle, and Anthony Mosca, you have to say the same for him. Playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. Many people didn't know if he'd be successful, but we all knew. Those of us who've been following the Italian game knew that this man would come in here and have no time adjusting. He's a superb international cricketer for Italy. He's played plenty of club cricket over in England and Australia, and that's why you can get him at a big bargain of 6 as well. He's got 420 points for his side so far. Ahmed Hamza has been pretty solid as well. Good batting and bowling by him. Anthony Mosca, of course, coming into this side a lot later in this series, and he was instrumental in helping them get the 2 wins they have had so far in this ECS. So we'll now turn our attention to the win predictor for the upcoming match. The Roma Capannelle, interestingly enough, are favorites heading into this game. That is rather odd. They, of course, did beat Kent Lanka yesterday, but I would say the way things have panned out today, you would have to go with maybe Kent Lanka as slight favorites, or, well, either way, I'd say these teams are pretty evenly matched, so none of that matters too much. And here we go. It's time for the first ball. Starts off with an absolutely massive wide, so he gets that one completely wrong. Of course, a very good afternoon to everyone joining us in the chat. There's been a lot of activity during the match break, and I will try to catch up with a lot of the things you have said. So, of course, going back, Julian Dawson saying I have many gaps in my cultural viewing because I haven't seen Star Trek, and of course, you're very disappointed I hadn't seen the old Mary Poppins film. No, I've never seen it. I'm not a big TV show watcher. As I said, I'm also not that much into sci-fi either, to be perfectly honest with you. I think the only real sci-fi thing I've seen is I've watched the Star Wars films, and that's about it. And honestly, I didn't even watch all the new trilogy because I didn't find it all that good. Of course, when I do mean the new trilogy, I mean the one after Disney got it and J.J. Abrams was directing it. Wasn't really a fan of that. Saw the first film, didn't like Kylo Ren, didn't bother watching the others. This one's just struck away, and it's going to go straight to the fielder at cover. And then, of course, Helix was trying to trick me by saying that Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader were Star Trek characters. I'm not that bad, right? I do know that much. And a big swing and a miss there by Anthony Mosca, and is there an edge there? Senanayaka feels convinced that there might be an edge involved, but there is absolutely none. Let's have one more look at this. He will swipe across the line. He just gets that extra bit of bounce as well. And it's gone over the bat. It's No edge involved, looks pretty clear. Yeah, so Johnny talking about DVR. I never really used DVR. I think I honestly don't know too much about it either. I think now with all the streaming services you have, it's kind of pointless. I mean, I do understand you wake up 7:45 a.m. just to turn it on and record all the shows that you seem to have done. Yeah, it's kind of pointless now. I mean, you've got so many streaming services. You know, everyone's going for cord cutting nowadays, and obviously if you can VPN a little bit as well, you're certainly in a good advantage. This one struck firmly towards mid-off, and that was a chance for a beat. It certainly was a catching opportunity. You can put that down as a drop chance. It was struck very firmly towards him. It was always going to be tough to take. It was going to be a tough chance, and he's tried his best in the end. He really has. Yeah, he's just rehearsing how he should have caught that one. It's just, when it's around that height, it's a very uncomfortable height to have to take that catch around that kind of region where he was looking to hold on to it. He's still rehearsing how he should have caught it. It's been a couple of balls and a beat. Is still practicing how he should have taken that catch. Still playing in his mind. End of the first over. The Roma Capannelle will get just 4 runs off this first over. Good bowling by Senanayaka. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Rome for the last week, and the Cricketing Carnival will continue on the European Cricket Network. This is an absolutely massive week, of course. So Charlie Hunt is currently making his way over to Malta for the coverage of the Valletta Cup, and of course later this week we have the Netherlands Tri-Series featuring 3 world. Never actually hide Sky myself, but there's many different streaming options. Now, in particular, if you invest into a VPN, you can open up a plethora of different services. I think, particularly for American TV. You know, if you look into things like Fubo, get a good VPN, connect to any American VPN, and with something like Fubo or any other service, you could have access to a number of different channels, which is absolutely great. And in terms of recording services and shows as well, it's really good. Now look to go over cover. Does it have enough to go away for 4? Looks like it does. That's going to go away to the boundary, so he just gets his bat underneath that one, Mosca, and it goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, great shot over there. Really nice shot. Yeah, exactly, Jules. Why do you need all those different channels? We've got European Cricket Network here, almost 365 days of cricket a year. More than 300 days of action. We're on air for at least 12 to 14 hours every day. Thousands of cricket matches a year. And we're free. We're right here on YouTube for all of you to watch. Very good afternoon to Timothy Lucas, who's joining us. This one is played away very nicely, and that's just going to hit the top of the fence. Really nicely played. Once again, Mosca is always just looking to shuffle across and target that leg side boundary. That's just his initial trigger movement, and then once he gets across, he's got such fast hands that he can just play across the line so beautifully and hit it away for a boundary. Gonna look to go big again this time. He's going over fine leg, and that looks like it's gonna go away for a 6 as well. So another great shot here for Mosca. He's always looking to target that boundary. Very well struck. Like to just dig that one in a little bit shorter. And he has managed to find a way to just send it over the rope for 6. Oh, slower ball over there by Thamira. Slower ball, great variation. That's certainly bamboozled Mosca. Great change of pace. Very good deception. Here's a look at the standings as we, of course, have a look at the Roma Capannelle and the Kent Lanka Napoli Cricket Club. Both of them currently sitting at the bottom of the table, and well, Kent Lanka need to get a move on, otherwise their chances of making it into the top 5 will start to diminish as well. I think as things stand, it's very unlikely that we'll see the Capannelle on Friday during finals day. There we go. Cheyenne Fernando coming into bowl. The final over of the power play. Oh, hit straight back towards Fernando. He gets a hand to it, and they're going to have to run fast and run hard. But they'll pick up the single. Let's have one more look at this. It's just hit straight back towards Fernando. He gets a hand to it. This one is just blocked out very nicely there by Mosca. Good bowling here by Cheyenne Fernando. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, getting behind that ball very well there, Mosca, and blocking it out. You'd have to say these two teams, this game is much more important for Kent Lanka than it is for the Capannelle. The Capannelle are kind of playing for pride in this match, whereas the Kent Lanka, they need to get this win to keep their chances of making it to finals day alive. This one is struck over long on, and what an effort! What a sensational effort! Exceptional fielding, but he's not going to be able to stop that from going for a 6. Oh, Hishan Shaminda certainly put in a great deal of effort to try to get to this. Oh, well, if he had been able to save that, that would have been absolutely exceptional and would have been doing the rounds on the highlights reel for ages. Superb athletic display by Shaminda. He's going to go big over here, goes over extra cover. Does it have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does. And Mosca will strike back-to-back boundaries. 6 out of 4. Gets this one away over extra cover, and Abid gave that a good chase, but he's not quite able to get to it. Yeah, so Cheyenne Fernando obviously been a new addition to this Kent Lanka team. Didn't get a chance to bowl much during last year's ECS, just the 4 overs. But whenever he has bowled, he's been really, really impressive. Good economy rate both in this year's ECS and the last one, but that economy rate is getting spoilt in this over. Huge hit over there, and oh, looks like that's Gyan Kirby who's going to chase that one. Now, young Gyan had him on comms earlier in this tournament. Very talented young cricketer and another exciting prospect for Italian cricket. Yeah, that one's gone into the nets once again. Huge shot there. "17 runs off this Fernando over so far. We've still got a ball to come. It's the most expensive over we have seen so far this innings. Fernando, though, you feel he has to go Yorker here. Can he just get one to swing back in to Mosca? Now Mosca moves so far across, and this time he'll look to advance. And Fernando just looks to dig that one in a little bit short, and it's going to go away for 4 byes. So it's a good idea here by Cheyenne Fernando. He sees Mosca advancing and looks to dig it in short, but the keeper just isn't quite able to get to that one. Stefan Kanhala is unable to stop it. It goes away for 4 byes. Those runs are not going to be credited against Cheyenne Fernando, but it is 21 runs off this over. Here's a look at the teams across both these sides. Of course, Roma Capannelle, led by Emi Goulam. Leandro Beranger is unavailable for this match, so it's going to be Emi Goulam captaining the side in his stead. And of course, Kent Lunka Napoli are captained by Danushka Silva, who's not wicket-keeping in this match. He often does. Instead, the gloves are with Stefano Canhala. It's 41 runs in the power play for the Roma Capannelle. Once again, thanks to some great batting by Anthony Mosca. Emi Goulam, skipper, just a little bit slow to start things off here. 1 run of 4 balls, and his slow start really cost his side the game against Royal Roma in the previous match we had. It was very slow out of the gates, and that just built so much pressure on Anthony Mosca, who felt like he had to try to smack everything for 6, and that eventually led to his demise. This time around, though, Goulam, he's not going to hit big shots. He needs to at least try to get singles and doubles and rotate the strike. A little bit of an inside edge on that one, and I'll take a single here, and Anthony Mosca will come back on strike. Brings Anthony Mosca on strike, and this is a great matchup here. The 2 star players from both sides going up against each other. Vishal Senanayaka, big star for Kent Lunka, against the big star for the Capannelle, and this time around, it's going to be the Mosca who's going to smash him for 6, so great strike over there. Senanayaka just looking to dig this one in short end. He's picked up the length very quickly over there, and flat batted this one straight down the ground, over long on. Oh, so I think it's just something with his bat over here, something with the toe end of his bat. He's just going to have the umpire, ask the umpire to have a look at it, and maybe he will request a new bat. Just having a look at that dugout for the Roma Capannelle. And somebody, I think, might just be rushing out with a new bat. And there it is. So, well, there's the 12th man. It's the Leandro Beranger, who's normally the captain for this Roma Capannelle side. He's at the 12th man for this match. And I think it's just something with the bat tape as well. Yeah, so maybe they're just going to work on that bat in the dugout, and in the meantime, Anthony Mosca will just play with this one. Nice slower ball there by Senanayaka, and Mosca will just block that one out. So 2 balls to come in this over. Now it's going to be a fun battle. Gotta say, Senanayaka, despite that 6, is winning this battle. He's given up just 10 runs, and the 10 deliveries he's bowled. Now once again, a slower ball. This could be a chance for a wicket. It is going to be a wicket, and Mosca will take this round. Will lose this round to Senanayaka. Senanayaka gets his wicket, and in the Battle of the Stars, it is Senanayaka who is going to come out on top. He gets rid of Anthony Mosca. We'll take another look at this. Slower ball once again. Mosca has to wait an age. He's just a bit too late on that one. Far too late. Wasn't quite able to get the timing. And it's top edged and taken very comfortably. A good catch. Kent Lunka pick up a crucial wicket. And they've got the star man for this Capannelle side. It's going to be Dane Kirby coming in to bat at number 3. He's played some handy cameos throughout the course of this ECS, and now be looking to go on and play one big innings for his side. Got a decent platform here, the Roma Capannelle. Going at a very good run rate of 12.5. And oh, well, that is left, so a little bit odd. Don't tend to see that in T10 cricket, although Dane Kirby does have a couple of leaves in him early in his innings. And yeah, look at that, nice exaggerated leave over there. Rare sight in T10 cricket. As we come to the end of the fourth over. 48 for 1, terrific over there by Vishal Senanayaka, just 7 runs off it. As we can see, the Roma Capannelle are going at exactly 12 and over. There we go. It's going to be a beat coming into bowl, the 5th over of this innings. Pushed away towards cover. That one is blocked out. So good ball here to start off by a beat. And well, Emi Gulam is the captain. And at what point does he make the call over here? Keep in mind, in the last match as well, Emi Gulam's slow batting potentially cost his side a win in that game, because he obviously had at the one end, Anthony Mosca was going along at a terrific strike rate, but Emi Gulam was just chewing up far too many dot balls. And that really slowed down his side's rate during that chase. He's currently on 3 of 8. I mean, he's the captain after all. And at some point, does he decide to pull the plug and retire himself? Can't be batting like this in a T10 match, especially when they do have some other batters in there. They could push someone like Gabriele Passaretti up the order, and of course Amir Hamza, who batted superbly in the last match, made 21 runs of 11 balls. And you look back at that game and the number of balls that Emi Gulam faced, which if I recall he made 16 of 18. Imagine if Amir Hamza had maybe faced another 7 or 8 extra balls. He made 21 of 11. Let's say it continued to go at that strike rate and ended up at, say, 36 or 40. How different could that game have been? Maybe, just maybe they would have won the match. Not saying they would, but there certainly would have been a chance, and I think sometimes they're going to have to make these harsh calls at Roma Capannelle. If you got a couple of batters who are just not quite able to go at the run rate your side needs, maybe, just maybe, you need to make those tough calls and retire a few batters. A lovely movement back in there by a beat, and it just ricochets off his hands onto Emi Gulam. He just goes to give him a pat on the back. We'll have a look at this. Well, we've seen the ball ricochet onto the stumps in the past, get some lovely in swing, and then, well, look where that's caught Emi Gulam. Dangerously close, eh? Oh, he just gets some bat on that one, Kirby. Just about get some bat on that. Well, that could have potentially been a wicket-taking delivery, but Kirby just gets some bottom edge on that, as the Roma Capannelle find themselves 50 for 1 halfway through this innings. Once again, we've got another close game between these two teams. I think looking at these first 5 overs, you'd say that this match is hanging finely in the balance. The one concern, though, for the Roma Capannelle is that they have slowed down massively after that great start Anthony Mosca got them off to. And if you look back at the previous game, which they lost against Royal Roma, it came down to some crucial decisions they failed to make, maybe didn't have the courage to make, when of course we saw key batters going along at a very slow strike rate, and they didn't pull those batters, and that ultimately came back to bite them back in the final overs. And it might be time to make that call here again. they might actually have to make that call because I mean, these two batters out there, they are taking a long time to settle in. Let's just take a look at how things have slowed down for them these last few overs. They have managed to make just 10 runs. 10 runs of the last 13 deliveries. They were 41 for no loss at the end of the power play. Nice hard length here by Cheyenne Fernando, and I mean, credit to Kent Lunka. I mean, they're bowling very tightly here. Good lines and lengths. Bowling with great accuracy, and well, it's up to the Roma Capannelle to do something. These two batters have got to make some adjustments, or if they can't do it, they need to get out of the way and let someone else come in. Someone like Ahmed Hamza, someone like Passaretti. They're going to look to go big here, and finally a boundary for the Capannelle, the first boundary in 2 overs. And it's been exactly 12 deliveries since we last saw a boundary. Clears that front leg, just gets that front shoulder out of the way, and it allows him to swing through the line, gets that nice arc. As he hits it through cover, Emigula with a much needed boundary. I think we're just waiting for one of the balls to be fetched back. Cheyenne Fernando has a ball in hand, so should be good to go. Shorter delivery over there by Cheyenne Fernando. Nice length, just banging that one in. And it's caught out Emigulam, and I think that's the way to use the shorter ball. Just occasionally use it to surprise the batter. You don't want to get obsessed with it and try banging everything in short. Might be worth taking another look at this one again. Yeah, perfectly fine. They're just getting that nice bit of bounce. Good delivery. Very hard length to face. It's probably better off trying to maybe play these on the back foot and looking to either punch them through the offside or go for a pull shot. Oh, this is better. This is better, but it's going to go straight to the fielder. However, he stepped over the rope, and oh, very unfortunate for him. Very unfortunate for him. It's got a feel for a guy out in the deep. It's Ishan Shaminda. It's the second time that he has put in a great effort out in the deep, but just been unable to stop the 6. We, of course, saw that great diving athletic effort earlier. What a shame. What an absolute shame. I mean, Shaminda's certainly trying his best out in the deep. Dave asking if Gulam is the captain, will he take himself off? We'll find out. We will find out. He's hit a couple of boundaries now, so I don't think that's going to happen now. It's. I think now he feels like he's probably just managed to get some form in here, and can he accelerate? Nice variation there by Abid. Doesn't end up too far from the stumps. Just rolls his fingers across that ball there, Abid, and ever so close to the leg stump. Yeah, Abid, very handy cricketer. Very solid cricketer. He bowls well. He's got good height, so he gets that extra bit of bounce as well. He's got a few variations as well, which can always challenge the batter. Nice length over there. Gets that Yorker length ball in, and Kirby's only able to push that one away for a single. So look at these last few overs. That run rate just continues to dip. The expected score is now gone down to 105, and after that flying start in the power play, Well, things are just starting to get uglier here for the Capannelle. That's going to be given a wide. Doesn't quite get that one right there, Abid. Is unable to catch a little bit of that red tram line. It's a good idea. You can see what he's trying to do, but he's just unable to execute it. Well, I managed to hit a 6 and a 4 in the previous over by Cheyenne Fernando. Let's see if he's just batted himself into a bit of form. Oh, great ball. Big appeal there, but probably just going down the leg side. There's a big question mark over here. They're asking if there was some bat involved. I don't think that matters, though. It's probably going down the leg side anyway, so. Oh, this is great bowling. This is great bowling. A good wicket keeping there as well by Stefano Canhala. Watch how he just dives across to make sure that doesn't go away for byes. Yeah, many a wicketkeeper would have let that one slip by them, so he needs tons of credit for that. Sensational bit of wicket keeping and very good bowling by Usman Abid, who's hitting this Yorker with great consistency, I think, especially here in Rome with the extra bit of bounce on this surface. I feel the Yorker is an extremely underused delivery. Most of the balls just want to bang it in short all the time. But Abid's really going for those Yorker length balls, and that's a good idea. It's a good idea again. Now he just sees Ghulam shuffling across. That leg stump is exposed, and Abid's just trying to get that leg stump, but he's missed out on it. Yeah, not too far away. Good idea though. Very good idea though, and I think he's a fine bowler, Abid. He's a really smart cricketer. Struck away, goes out towards cover, and it's going to be a single, so just the one run over there. This is very nice bowling by Kent Lanka. I think we can comment a little bit about whether the Capannelle have been playing the right way in their maybe slightly negative approach, but don't take any credit away from this Kent Lanka side. They have bowled superbly. They're bowling with great consistency since the power play. This one is just played across the line. Has he found the gap over here, Kirby? He has. So they get this one away for a 4. They needed that boundary. They really did. Boundaries have dried up. Just the 3 boundaries the last 3 overs. That one will get away, so a 4 right at the end of the over. A good over nonetheless for Usman Abid. Only 8 runs come off it. So we're just 4 days away now from the Meltle Shield, a historic moment in women's cricket as the British and Irish Roses are set to do battle against Team Europe. A big congratulations to all the girls who have made it to the squad, and it will certainly be a great moment for them as they will, of course, take part in this massive, massive tournament here at the Roma Cricket Ground. So we're now going to see new bowler introduced into the attack. Time to make a bowling change here. Pereira coming into bowl. Now just clips that one away off his pads. Really nicely played there by Ami Ghulam. Very good shot. Just got a touch too straight over there, Pereira. And Ghulam, who was just walking across, gets a little bit of bat on it, helps it along down towards fine leg. Glorious, glorious stroke. This one is struck away. Does it have enough to clear the rope? Has he got it this time? Yes, he has. That is great for Shaminda. He has come close a number of times. He's put in some great efforts out in the field. But this time he'll finally hold on to a catch and get rid of Emi Ghulam. Well held onto by a terrific fielder. You can see that Ghulam looking to go over long on. And he keeps his balance there. Doesn't go over the rope this time. And that is going to be another wicket. So the second wicket falls for the Roma Capannelle. He struggled. He's really struggled, Emi Gulam. And I think the big question will be, should he have retired himself out? I think there's been a few times over these last couple of matches when his run rate has just been a touch too slow, and he has hurt his side by spending time out in the middle. Of course, he made 16 of just 18 balls in the previous match when Moscow was looking to accelerate, and this time he makes just a run of ball 18, which slows their team down an awful lot after the flying start they got. This is rather interesting. So they're going to push Ijaz Ahmed to number 4. I wonder if they just want to give a few other players a chance to bat, because you would have thought that they would go for someone like Amir Hamza, who of course batted really, really nicely in the last match, made 21 runs of 11 balls. Could have even gone for someone like a Passaretti. Really, it felt like Amir Hamza had earned this spot and earned the right to bat in this position, and maybe even a little further up the order. Takes that one in a little bit shorter there, but getting plenty of bounce. Just going to have a look at this again, check the height on this ball. Well, couldn't, really should have been the one for the over. And yeah, it's been given the one for the over. So another one above the shoulder, and it's going to be a no ball. It's gone up in the air. Pereira has fallen over after bowling that, and it's going to land safely. I just wonder if Pereira was on his feet, would he have had a chance to maybe get a cotton ball here? Just let's stay on this camera right here. Look where that ball lands. Look where that ball lands. It's not too far from the edge of the screen. It would have been tough. It would have been really tough. I mean, it would have been quite a feat if he'd been able to get to it. Maybe in all honesty, I think even if Pereira was on his feet, it would have been a tough chance. Oh, just gets an inside edge on that, and is this got enough to go away for a 4? Not quite. A little bit of French cricket or a couple of runs. Now this gets the toe end of his bat, and this is going to go out towards third, so it's going to be a single to end the over. Kirby will keep strike heading into the penultimate over as the Roma Capannelle find themselves 75 for 2, and they've got a lot to do over these next couple of overs to even get to 100. And this is very disappointing for a side who are at 41 at the end of the power play. No one's really clicked outside of Anthony Mosca. I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated in that dugout, having batted as well as he did early in the innings. They've just not been able to capitalize on the good start that he gave his team. Timira is going to come into bowl the penultimate over. Oh dear. Oh dear. He's got that one badly wrong. Very badly wrong. Let's have one look at this. That is massive. That is a massive beamer. So no balls coming up here. A free hit. It's also his one for the over because that was above shoulder height. Oh dear. Very poor start for Timira. And they're not going to capitalize on the free hit. They will not capitalize on the free hit. Ahmad just lets that one go past him. Oh, it's very negative batting here by the Roma Capannelle. I mean, that is never going to be a wide. He's obviously just moving laterally across the crease, looking to make some room, but... Oh, what is going on here? Very, very odd. I mean, that's a first. To see someone not even play a shot to a free hit. Especially that when that was well inside the tram line. This is just played away towards the offside. Does it have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does, so that's going to be a boundary there for Ahmad. And they need a lot more of those. They need a lot more of those, the Capannelle. It opens the face of the bat there. That one goes away for 4 runs. Need to start stringing together a few more boundaries here. Is there something there? Thamira seems to think there was an edge, and the keeper is absolutely convinced. And it's good to see that Thamira is aware of the situation regarding the clock. Oh, inside edge, and is that going to go away for a 4? It certainly will. It's a bit of French cricket here, as that one goes away towards the boundary. So making some runs off their edges are the Roma Capannelle. We'll have one more look at this. He's just, again, trying to go towards that mid-wicket region, catches the inside edge of the bat, and goes away towards fine leg for a 4. So he's got enough time here to bowl this final ball, and credit to Thamira for getting this over in. Inside late time, so it's going to be a single to end the over. The Roma Capannelle find themselves 86 for 2. Here's a look at the bowling card for the Kent Lanka Napoli side. It's probably going to be Vanilla Pereira bowling this final over. Just bowled superbly in the 8th over, gave just 6 runs and managed to pick up a wicket as well. It's a good fiery bowler, someone who hits the deck hard. Here we go. We're into the final over of this innings. Roma Capannelle need another 14 runs to even get to 100. And this is going to be struck away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. This is played out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, it's going to be another single, so. Got him. He's got him over there. Just a little inside edge onto the stumps. And Pereira will pick up his 2nd wicket. A big broad smile for him. He has bowled superbly in the death. And the Capannelle, well, can they even get to the 90s at this stage the way they're batting? That's going to be the end for him. Very unfortunate. No one really has been able to click for this Roma Capannelle side. Really, it's been a difficult outing for this Capannelle team. Ijaz Ahmed departs having made a run on ball 11. Kirby is there on 9 of 12. And it just really makes you wonder. I mean, they've got the likes of Amir Hamza in there. They've got Gabriele Passaretti. Both of them coming off good innings against a very strong Royal Roma side. And this one is struck away by Amir Hamza. He's just going to get a single off this ball, so it brings Dane Kirby on strike. Well, at least Amir Hamza doesn't end up chewing too many dot balls. He'll get a run out of it. Yeah, question here from Jules Udebridge asking whether the Meltel Shield is the T10 or T20. Played out towards mid-wicket. It is 9 T10 matches over the weekend, so it's going to be 9 T10 games, 5 on Saturday and 4 on Sunday. Very similar to when we have the ECIs as well, so it's going to follow that sort of a format. So 5 T10 matches on Saturday and 4 on Sunday, featuring, of course, Team Europe against the British and Irish Roses. Oh, it's a big appeal over here, and the umpire is going to raise the slow finger of death. And that is going to be a wicket. Hamza, well, just didn't really have enough balls to make an impact on this game. According to the umpire, that one's going to go on to probably hit the top of the leg stump. We'll have a look at this from a couple of different angles. Yeah, so according to the umpire, it's probably going to just go on to hit the top of the leg stump. It's a rather close call, you have to say. It's a very close call. We'll just check over here whether height might be an issue on that. Maybe just clipping the top of the leg stump. So you can call that one umpire's call. It's a very tight decision for sure. As Vanilla Pereira will bowl a sensational final over. Just 4 runs come off it. He gets a couple of wickets as well. And what a superb fight back by this Kent Lanka side. They give up just 49 runs after the end of the power play. So they went at 7 and over after making 41 runs inside the power play. The Capannelle really slowed down mightily. We'll now turn our attention to the highlights of this innings, and of course there was a chance there for a beat to take a catch to get rid of the danger man Anthony Mosca, and if he'd been able to hold on to the catch, well, I think this Roma Capannelle side would have really struggled to even get into the 70s or 80s. It was really all about Mosca, and the runs he managed to make inside the power play were really what managed to propel this Capannelle side to something respectable. This was, of course, a big moment with Shine Fernando. He was decided to go there for the run-out opportunity. Just taking a look at some of these shots, and of course that was a superb flying of effort by Shaminda. He'd make a couple of good efforts while he was out in the field. There was a chance later in this innings when he thought he'd been able to prevent a 6, but he just stepped over the rope as he went to take the catch. He would eventually, though, take a catch later in the innings. He'd take a catch to get rid of Emi Ghulam. We will see that during the course of this highlights package. This would be the end for Anthony Mosca. It was Senanayaka going up against Mosca, the 2-star players of their teams doing battle, and Anthony Mosca won this battle against. And here, of course, is just a pat on the back there by Abid. After, of course, the ball just ricocheted off his hands onto Emi Ghulam. This is a good strike there by Emi Ghulam. He managed to hit a couple of boundaries during this over. Yeah, that was the moment I was just mentioning earlier where Shaminda just stepped over the rope as he went to take the catch. Tough one. Real tough one. Another great strike. This one over long on and very well taken by Shaminda out in the deep. He put in some good fielding efforts, and it was good to see him get a catch that he so richly deserved. They'd struggle, though, at the end. They really did. They just couldn't quite get it going at any point during this innings, the Roman Capannelle. As I mentioned, their run rate after the power play was just 7. Looking at the last 4 overs, well, you'd be amazed that they managed to make just 29 runs off the last 4 overs. The overs where you'd think they just want to accelerate a little bit, but they were simply unable to do that. And this would be another wicket that Vanilla Pereira took. 3 wickets is what he got in the end. He caught Ahmed Hamza LBW on the last ball of the innings. We'll, of course, now wrap up this highlights package and take a look at the scorecard of this innings. So the top scorer for the Roma Capannelle was Anthony Mosca with 39 runs of 17 deliveries. And if you look outside of him, nobody was really able to get going. Emi Ghulam spent far too much time out in the middle, made 18 runs of the 18 balls he faced. He also had Dane Kirby making just 10 runs of 13 deliveries. I think, you look at that innings, there's far too many players who simply couldn't get going at the rate they needed to. And maybe, just maybe, Emi Ghulam should have been a little bit more ruthless and retired a few guys out, including himself, in all honesty. Here's a look at the bowling figures for Kent, Lanka, Napoli, and Vishal Senanayaka, both superbly. Figures of 1 for 10. Oman Abid was hitting the Yorker with such great consistency, and then Vanilla Pereira deserves a ton of credit for the way he bowled in the death. Just 10 runs given up and 3 wickets taken in overs 8 and 10. So we've come halfway through match 45, and the Capannelle have set a target of 91 for Kent, Lanka. Join us in a very brief amount of time when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and the Roma Capannelle set a target of 91 for Kent Lanka Napoli. Now I've got a big piece of news about the start of this innings, but of course before we progress with that, we'll have a look at the bonus point equation. So as you can see, the bonus point is well and truly on here for Kent Lanka. They could achieve this in 7 overs or less if they get a good innings here from Senanayaka. And I think looking at that latter scenario, it's highly unlikely that we see the Capannelle restrict this Kent Lanka side to 63 or less. Well, here is a big piece of news. 5 penalty runs have been awarded to Kent Lanka because a batter from the Roma Capannelle side took more than 60 seconds to go out to the middle. So that is huge. That is absolutely huge, and that means they will need 86 runs. So it's now 86 runs needed, 60 deliveries for Kent Lanka. And if you just do a quick math over here, that is about 12.3 and over they need to go at to pick up the bonus point. That is very, very doable for Kent Lanka. And I think they have to go for the bonus point here. They have to push for it. And Ijaz Ahmed will start off with a dot ball. So I like this move here to bring Ijaz Ahmed on to bowl the first over. They've got a left-hander out in the middle, and they're bringing on the off-spinner from the very first ball. I like this aggressive captaincy. Really good. As they get a couple of dot balls in over here, so 2 left-handers to open the batting here for Kent Lanka Napoli. And the Capannelle go in with the off-spinner, so yeah, smart thinking here by the captain, Emi Gulam. This one's gone up in the air. This is huge. Absolutely massive. It's over-pitched that ball. It was in the slot. It was there to be hit. And Shaminda has sent this one away. Over long off. Huge hit. Massive 6. Yeah, so just a quick reminder over here about what's at stake. Kent Lanka are playing in their 8th match of this ECS, so they'll have 6 games after this one. Oh, a big swing and a miss there by Shaminda. So a normal victory in this gets them to 13 points, which would tie them with Bologna, and the two sides have played the same number of games. A bonus point takes them one above Bologna, and that means they have a good chance to catch up with the Gladiatori. So Kent Lanka, they have to go for the bonus point here. I think if they don't get the bonus point, it'll be very tough, or certainly significantly more challenging for them to grab that 5th spot to make it to finals day. It's incredible. It's just been amazing, the fact that game after game just seems to have so many different ramifications for the standings. This is just pushed away towards cover, and Senanaika will pick up a single. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. It's been 83 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was all the way back in Croatia during the ECSW, in a match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. We've not had a men's golden ball since all the way back midway through June. It was around the 13th or 14th of June we had the last men's golden ball. Is somewhere around there, back in the ECS in Cyprus. So gone 3 men's ECS now without seeing a golden ball. Well, this one is a little bit too short, and it's going to be pummeled away. Goes all the way for a 6. It just sits up nicely there for Senanaika, who is able to flat bat that one over mid-wicket. Not a good ball there by Bandaranaika. Just pitches it far too short, and it's set up nicely for him to slog away. And once again, he's looking to go big, but he hasn't quite been able to get a hold of that one, so it's just going to be a single. He's just a little bit cramped for room there to play that shot. Up in the air, top edge, chance to take a catch, and it will be taken. Huge wicket. Shaminda will depart, and Bandaranaika will get his man. Oh, look at him. He's absolutely delighted having taken that catch. I think that's the 12th man who has been brought on. I'll try to get you his identity. Here we go. So it's going to be a bead coming in at number 3. I like this. I really do. Positive approach. We know that a bead is somebody who plays very attacking cricket, and I like the fact that they pushed him up the order. I have to say one thing about this Kent Lanka side is tactically, they're a side who are very open to making adjustments, whether it is to their bowling or to their batting lineup. And they pushed a beat up to number 3, knowing that he's somebody who's capable of making some quick runs. And Bandaranaika will start off by bowling a dot ball over here. It's just going to be dabbed towards point. Yeah, so a couple of spinners to open the attack. Very interesting. Not something you tend to see too often, but they're going to have to do a few tricks here, and this could be out. This could be in some trouble. Abid's already been stumped at one point in this innings, and we'll now have a look at this to confirm. Good ball there by Bandaranaika. Gets enough spin there to beat him. And now let's just have a look at this here, side on. Oh, I think he's gone. I think he's gone, and he's going to be stumped for the 2nd time today. Once again, he has his man, Gabriele Passaretti. He stumped him for the 2nd time today. Yeah, let's just freeze this right at the point when the bat is in the air, just to confirm that he is out. And have a look at this. Let's just rock back one frame. There it is. His bat's in the air. The bails have come off, and that is going to be out. So, brilliant work, sharp work by Gabriele Passaretti. And terrific work over there by Spring Productions as well. Reynes, of course, pushing the keys today. He's in the director's seat. He got you that replay. So, yeah, so here's a look at the amount of penalty runs that have been given. Of course, these penalty runs were awarded not for the overs not being bowled in time. They were awarded because of the fact that the batter was unable to make it out there within 60 seconds or less. And so Ahmed will continue over here. Bowled pretty decently in the first over, gave up just 8 runs. And you have to say, this is a fairly good start here for the Roma Capannelle. Senanayaka is still out there, which is good news for Kent Lanka. And while he's out there, they'll certainly fancy their chance to win and maybe even get this within the next 5 overs. But if he departs, if they're able to get his wicket, it's game on. It absolutely is game on here at the Roma Cricket Ground. This one is struck away towards cover, and it's going to go away for a 4, so good shot there by Senanayaka. Very nicely played, just rocks back and strokes this through the cover boundary. Nicely played, rocks back and plays that one really, really beautifully. And we'll just block that one out. So, yeah, good bowling here. This is going to be a fun battle between Senanayaka and Ahmed. This was hit towards long off, and it's too hot to handle there for Anthony Mosca. It gets past him and goes away for a 4. A beautiful stroke through the line, very nicely hit. And yeah, Anthony Mosca is a terrific fielder. You don't tend to see him make mistakes like that. That blocks that one out again, so it's a couple of boundaries, a couple of dot balls. Third over comes to an end. Kent Lanka are 28 for 2, so obviously a lot slower than what the Roma Capannelle were at this stage. They were 41 for no loss. The Capannelle were off to the perfect start inside the power play, but then as you can see, the Capannelle just slowed down massively during those middle overs. They went at exactly 7 and over for the rest of the innings after the conclusion of the power play. And as things stand, Kent Lanka, they required just about what they needed to be, but when this inning started, especially because they got those penalty runs, I think most of us thought that they should really push and try to get that bonus point victory to give themselves a chance of making it to finals day. They've obviously got to try to catch up with the Gladiatori, who are currently sitting in 5th place. Oh, that was so close to the stops at Bandaranayaka. Look at him. Slams the floor in disbelief. How close was that? How close was that? Oh, just over the leg stump. And Bandaranayaka can't believe that he hasn't got a wicket. This is good bowling, though, by him. Very good bowling. And Senanayaka, he's really trying to get underneath the ball. He's looking to muscle it away over the rope, but this is just a very good length. It's an awkward length for him to play, so and good bowling by the Capannelle. This one just played into the pitch. And that is going to be a dot ball. Let's just take another look at this. Sensational bowling here. Very good by Bandaranaike. This is an absorbing battle. Oh, but he's going to win this one here. Senanaike is going to get that one away for a 6. Just got that one slightly wrong there, Bandaranaike. Just gave Senanaike a little too much width. Senanaike just shuffling across and has bashed that one away. Great shot by a terrific player. And they needed that 6. They really did. He's got one ball to come in this 4th over. 9 runs off it so far. Let's toss one up. It's a good length over there, and he's not quite able to dig that one out, so it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So they start off with a double spin attack. They use a couple of spinners to bowl the first 4 overs, and it has worked really, really well. So a tactical masterstroke here by Emi Gulam. As Kent Lankanapoli find themselves just 37 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. And of course, keep in mind, 5 of those 37 runs have come courtesy of penalty runs that were awarded in the first innings. Well, hello to you too, Jacob Jake Stewart. Thank you very much for joining us in the chat. I think you've written something in Estonian there, and I'm not going to try to read that because I don't know a word of Estonian. So 54 needed off 6 overs. Ken Lankanapoli have to go at 9 and over. Now they've kept this game very finely balanced here, the Roma Capannelle, and they're going to turn to Anthony Mosca to bowl this over. They brought mid on up for Senanaike. A lot of protection on the offside boundary. And yeah, I think that just tells you where he's looking to pitch this. Probably a kind of good length just outside the off stump. He's got a long off, a deep cover, a deep third man, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg and pace. He's going to look to go through extra cover over here. It's going to split the 2 fielders, and it's gone away for 4 runs. Nice placement there by Silva. Just gets that a touch too full. He's overpitched it. Allows the batter to just stroke that away between the fielder at deep cover and long off. Goes away for 4 runs. And I think it's going to be a change of angle here for Anthony Mosca. Interesting that he just chooses to change the angle. After that last ball, he's going to have to continue to maintain a pretty wide line, you feel, especially with mid on up. He gets too straight. It could get hit towards long on. Oh, it was a chance for Kirby. Would have been a sensational catch if he'd been able to take it. I think in the end, you've got to credit him for getting a hand to it and saving 3 runs. Oh, look at that leaping effort. Great leap. Great jump. Saves this side 3 runs. Oh, rare mistake there by the wicketkeeper, Gabriele Passeretti. Let's have a look at this again here just to judge what went wrong. It's just taking a nasty bounce. It's taking a really odd bounce. It's always so awkward for the wicketkeepers when it just bounces right in front of them. Now just allow them to sneak a run. Tension. I have to say, low-scoring chases, they're always the best games. Every boundary just matters so much more. It really is when cricket is at its best. This is just pushed towards cover, and it's going to be another single, so they will get a run right at the end here, and 8 runs coming off that over as Kent Lankanapoli now need 46 runs off the remaining 5 overs, and looks like we're in for another classic here in Rome. Do you feel a tingle? This could be the match that finally breaks our golden ball streak. It's been terrific stuff so far. The Roma Capannelle, of course, started off with a couple of spinners to bowl out the first 4 overs, and they did a stellar job and have put this Kent Lanka side under an extraordinary amount of pressure. Anthony Mosca continued to build the pressure with a superb 5th over. And let's see if Kent Lanka will continue to feel the pressure of this incredible Roma Capannelle bowling attack. We'll now turn our attention back out to the middle as Ali Hamza is getting set to face, or bowl I should say, the 6th over. Yeah, pressure, pressure, pressure. That's the word. Gonna keep repeating that. Oh, he's probably just spoiled a wider delivery there. I think that would have been a wide. Oh yes, would have been a big wide. Senanayake spoilt it. Oh, this time he goes a bit too short. Hamza goes a bit too short, and it goes away for a 6. Great shot there by Senanayake. Just the 3rd 6 we have seen so far this innings. Oh, it sits up nicely for him, and he's rocked back onto the back foot and smashed this one over mid-wicket. I can't afford to give him that length to get underneath it. Oh, this time he's going to go straight down the ground. Is there enough distance on that? You bet. You bet. Back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings, and this is already the biggest over of the innings. 12 runs coming off it, and we are halfway through the over. All it takes is one big over to win you the match in a low-scoring chase. Oh, this is going to be a wide. This is going to be a wide. And could this Ali Hamza over be the over that takes the game away from the Roma Capannelle? One bad over. That's all it'll take to take it away from the Capannelle. Better. Much better there by Hamza. And can he get out of this over without conceding more than 15 runs? Can he limit the damage that has already been done in this over? He's going to look to sweep this one away. It's going to take a bit of fielding out in the deep, but it's going to split the gap between the two fielders, and it will go away for 4 runs. 17 off this over so far. Well, we've seen as many runs in 5 balls in this over as we'd seen in the previous 2 overs. And now this is a very tough task for Kent Lanka to mess up. Gets that wrong again. Big wide there by Hamza. Oh, he's getting it all wrong. He's under the cosh and buckling in a huge moment for his side. And this is going to be cut away, and the fielder will not get to that. It'll end up being a magical over. 22 runs come off it. And now it's just a run ball needed for Kent Lanka Napoli to win it. So they've now got a serious chance here to pick up a bonus point. 24 runs needed off an over. If they want to pick up a bonus point, it's doable. It's certainly doable. And I think they just have to hand the ball here to Anthony Mosca to make sure that he at least isn't able to go for 24 runs. Yeah, I think the first task here is to make sure they at least get a point out of this game, the Roma Capannelle. 24 runs off and over is very, very difficult, but it's not impossible. Here we go. And he'll start off with a dot ball, so I can just see now this Capannelle side are very, very dejected. That over has just taken the life out of them, and oh dear. Oh, this is a no ball because they have too many fielders outside the ring. Anthony Mosca is absolutely disgusted that they're just bringing mid on up over here. They had 6 fielders outside the ring. Only 3 fielders were inside the ring. And they have just brought mid on up. It was Hamza. Hamza made the mistake. He was supposed to be up. Oh, he's had a difficult 7 deliveries, hasn't he? Now they will not take advantage of the free hit. It's been given a wide. Wow, let's have another look at this. I assumed this would be a dot ball. Oh, well. All it has to do is just catch a little bit of that tram line for it to not be a wide. Edged and taken. And of course, it's a free hit, so not going to matter. Good catch, though, by Passaretti. So they're just bringing mid off up into the ring, and they're sending fine leg back. Is the short ball coming? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I can just tell that they're very demoralized here. I think Moscow's body language tells a big tale. That's another one that is just snuck past Silva. And it looks like they'll at least get a point out of this game, the Roma Capannelle. It's good bowling here. Anthony Mosca is going to look to go a little bit shorter here, but he's going to get cut away for 4 runs. It just looks like they're kind of going through the motions at this point, the Roma Capannelle. It's been a long day for them. They are yet to get a victory, so you can understand why they're as demoralized as they are. You got to feel for this Capannelle side. I mean, they play cricket the right way. The results haven't always gone their way during the course of this ECS. This is just gonna carry to Hamza, but you gotta feel for him. He's had such a difficult time, and he's dropped a pretty regulation catch there. This should really be caught. This should really be caught. But he's just got the technique all wrong over there. I think Hamza's mind is just in a different place. I think he's still reliving that 22-run 6th over in his head. I think he just feels like the ground should open up and swallow him. Gotta feel for Hamza, really do. It's been a difficult couple of overs for him. Obviously, pulls the over that probably loses his side the game, and then makes the error at the start of this over, which gives up the no ball and then drops a catch over there as well. This will go away for 4 runs. Silva will strike that towards the boundary rope, and now Kent Lanka need just 14 runs to pick up another victory. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. So Kent Lanka, we expect will be heading into that game with a 3-5 record. They will be taking on Royal Roma, who of course are trying to chase Roma CC down at the top of the table. Kent Lanka Napoli have won the toss for that game, and they will be batting first. So let's see how Royal Roma fare in our final match of the day. Of course, that game will be coming up in 38 minutes' time. Just making a few adjustments in the field. They're bringing Point into the ring. Long on his back. Got a cow corner in place. Deep square leg. This one is struck down the ground. And, great bit of fielding there by Ami Ghulam. Superb stuff. Puts the dive in. Makes sure that ball doesn't go past him. He's going to look to play this one towards mid-wicket, and this is going to be a single. So singles are more than enough here for Kent Lanka Napoli. Yeah, Curly Whirly just going back towards that catch, calling it hands of Swiss cheese. Still firing the cheesy pun gun here into the fourth match of the day. This one is going to be a wide. Yeah, I mean, obviously this game has probably slipped away from the Roma Capannelle, but I'm surprised they're still just going through the motions and giving up the singles. I think they should be just moving a few fielders inside the ring, really trying to put a bit of pressure, in particular when De Silva is on strike. I mean, okay, maybe give up the single here to Senanaika, but now that Silva is on strike, bring everyone up. I mean, you might as well. Got nothing to lose. Bring everyone up here. Don't give up to Silva the single so easily. That's going to be an inside edge, and they'll pick up another run here, so looks like singles will do it here. So they've got the same feel to both the batters. This one is struck towards mid-on. It's just going to be a single, so a couple of shots should do the trick here for Kent Lanka Napoli. Just 8 runs needed for them. And have a look at this field. I think when De Silva is on strike, you've got to bring them up on the 1. Look at De Silva's striker. He's barely going at about a run a ball. And there we go. Just bring them all up when De Silva is on strike. See if you can sneak in some dot balls and give your side a chance. I don't think they should be giving up these singles as easily as they have been. Kent Lanka Napoli now need 8 runs from the remaining 2 overs, and you do sense quite a bit of frustration from this Roma Capannelle side. I think losing as many games as they have clearly seems to have hurt their confidence, and as a side, very silent right now in the field. Not much chatter going on. It kind of looks like a case of them just going through the motions for these last couple of overs. He's going to look to hit this one away towards mid-wicket, and that one is going to go straight towards Ali Hamza. So a single again, and now I think when De Silva's on strike, this is where you really need to look to attack. I mean, I hope I don't sound like a broken record repeating this, but don't give him the single that easily. But he's going to bash this one away for 6, so it's not going to matter. Just a little too short there by Niaz. Silva gets underneath it, and now scores are level. They need just 1 run to win this one. Here we go. A single will do the trick now for Kent Lanka Napoli. And they're happy to give it up here, Roma Capannelle. I mean, at least as a formality, you should bring everyone up. And I think this side there, I think they've accepted the outcome of this match, and most of this Capannelle side just want to go home. And it's going to end with a wide, so that would typically be a fine in village cricket to end a match with a wide. But that's the end of this one. And the Capannelle have been put out of their misery. And ever since that 6th over, which went for 22 runs, they've just looked a defeated side. And you can tell that they just want to go back home now. I think they've had enough of this. You've got to feel for this Capannelle side. They're a strong team. They've got some quality players. But results haven't quite gone their way during the course of this ECS. Kent Lanka Napoli will take the victory. Handshakes all around. Polite handshakes. And unfortunately for the Roma Capannelle, this will obviously spell the end of their chances of making it to finals day. So now going to just have a look at this Kent Lanka Napoli side. Go shake a few hands with the Capannelle players. That's handshakes all around on the field right now. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Royal Roma are going to be taking on Kent Lanka Napoli, and a lot on the line here for Royal Roma. They, of course, desperately need this victory and might even be going for bonus points, as they, of course, want to catch up with Roma CC at the top of the table in what is an exciting 3-horse race between them, the defending champs Roma CC, and, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's roll the highlights package. It's time to relive this second innings, and it was a very good start for this Kent Lanka side. They were going along at just the run rate they needed to pick up this victory, going at about 9 and over. But the Capannelle, to their credit, got some wickets in between and were bowling pretty tightly. It looked like this could be set up to be a pretty close chase, although Kent Lanka are just keeping their noses in front with their required rate, slightly ahead the current rate. But of course, it all unraveled during that 6th over. We will show you highlights of that dramatic 6th over, which went for 22 runs. And when you're involved in a low-scoring chase, all it takes is one big over to take the game away from the opposition. And we're now reliving some of the moments from that. We saw a couple of 6s and a couple of 4s hit during this over. It was a brilliant display of batting by Senanayaka, who managed to play some superb strokes during the course of that sensational over. And that was enough in the end for this Kent Lanka side to get over the finishing line. We're now having a look at the final over this innings. Of course, Adnan Niaz was battered away for a 6 here. Very good shot. And this would be the winning runs, match ending on a wide. A very disappointing way to end the game. But in the end, the Capannelle win this one by 8 wickets with 10 balls to spare. So a solid victory here for the Capannelle. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Vishal Senanayaka with 49 runs of 25 deliveries. In the end, falling 1 run short, picking up the half century. Ishant Shaminda making 7 of 6. Usman Abid stumped for the 2nd time today by Gabriele Passaretti. He would be out for a duck. And then the skipper, Danushka Silva, was there at the end to score the winning runs, 22 of 17 for him. He hit a 6, and then, of course, watched the ball go past him for a wide. We'll now turn our attention to the Capannelle bowling card, and you have to say most of that unit did a pretty decent job bowling, and then it all kind of unraveled for them in that 6th over, which went for 22 runs. And when you're trying to defend a target of 91, one big over is all it takes for the opposition to win the game. Match 45 is in the books. The Roma Capannelle have taken this one. They have been defeated in this one by Kent Lanka Napoli, who win this one by 8 wickets with 10 balls to spare. Join us for match 46, which will be coming your way in 25 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
What a beautiful look at this gorgeous city of Rome. It's been a great pleasure to bring you cricket from here for the last 8 days. We're into the final match of the day. It's match 46 between Royal Roma and Kent Lanka Napoli. Let's head out to the middle where match referee Charles Croucher is alongside both the captains.
Call. Tails is the call.
There's no audio.
And it's a tail. They're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much for that update. So Royal Roma are going to be bowling to start things off. Kent Lanka won the toss there and decided to have a bat first. So this is a pretty good situation here for Royal Roma. I feel sometimes sides should be a bit more willing to bowl first, particularly when they're favorites. This means that if Royal Roma are able to restrict Kent Lanka to something paltry here, they can really go and push for that bonus point in the second innings. Of course, Royal Roma locked in a heated chase to make it to the top of the table. And it's a three-horse race between Royal Roma, Roma CC, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for upcoming match. Have a look at that points tally. You got Sukhbir Singh with 928 points there because of the effectiveness he has demonstrated with both the bat and ball in hand. Meanwhile, Kalani Lakwa is sitting at 626 points. For Kent Lanka, the star players, without a question, Vishal Senanayaka leads the way with both the bat and ball in hand. The win predictor states that Royal Roma are 79% favorites. I'd say that's fairly accurate. You'd expect them to win this match. 4 times out of 5 these sides were to play each other. As we are now going to head out to the middle as we're just moments away from the start of play. Hashma Dinsa is going to bowl the first over. Also our last match of the day, so feel free to bring your random questions in. Hashma Dinsa with over 26 career wickets to his name and a career economy rate of 9.8 as well. A very effective bowler. And he's just going to walk back to his mark as he isn't quite set just yet to bowl this first delivery of this innings. He's a lovely gentleman, isn't he, Hashma Dinsa? Always plays with a big smile on his face. It's a real joy to watch him play. He's always having the time of his life when he's out there in the middle, and this Royal Roma side are one of the most entertaining teams to watch. Just gets behind that one and blocks it out, so we will start out this innings. It will commence with a dot ball. Get the timer underway as well. This one is struck firmly, struck hard. It's a flat 6. As flat as a pancake. Shaminda smacked that one away. Great shot. Flat bats that one through mid-wicket. Brilliant hit. That's 6 more runs. Great start here. That's exactly the kind of shot which Shaminda will want to play. Oh, digs that one out. It was a Yorker-led delivery, and there's the batter. Senanayaka looking to get out of the way of that ball. Dives to his right. Oh, he's just... I think he's just trying to get back in the crease. He's probably a bit concerned that one just might ricochet onto his stumps. A full toss. This one's going to be struck away. I think there shouldn't be an issue with this one for height. We'll, of course, have a look to confirm. Yeah, well below the waist, not a problem there. got long off and long on in place over here, so Hashmadinsa, I think, really should be looking to bowl full and straight. Swings across the line over there, Senanayaka, and it's a dot ball. Dinsa just falling over after delivering that ball. Here we go. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a good over so far for Dinsa. So Senanayaka will take a single here, and the first over will come to an end. Kent Lanka Napoli are 8 for no loss at the end of the first over. So we've got 34 days to go until the marquee event on the European cricket calendar. As of course the ECC is set to start off on the 23rd of September. A huge, huge event as all the best sides from around Europe are going to converge for what should be a fantastic tournament. We'll just see what it is now. So they've decided they've pushed mid off up into the ring here, and they've got long on and cow corner back. Dinsa, Charanjit Singh's a slightly different bowler to Dinsa. He's just gonna, it's a little bit more pace and bowls rather differently. And it's gonna be a big chase for the fielder, and oh my word, he really should have got to that. It's a little bit slow out of the blocks there. Let's have a look at this there. Yeah, that was Sukhbir Singh out in the deep. It was very flat-footed, just wasn't able to get to it quickly enough. It looked like it was just going to be a regulation single, but he's just not done great there, has he? Still talking about the previous ball. This one, just tried to slash at this one and cut it away. And it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind words, Paul. Really appreciate them. This one is struck out towards square leg, and that's a bit of foot fielding. You don't tend to see much foot fielding here in Rome. I think that's the one thing I really love about the cricket here. Standards really high, and well, this kind of stuff, you don't tend to see it. Same field setting for Shaminda. Shaminda just looking to work that one away towards third man, and he just didn't quite have the room to play that shot he wanted. Bounces a little bit more than he expected as well, just goes over his bat. He was trying to just dab that one towards third man with third inside the ring. It's a good idea, just unable to execute it. And just might want to check the width on this one. Yeah, the batter was a little bit disappointed with the call, but looks perfectly fine to me. The umpire seems to have got that right. Oh, he's going to cut this one away. Does it have enough to go over the rope? It most certainly does. Over the fence and into the banners on the other side. That is going to go away for a 6, so that spoils the over for Charanjit Singh. Just bangs that one in a little too short and wide. That's a risky line and length to ball. It really is. Goes away for a 6. And they are 19 for no loss at the end of 2. Here's a look at the standings for this European cricket series here in Rome. Royal Roma currently sitting with 7 wins out of 11 games. They're at 27 points. Meanwhile, Kent Lanka Napoli down there with just 3 wins so far in this ECS. He's going to look to go straight down the ground here. 6 more runs. Great shot there by Senanayaka. Terrific shot. Let's have a look at this. It's in the slot. And it's hammered straight down the ground, goes all the way. Terrific shot. A full toss straight down the ground. It's going to take a few bounces and go over into the advertising boards. And that is going to be another boundary. Let's just take a look at this. Distinsa over pitching that one quite badly. Actually doesn't end up pitching it. It's not only going for the Yorker, but has missed that by quite a bit. And ends up being a full toss. This time he's just trying to follow the batter. It's very smart by Senanayaka. Senanayaka was just looking to make some room to try to hit it through the offside. He was backing away, moving in the crease. Dinsa's trying to follow him. He's trying to go for that toe-crushing Yorker, but he hasn't got it right. And Senanayaka has just been able to get underneath it, hit that away for a 6. We're just pitching outside the leg stump, so never going to be an LBW. Yeah, we're just accelerating a little bit these last couple of overs. 16. A slower ball there. Slower ball there by Tinsan. That one will just evade the wicketkeeper. Good variation over there, but that has bamboozled Mohsin as well. Just rolls along the ground and he's unable to get to this. Yeah, it looks like it should be a fairly regulation bit of keeping, but it has caught him by surprise. Ooh, well, it's a good thing he's managed to get some bat on that Shaminda, because it was a little bit early on that shot, and well, there was a chance that if he completely missed it, would have gone on to crash into his stumps. Kent Lanka are 36 for no loss at the end of 3. And so, of course, now have a look at the bar chart of their power plays are steadily getting more and more runs from each over. And, of course, Kent Lanka will hope that trend continues, but not sure that's particularly sustainable or likely. Sukhbir Singh is going to bowl the first over after the power play now. It's very effective at the start of the tournament. Was bowling really good lines and lengths, was keeping things very simple. He was focusing more on accuracy rather than pace. His plan was usually just to bowl full and straight, mix up his pace a little bit to keep the batters guessing. As the tournament progressed, he's kind of gone away from some of those fundamentals which served him so well. That's good bowling, really good bowling, and that could be close. I just wonder if that's slightly pitching outside the leg stump, and oh, it struck Senanayaka somewhere really awkward. You can tell he's in a little bit of pain. Yeah, pitching outside the leg stump. So let's just have a look at this. Let's see where that ball lands. You can just see it pitches outside the leg stump. And then the impact's outside the leg stump as well. So obviously, yeah, nothing really going for that. This time he's going to look to go over mid-on, and there's a fielder in the deep who's going to take that, and it's just going to be a single. So yeah, Derek asking, guys, is it bussing or bussing in terms of how to spell taking the bus? Well, I don't know if you know what bussing means in Zoomer lingo, Dave. It's something completely different. It means something completely different in Zoomer slang. Nowhere near anything to do with buses. That goes straight to Mohammad Arshad, and I wonder if we're going to see him bowl at any point in this innings. He's been slightly underused throughout this ECS, and I think whenever he's been given an opportunity to bowl, he's done a pretty decent job. But this Royal Roma side are just blessed with a plethora of bowling options. It's often tough for them to give opportunities to everyone. As you can just see, Shaminda was trying to get that one away towards fine leg, and it works out for him. So gets a boundary over here, gets outside the line of the ball, and plays this one away very nicely. Probably not exactly where he intended it. A little bit lucky. He's not even looking at the ball as he strikes it, but he gets it away for a 4. A big swing and a miss over there by Shaminda. You got a question coming in here from Dave. How many 6s and 4s are we up to for this series? So at the start of the day, of course, it's not been updated since the start of the day, we were at 796 Maximos and 600 4s. They're going to look to go over mid-off, and it's going to take one hop, and no, it won't. No, it won't. What a catch there by Gagandeep Singh. It looked like it wasn't going to carry to him, but he somehow covered the ground and taken a terrific low catch. A wonderful bit of fielding there by Gagandeep Singh. It looked like he had no right to get to that one, and it felt like it was going to be a pretty regulation take on the one hop out of the boundary, but Gagandeep Singh manages to cover the ground and takes an absolutely sensational catch. Terrific fielding effort. That is going to be the end for Shaminda as Kent Lanka lose their first wicket of this innings. Yeah, Dave, going back to that shot which we saw Shaminda play, yeah, it was really tough to describe that shot, I have to be honest with you. I mean, it's kind of falling away, ramp shot, something like that. It was rather unique. But hey, he got 4 runs from it, and that's all that matters. This one's popped up in the air. This should be a fairly regulation catch, and it is going to be. It's going to be taken, and Senanayaka will depart as well, so they go bang, bang. Gagandeep Singh takes a super catch. And then he also manages to get a wicket off his own bowling on the very next ball. And you can't keep this man out of the action. We haven't really been able to see Gagandeep quite at his best so far with the bat in this series, but he's been very effective with his fielding and also with his bowling. And he gets the big wicket of Senanayaka here, and well, Kent Lanka are very, very dependent on him to get the bulk of their runs, so gotta wonder where they're going to be able to find the runs they need to put up a pretty healthy total on the board. Yeah, so Gagandeep Singh just making a few adjustments in the field. I'll just tell you where he's placed his fielders after this ball. Oh, inside edge, and well, is that one gonna go towards the rope? Not quite, and well, have a look at this. Guess who has come here to play? Well, we've been talking about him a lot throughout this series. It's Nicolo Fernando, a man who told us he would not be able to participate during this ECS. He has come out here. He has made the trip up from Naples. He really wanted to play this game. And here we go. Man who was an integral part of this Kent Lanka side, who captained this Kent Lanka side last year, is ready to face his first ball of this ECS. Yeah, that's a terrific ball to start off. A really good ball, a wide Yorker. Of course, Nicolo Fernando, Risal Jayawardena were two of the star batters for this Kent Lanka side during last year's European Cricket Series. And well, Nicolo told us he would not be playing during this ECS. Yeah, I think there's just pad involved over there. And it's just come off the pad, so that can't be a dismissal. We'll just have a look at this. Yeah, I can just see flicks the shoe along the way. Well taken there by the keeper. That could easily have gone past him for 4 runs. Yeah, of course it's going to give you a quick idea of just how good Nicolo Fernando was last year. 339 runs in the 14 matches he played in, and he did that with a strike rate of 200. He's a powerful hitter. Has he got a hold of this one? Oh, yes, he has, but it was almost taken in the deep by Charanjit Singh. Well, Charanjit is a sensational fielder. And this would have been a heart-and-mouth moment for Nicolo Fernando. He's not quite timed it as nicely as he would like. Charanjit's put in a big effort here. Gets one hand up there. He's trying to stop this from going for a 6. There isn't too much he can do about that. Nicolo Fernando opens his account in this ECS with a 6. Now he's going to go big again, this time straight to Charanjit Singh, and he will take that catch at a very comfortable height. So Fernando, we were really looking forward to seeing him. He's made the trip up from Naples. He was desperate to play in this European cricket series, and unfortunately for him, he's not going to last too long. Just 4 deliveries is the length of his innings, as he's going to send one straight towards Charanjit Singh, a man who has one of the safest pairs of hands. And that is going to be another wicket that will fall for Kent Lanka Napoli. So they're now 48 for 3 halfway through this innings. They've lost a couple of key batters here. Of course, Nicolo Fernando, we thought he wouldn't play in this ECS. That's what he told us, but he was so desperate to get into the team that he's made the trip up from Naples and really wanted to bat in this match. He will depart having made just 6 runs. And of course, they've lost Senan Nayaka's wicket too. So we're going to need to see a couple of new players who have struggled throughout this ECS maybe step up in a key moment here for Kent Lanka. Otherwise, well, there is the danger here that Royal Roma might just run right through them in the second half of this innings. It's going to be a big challenge for them over the next 5 overs. As we will now return to live action, we can just see that Sukhbir Singh is getting set to bowl this 6th over. Now looking to go down the ground here, Vimkuthi, and does he have enough on it? He does. Gets it away for a 6. Brilliant shot here by Vimkuthi. Talented cricketer. He's technically very gifted. When at times he's just had a few issues with his strike rate in T10 cricket. He's not quite been able to adjust to this format as comfortably as he likes. He has a career strike rate of 125 in this format. Yeah, so Nicolo Fernando, just being informed by Wayne, he did inform members of the chat that he would be coming back today and that he'd only be playing in today's games. Yeah, real shame. We didn't get to see him, of course, earlier today in the matches that Kent Lanka were involved in. So if that's the only match he's going to play in this ECS, what a shame that he will get out for just 6 runs. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's just going to go away from the fielder. It's beyond his reach. That was a good chase there by Onkar Singh, formerly of Asian Latina, and also the leading wicket taker during last year's ECS. They put in a big chase here, but unable to get to it. And I'm surprised we haven't seen Onkar Singh bowl just yet. I wonder if they're holding him back for the later overs. Struck down the ground, and that is going to be a single. So this brings the skipper, Danushka Silva, on strike. Danushka Silva been a little bit up and down so far this ECS. Made just 45 runs in the 8 games he's played in, averaging 11, and a few issues with his strike rate as well, which has been just 118. He's going to run this one down towards third, and it is really well fielded there by Ravinder Singh. Opens the face of the bat there. Haven't seen Ravinder Singh playing too much in this ECS. Of course, not to confuse him with Rajwinder Singh, who is, of course, the captain of Royal Roma. Beautifully played away towards point, and again well fielded. The ground fielding from Royal Roma throughout this series has been right up there. Very, very high standard. And you can tell they've really worked on their fielding during the offseason, and they were very good in the field last year as well, but I think this year they look even better. And I think one of the things they realized looking at Roma CC during last year's ECS was that, we can't just go into games expecting to smash teams out of the park every match. And I think looking back at them last year, their strategy was to just look to bat teams out of the game, go out there. They felt like they could chase anything down. And I think this year they look an even better team to me just because their bowling has improved so much. They're capable of winning an entire game nowadays without even batting well. I mean, they've had a number of matches in this ECS where they have defended targets below 100. Yeah, just sliding down the leg side. Oh, there could be a mix-up here. There could be a mix-up. Silva will manage to get back safely. There was definitely not a run on there. There's definitely not a run on. Obviously, not too much merit to the appeal. That one was clearly sliding down the leg side. Oh, a huge hit. Massive hit. Goes over the rope for 6. It's just hit the top of the scorer's tent along the way. 6 more runs for Vimkuthi. And this is what we were waiting to see from him. That one just climbing up on him, and he's really eager to get on strike here, Tanushka Silva. He really is. He's getting agitated at the non-strikers, and it is his call. That's actually Tanushka Silva's call if the ball goes there, but I think Vimkuthi's the only one with a bit of sense here. There was definitely not a single on. Top edged. And it's going to go away for 4 runs, so a fortuitous boundary here from Vimkuthi. Rather lucky, just catches the top edge of his bat. Wow, look at that shot. Look at the wind-up on that. It's almost like a baseball player kind of getting ready to hit a big home run. Wow, and it just catches the top edge and goes away for 4. You could call it a foul ball, I guess, if you had to use a baseball reference. Up in the air. Where is this going to land? This could be a catching chance, and it is. It is. Vimkuthi will depart. Good cameo, though, you have to say, by Vimkuthi. Was very attacking. A good positive approach, and this is more of what we want to see from him. He's a technically very proper player. There's no question about that. He plays good-looking shots. But I think what I liked seeing from him was the fact that he was swinging his bat, getting his front shoulder out of the way, clearing his front leg, looking to go for some of those bigger strokes. And I think that's more of what we want to see from Vimkuthi. Just see him start to open himself up a little bit more in this format. The talent is there, the technique is there, that solid foundation has been laid very well. It's just a case of whether he can go on and really score those big runs with a quick strike rate that you desperately want in this format. Playing out towards mid-wicket. That is going to be a single to end the over. So Thamira will keep the strike heading into the 8th over. So we'll now have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow's plays. Of course, Rico will be back for tomorrow's games. We'll be covering them tomorrow together. Here's a look at some of the matches we have coming up. Of course, the Roma Gladiatori, they've got a busy morning. They'll be taking on Kent Lanka Napoli and Bologna. Huge morning for them, of course, because these are the last 2 matches they will play in the group stages, so they'll really want to build a gap between themselves and Kent Lanka and Bologna. Keep in mind, those 2 teams, Kent Lanka and Bologna, are probably the 2 biggest contenders to knock them off that 5th spot. And of course, we can see Bologna will be coming back. They'll be making that big trip down south again from northern Italy. They've got a triple header coming up. So big day tomorrow. And I think if you look at those games tomorrow, most of those fixtures are going to be big challenges to see who can pick up that 5th spot. And of course, Bangla Morning Sun will want to get some points as well because they're trying to chase down Roma CC at the top of the table. Yeah, while we were looking at that graphic, Thamira just went over to the medic And he was complaining about a little bit of shoulder pain. Not sure if it was the right shoulder or the left shoulder, but he was complaining about shoulder pain. And the medic just came over with a bit of magic spray. Yeah, so he was struck by one of the fielders on the shoulder, and oh well, what's going on over here? Oh, I think this is an issue here for the keeper as well. Oh, so I wonder if the medic's going to be coming back on, and he is. So now it looks like Mohamed Mohsin has been struck over here as well. Yeah, so wonder why he's been struck. And yeah, just a little bit of an issue there on the forearm. And I think he's saying, well, if you're going to give Thamira some magic spray, I'd like some as well, please. And he's going to get some on the left forearm. And well, looks like everybody's going in to get a bit of magic spray. Oh, well, bring all your ailments to the medic. And he'll just put some magic spray on it to make them go away. So we got one ball left in the 7th over. And it's going to be Singh bowling the final ball of his over. So De Silva is going to be on strike, the skipper of this Kent Lanka Napoli side. Here we go. Last ball of the 7th. That's going to be a wide. Just gets the line wrong over there, the wrong side of that red tram line. Now that one just climbing up there on De Silva, and he will scamper across for a single, so they'll pick up a bye over here. That's been signaled byes by the umpire, so yeah, just a shorter length ball. He wasn't quite able to get to, but they do sneak in a single. Here's a look at the groups for the ECC. Of course, this year we've divided it up into a challenger and a premier division. Get your predictions in the chat. It is our last match of the day. Who do you think is going to come out on top in each of those groups? Those groups look great. I'll start off with the challenger division. I think looking at Group 2 for me, I'd put my money on Czechia in getting out of that group. Of course, I'd love to see Cyprus get out of there, but have to be a bit realistic. It's probably going to be extremely challenging. And then you look over at Group 1. Isle of Man will obviously go in as favorites, but don't count Estonia out. Estonia, I think they're building something really, really special there. You take a look at that Estonian batting lineup. I mean, they are a side who can go into a game and just hit you out of a match. They, of course, picked up those important wins when they were over in Cyprus, a couple of series wins, and did really, really well recently in the Baltic Cup. Yeah, this one is just going to be struck away through cover. It's a beautiful shot, and that's going to go away for 4. Of course, I know Jake Stewart watching this match from over in Estonia, so I'd love to hear your take. What do you think about the Estonian side? Do you fancy your chances to get out of that group? I think, for me, Estonia have a solid chance of making it up to the Premier Division. I think they've really just started to figure out a good winning formula as well. They're really well coached side as well. So I think Estonia could be strong opposition. Yeah, thank you very much for the kind words, Sadhu Rathanaika. Really appreciate it. And yeah, of course, it's a long slog. I mean, having to do the whole day, and can't wait to be commentating with Rico again tomorrow. I got a question in here from Dave. Now this one's going to be struck away behind point. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Silva just opening the face of the bat, running that one away behind point. A good looking shot. You can see Gagandeep Singh is going for that wide Yorker. He hasn't quite been able to get it right over there. He's missed the line by a fair bit. Hasn't quite been able to get it as full as he would like either. So it goes away for 4 runs. Yes, the question is, when and where was the first time I saw Nicolo play? That'd be last year in September when I was covering the European Cricket Series right here in Rome. Yeah, this is going to catch the outside edge of the bat, and it's going to go away from the fielder. That was a great chance. I just wonder if the sun has got into his eyes. Just have a look at this as he's going to go make this effort. The sun gets in his eyes, and watch, that is a 4. So he wasn't all the way back on the rope either. I just wonder if he was all the way back, if he would have had a chance to make that catch. Maybe he should be wearing sunglasses. I think he really should be. Yeah, that is clearly a 4. So if he was all the way back, he could have made that a much easier catch. But as you can see, the sun just getting into his eyes as well. It doesn't quite work out well for him. This one's going up in the air, and one hop straight towards the captain, Rajwinder Singh. So yeah, the sun is just shining for a right-hander. This is from wide long off, straight towards that fine leg region, of course. So that would be deep third for a left-hander. It's just past 5 local time, so of course it's about a couple of hours, I believe, until sunset here in Rome. Got him. Got him. Little low. Just stayed a little low there from Gagandeep Singh. And Thamira is going to get castled. It goes right between that gap between bat and pad. This Gagandeep Singh will add another wicket to his very impressive ECS wicket tally. There's a terrific bowler, Gagandeep Singh. I think we're just waiting to see him play some big, masterful innings. That's the 3rd wicket for him in this match. 8th overall for this series and his 31st of his career. Very, very decorated European cricketer. Jacob has got our next random question asking, is it movie chat time yet? You can bring in movie comments whenever you like. You can, if you want to discuss anything about movies, I'm always more than happy to oblige. Just played away towards point, and this is going to be a dot ball. A bit of a mix-up, Oh, there was some hesitation there, some yes-nos. Very indecisive calling. Let's have a look at this. It's first the striker who looks to set off, and then, of course, Abid looks to set off from the non-striker's end as well. It's a no, then it's a yes. It's a, wait a second, no, actually, I should go. Very comical miscommunications. Probably need to sit a module on aspects of professional communication or something along those lines. Yeah, so Wayne with a question here about Nico Fernandez. So Nico did tell me that that he did play over at Maristella College, where he, of course, was captained by Dustin Shanik. I'm not quite sure about his background playing for the under-19s or under-16s. Charles Fernando, though, did play for the under-19 side. Now this one is just struck away behind point. It's going to be a single. So we got 8 balls to go over here. Just having a look at this field setting. As you can see, got a wide long on and a cow corner in place as well. One is just played out towards mid-wicket, and this is going to be another single. So they're just ticking along here, but they need to start to get a few boundaries. Boundaries have dried up. Haven't seen a boundary so far this over. Just 4 runs, and we are 5 balls in. Now this one is going to go way towards third, and that's going to be 4 runs to end the over. Charanjit Singh will end it with a boundary. Yeah, just catches the top edge over there. Probably doesn't go exactly where he directed. He probably wanted to hit it a lot squarer. Just catches the top edge and ends up going quite fine. So Charanjit Singh's over ends with a 4. Danushka Silva just gets a little bit lucky on that one. So let's see who's going to bowl this final over here for Kent Lanka Napoli. You'd expect it would be Rajwinder Singh, the captain himself, but they do have some other options, Royal Roma. There have been a few times when they have turned to someone like Inderjeet Singh for the final over. They've obviously got Mohammad Arshad as well. And having a look at this, I think they're going to go with Mohammad Arshad here. So yeah, it is going to be Mohammad Arshad to bowl the final over. He's turned into a bit of a final over specialist for this Royal Roma side. A very good evening to you, Wazimatron. It's good to have you here. Hope you're enjoying your day. No, straight down the ground. This is heading towards the commentary position, but just doesn't quite have enough power on it. It's going to be fielded pretty comfortably by Hashmat Dinsa. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, Bede, of course, he's been brought into this position just because they're hoping he can provide them a little bit of acceleration. Not quite worked out for him these first 3 balls. Oh, great shot. Great shot there by Danushka Silva. Arshad just getting his line slightly wrong. They were too far down the leg side. Arshad gets hammered away for a 6. Let's take another look at this ball. Yeah, that line, it's just all wrong. The issue there really is with the line. It's just too far down the leg side. He's outside the line. They could just play that one away. Behind fine leg. Nicely struck. Really nicely struck. I think if you want to bowl that length, you just want to get it a little bit closer to the body where it's awkward and cramps the batter for room. Yeah, much quicker ball here by Arshad. Just gets that one to go across the Silva. Got 3 balls left here in this innings as Silva just puts the bails back on the stumps. 7 runs off this over so far. He's just going to look to go across here, and he's just trying to ramp this one around the corner, but he's not quite able to do that. Let's take another look at this. Oh, that was not too far from crashing onto the stumps. It's a good idea. I mean, I always love to see innovation. I always love to see the batters trying to get a little bit creative. And I think when the execution isn't quite there, it does really look rather weird. Struck away, and it's going to go through the fielder. It's going to go away for a 4. Important boundary there for Silva. Vital boundary. Let's take a look at this. It has been struck through cover, and it's just gone underneath Ravinder Singh, who was fielding at cover, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Silva playing a very, very fine innings here. And this is the best innings by him so far in this ECS. Here we go. Last ball of this innings. Struck away behind point, and there's a fielder out in the deep. Are they going to come back for a second run? They have to push for a second run. It's the last ball of the innings after all. And I think he's going to be run out there. He absolutely will. The umpire raises his finger. And we'll now just have a look at this here to confirm. That should be pretty straightforward run out. So they'll get a run off the very last ball. And good batting here by Danushka Silva right at the end. The captain playing a fine innings to just get his side a fairly decent score. And let's see if Kent Lanka can bowl well in the second innings and make this a challenge for Royal Roma. You look at the score, in all honesty, it is below par. But you have to say one thing about this Kent Lanka side is they have some good bowling. And if they can hit their lines and lengths well, if they can get some early wickets, they will fancy their chances of going on to win this game. So it should be an exciting second innings. And of course, before we move on to the second innings, let's relive the highlights of this inning. So we'll start off right from the top, of course. Once again, it was Senanayaka opening the batting alongside Shaminda. Shaminda made 17 runs off 12 deliveries, struck 3 boundaries over the course of his innings. And of course, you had Vishal Senanaika at the other end making 23 of 13. This was just a beautiful shot by him. Great wristy stroke, got underneath that one and just flicked it away over for 6. Terrific catch there by Gagandeep Singh to get rid of Ishan Shaminda, who would depart having made 17 of 12. A wicket there for Sukhbir Singh, who's had a very good ECS so far. Gagandeep Singh would then come on to bowl and get a wicket off the very next ball. He would get rid of Vishal Senanayaka, who would depart having made 23 of 13. Inderjeet Singh holding on to the catch, which you just saw on the replay. And then we finally got to see Nicolo Fernando. We were really waiting to see him in this European Cricket Series. He would hit a 6, but then eventually haul one out to Charanjit Singh on the very next ball. So it would be 6 and out for Nicolo Fernando. Made 6 runs. We're now going to see some of these strokes that Irosh Vimkuthi played, and I was really impressed by the way Vimkuthi and Danushka Silva were able to bat. I think they're 2 batters who have both struggled with their strike rates over the course of this ECS. Vimkuthi with 125 for his career, Danushka Silva with 110, and both of them came out and they batted really freely. I love the fact that Vimkuthi, someone who has a very strongly technical foundation, came out here, cleared that front leg, was looking to play some really big strokes, and it worked well for him. He made 23 of 11. Danushka Silva was just playing some gorgeous cricketing shots, some beautiful drives. His placement was wonderful. Made 31 runs, 16 deliveries, struck 5 fours, 1 6, and he is one of the key reasons that his side will get to a total of 109. Sure, it's a little bit below par, but 11 and over is no easy feat. And if Kent Lunka can bowl well in our final innings of the day, they can certainly make this one a very, very interesting match. We're now just taking a look at some of the shots which Danushka Silva managed to hit in that final over. Of course, this would be the last ball. Could have maybe run that first run a little bit harder. Of course, it was the last ball after all, so they should have just sprinted. And we'll have a look here at the run out right at the end. So they pick up a single off the last ball. Because Kent Lanka Napoli will end up with 109 runs. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard of this innings. Danushka Silva, the skipper, top scoring with 31 runs of 16 deliveries. And Vishal Senanayaka and Irosh Vimkuthi with some very good innings as well. Both of them made 23 runs. Let's now turn our attention to the Royal Roma bowling attack and just having a look at that. You can see that Gagandeep Singh will end up with figures of 3 for 20. Great figures for him. He continues to add more wickets to his very impressive ECS wickets tally. Economical bowling as well by the likes of Sukhbir Singh and Charanjit Singh. And of course, the other big source of encouragement for Royal Roma is that they gave up just 5 runs of extras. We are now halfway through match 46, our final match of this terrific Tuesday. It's been a thrilling day so far, and it looks like we could be in for another exciting finish. Join us in about 7 minutes' time when we'll bring you our final innings of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day, as the Capannelle Napoli have set a target of 110 for Royal Roma. It's probably slightly below par. I think you'd like to have a total in the 120s or the 130s on this surface, but it is still quite competitive, and it's going to be a big challenge here for Royal Roma, especially with some of the quality that Capannelle have in their bowling attack. Here's a quick look at the bonus point equation for both these sides. So it's highly unlikely that we see Roma restrict it to 76 or under. And it's going to be a huge challenge for them to also chase this down in 7 overs. They would have to go at about 15.7 and over, which Roma's side are more than capable of doing that. But it would be difficult, so I think we could be in for a very competitive match that comes down to the last couple of overs. It should be an exciting end to what has been another terrific day of cricket here in Rome. I think this series has been highly entertaining. We have been treated to great matches, game after game, and we could be in for another classic. Starts off by bowling a slightly shorter and wider delivery. Yeah, let's have a look at that. Ooh, that could be the one for the over. That could have been given the one for the over. I think catch a signal from the umpire. I was looking at the monitor as well, so it's possible that the umpire did make the one for the over signal. A couple of dot balls to start off here for Senanayaka. The exceptional bowling here. Top stuff by Senanayaka. Kawani Luckenwall did struggle a little bit when he was batting earlier today. Made just 20 runs of the 18 balls he faced, which is not what we're used to seeing from Kawani Luckenwall. He's normally a player who's just smashing the ball all over the place. He's got a career strike rate of 240. And so far this ECS, he's averaging 42. It's not often you see him struggling to go at about a run a ball. Oh, this one's gone high up in the air. Could be a catching chance. Derek could be coming out to greet him very shortly. And oh, the catch has been put down by the keeper. Well, the question is, was this the keeper's catch? Could this have been a little bit easier for Senanayaka or any of the other fielders? We will look at this. Let's have a look at this. It was high up in the air. Oh, I think it would have been an easier catch for Senanayaka. The keeper's called this. He's had to cover a ton of ground to try to catch that somehow. Oh, but you could argue that it would have been better off leaving that for Senanayaka. Massive opening in this game. Well, this is stroked away, and he's going to be gone. Sukhbir Singh is going to be gone for a first baller. So Derek will get a chance to come waddling out. It's going to be a golden Derek coming out to greet Sukhbir Singh, who departs for a golden duck. It's short, it's wide. That ball was there to be hit, in all honesty. And I think Sukhbir Singh will be rather disappointed that he has found the fielder at cover. So, well, that is going to go straight to the fielder. Catch is gone, and oh my goodness! Well, what has Golden Derek been on? It's getting larger and larger. Well, this is how your average tourist feels when they come here to Italy. I think he's been on the carbonaras. And oh, he's just shrinking back down again, so. And he's going to disappear, so. Sorry sight for any batter as Derek will depart. Yeah, but big moment though. Luckenwall could have been gone in that over as well, so superb ball here by Senanayaka. Almost had both the openers out. That one just going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Good leave there by Gagandeep Singh. A few batters would have probably chased that one. Although I think if he'd gone to play a shot at this, wouldn't have been too bad an idea. There's nobody back at fine leg. There's just the one fielder behind square leg, and he's very, very square. That's Abid. Probably just about a couple of yards square than where you'd have a typical fine leg inside the ring. Big appeal over here. They're convinced there's some kind of an edge. Have to admit, didn't hear anything on the mic. Let's have a look at this replay. Could have just brushed the thigh pad along the way. Could have just brushed the thigh pad. So here's a look at the golden ball counter. It's been 84 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and well, we're still looking to break the streak here in Rome. We've somehow managed to go about 4 men's ECS without getting a golden ball. Did get a women's golden ball, of course, which did reset that counter. It's going to be Shine Fernando coming into bowl this second over. Yeah, terrific young bowler, Shine Fernando. Been very impressed by the way he's bowled throughout this ECS. I think at times maybe you could accuse this Kent Lanka side of not quite having the faith in him to bowl late in innings. I think whenever he's been asked to bowl in big matches, in particular that game against Roma CC, he's done a terrific job. He really has. He's got an economy rate of 11 for this ECS, which is very decent. He's also managed to pick up 3 wickets. Let's just see if he can get a legal ball in here. He'll start off with a wide. Oh, big swing and a miss there, and that's just going to go past the keeper, and should say it's going to be stopped by the keeper. It doesn't go past him. Oh, Luckenwald just struggling a little bit early in his innings. He's had a few issues today. He was, keep in mind, 1 of 5 in the previous match he was involved in earlier today against the Roma Capannelle as well, so it's not really been Luckenwald's day today. He hasn't quite had the timing he usually has. Yeah, so there was clearly some bat involved in that. It would have been a terrific catch if Stefano Canhala had been able to take that. Another one that goes just down the leg side, and full credit to Canhala there for ensuring that doesn't get past him. That could easily have gone for 5 wides. Let's take another look at this. Just about manages to get his glove on that. Yeah, so interesting video that Jeffrey Mobbs has sent, claiming I sound a lot like a reporter who reported the Hindenburg disaster back in 37. That's interesting. I'll give that a watch after this innings. Yeah, no, thanks a lot for some of the comments. Really appreciate all you've all had to say during the match break. Here we go now. Shine Fernando charging into bowl. Now clears the front leg, goes big, absolutely massive. The kind of shot that just gets you out of your seat. And Vasu Sani, he really wanted to go get that one. He really did. The skipper of the Romanian national team. Have a look at this. He's really excited, wants to get to that one. And oh, well, he's a man who's taken many a catch at the highest level of European cricket, and he wanted one. One of the boundary catch, one of the crew catch moment. Okay, this is rather interesting. I'm just having a look at the square leg umpire here. Gagandeep Singh is looking for the call over here. Let's check the height on this one. It's just underneath the shoulder, so that should be fine. I think that should be fine. Yeah, but Gagandeep Singh is still rather annoyed with that decision. I think it should be okay. No problem with this one. It's just underneath the shoulder. Sure, he's reaching up a little bit, but that looks fine to me. This is a good call by the umpire. Perfectly fine call. He's just trying to back away here. Looking to make some room to hit this through the offside. And it's smart bowling by Shine Fernando. Just pitches this one very wide. Yeah, I think that's the key to bowling in limited overs cricket, in particular in T10 and T20. It's not really like Test cricket where you kind of go in with a plan before every ball. You've kind of got to watch the batter very closely and just react to what they're doing. You've got to be able to make decisions in a split second. And once again, top bowling there by Fernando. Just gets that little bit of movement away as well. Let's have another look at this. Great ball. Terrific ball. That one just sneaking underneath Gagandeep's bat as well. And I don't know if he's looking for the wide call here. I don't see it. I think he just needs to focus on his own batting over here, Gagandeep Singh. The umpire is calling this game perfectly fine right now. Here's a look at the standings. Of course, Royal Roma, this is their 12th match of this series, and they're trying to catch up Roma CC, who are currently sitting at the top of the table. Of course, finishing on top of the ECS group stage is a huge advantage heading into finals, as you do get a favorable matchup in the semifinals. So got a 3-horse race at the moment between Roma CC, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and this Royal Roma side. Stroked away towards mid-wicket, and it's just going to go past the fielder, but it's going to slow down in the outfield. I think that's Denuwan who it's beaten. Denuwan inside the ring, fielding at mid-wicket, puts in a good dive. Wonder if he's just got a hand to it and slowed that down a little bit, which has saved his side a few runs. And, well, I'd like to report the gusts have picked up massively here. This past minute or so, the tent, the commentary tent we're in, is starting to shake quite a bit, so yeah, it's a little bit gusty out there. Wide down the leg side. You just to emphasize how windy it is. Got a couple of fans in this commentary box, one of them being used at the moment, another one that's switched off. And if you look at the one that's switched off and the way it's spinning right now, you could use it as a wind generator. You really could. It could be a very useful wind turbine for us to generate some power. That's how fast it's rotating at the moment. Oh, great shorter delivery there by Thamira. Very well directed. And if you are going to use the short ball, I think it's very important that you don't give too much width when you do it and allow the batter to play that uppercut. This is well directed. It just doesn't give the batter the room to pull it or hook it away. Good bowling. Very good bowling. Oh, gets that wrong. Gets that terribly wrong. That's easy pickings for Luckenwall. But it's just going to go for 4. I think it's taken a bounce. And this emphasizes sort of issues that Luckenwall is having right now. I mean, 4 runs is a very good outcome. But normally when Kawani Luckenwall is at his best, timing it to perfection, he would send a ball like that into the other field. That's how far he would hit it. But he's only going to get a 4 off this. And he's just struggling a little bit with his timing today. He is only human after all. Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. Massive, massive shot. Now that's the Kawani Luckenwall we all know. He has smashed that a long, long way. It's a back of a length delivery here. It's not a terrible ball. You could maybe say he's giving a little bit too much width to the batter. But the way Luckenwall has smashed that, well, that's the sign of somebody who possesses tons of power in those hands. Just going to fetch the ball back as we've got 1 ball left in this power play. Yeah, of course. So last innings of the day, so feel free to get your random questions in. We already had a couple This one's going all the way, and that's going to go for 6 more runs. What a shot there by Luckenwald. Thamira just getting that one wrong. It's an overpitch delivery. He's going for the Yorker, but just gets it a touch too short. And that allows Luckenwald to get underneath it, and he has smashed that all the way for a 6. So an expensive end to the over. And after a really quiet start for Kent Lanka-Napoli, Luckenwald has just found his form in those last 3 balls. That's the Luckenwald we've been waiting to see all day today. The man who, of course, smashed a superb century earlier in this ECS and has a strike rate of 225. Yeah, so got a comment here from Kroom. He's asking, what are they feeding Derek? Of course, this was in regards to Derek, well, turning into triple XL Derek, when we, of course, saw that wicket earlier in this innings. Yeah, just got Rainus in the headset, our director, saying it's all the watermelon from Leslie. Hey, come on now. Don't blame Leslie for this. It's all the carbonaras. That's what it is. There we go. Nicolo Fernando coming into bowl. Oh, it looked like he was going to get a wicket. Well, I was just about to say got him. But Vishal Senanayaka has put down that catch, so a couple of stars for this Kent Lanka side. Had a chance to combine. And oh, this is concerning. This is quite concerning. It's also struck him on the face. Oh dear, well, this is very concerning, and some medics are going to be running onto the field here as well. Oh, you hope Vishal Senanayaka is okay, because that catch has gone right through him, and it has struck him on the face by the looks of it. Oh, so we're going to have a number of match officials, as well as the medics, just going on to have a look at him. Well, he's coming on with magic spray. I mean, are you really going to put the magic spray on his forehead or wherever that has struck him? Oh, that doesn't look good. You really hope for Vishal Senanayaka's case that he's doing okay. He seems to be fine right now, which is good to see. Oh, is it just underneath the eye where that's hit him, or is it around that left cheek? Oh, it's always a scary moment, though, when the ball strikes a fielder on his head, so yeah, you hope he's okay. I mean, he seems fine. He looks in good spirits. He looks like he'll be able to continue. And it's particularly scary since, of course, Gagandeep Singh, we know how hard he's capable of striking a cricket ball. He's one of the hardest hitters of the ball we have seen. And it's good to see that he's doing all right here and able to continue. So yeah, slightly scary moment over there. Anytime the ball's just heading towards the face, you are a little bit concerned. And yeah, that's very odd seeing someone get sprayed on the face with a magic spray. That's a first for me. I've never seen that before. But yeah, in terms of the cricket, of course, that was a big chance to get Gagandeep Singh out. So both these batters have been dropped. Luckenwald dropped when he was on 0. And of course, Singh dropped on 7. Big swing and a miss there. That's just going to go past the keeper, and they'll pick up another single. So yeah, it's another run they'll manage to get here. A couple of mistakes by Stefano Canhala. He's a very good wicketkeeper, but he's made a couple of errors, just let a few slip by him. But I think more importantly, of course, we look back at that catch he put down, that crucial catch of Gagandeep Singh. They're going to look to go towards mid-on over here, and once again, that's just going to be a single. So dealing in singles now. Good bowling here by Nicolo Fernando. A little bit disappointed we couldn't get to see more of him with the bat in hand. He was dismissed after hitting a 6, but it's a very handy bowler too. This one's going to go straight down the ground, and it's going to split the two fielders at long off and long on. It's going to go away for a 4. One hop over the rope. Just a touch too short there by Fernando, and it allows Lachenwal to get underneath it. That's going to go away for a 4. Yeah, so bowled quite well during last year's ECS. Picked up 14 wickets with an economy rate of 11.8 and a 3-wicket haul against the Capannelle as well. And I think there's just going to request a change in bat over here. And the 12th man is just coming on with a couple of bats. It's Fazil Hassan, who is the 12th man. Of course, he was originally scheduled to play, but he unfortunately picked up an injury, which meant that he had to be pulled out of a game. So he's not 100% fit to play. Now, just looking at the bat, he's saying, well, your bat's perfectly fine. You don't need to change it. And so Fazil Hassan will cover all those yards for no reason. He's just got to go back with the same 2 bats he brought on. So, yeah, Lachenwal's been told that he can continue with the bat he currently possesses. We'll just get a chance here to look at this field setting. So we got a deep cover in place, long off, long on, cow corner, and a deep mid-wicket. Just needs to keep this full and straight here, Nicolo Fernando. Oh, this is huge. What a massive shot. Forget about where the fielders are placed. This one's going to go all the way for a 6. Incredible shot by Lachenwal. Heading across the line over here. Just trying to dart that one back into the right-hander. But it hasn't quite worked out. And it's going to go away for a 6. Terrific shot. Big, big, absolutely massive. It's back-to-back 6s. That one's going to go all the way as well. Enormous hit. I think he sent that one into the other field. That's how big it is. Now this time it's just slightly over-pitched there by Fernando. Doesn't quite get and length right. I think with Nicolo Fernando not being a huge turner of the ball, the way someone like him needs to deceive the batter is through accuracy, fire in the odd Yorker as well every now and then, and also just by varying his pace a little bit, keeping the batter guessing. I think he just goes in every ball and just kind of bowls the same line of length. He just gets a touch predictable, and that's why, you know, it took the batters 3 balls to settle in, but once they got their eye in, they were able to hit him for 3 consecutive boundaries. Here we go. It's going to be a bowling change for Kent Lanka. Going to see Vinila Pereira coming on to bowl. This one's going to be struck away, and is it going to carry? It will certainly carry. Huge wicket, huge wicket. Vinila Pereira does the trick once again for Kent Lanka. How often has he come up with the important breakthroughs for them in this ECS? And look who holds on to that catch, Ishan Shaminda. It seems like he's a magnet for the ball. All the big catches always seem to go to him. Gagandeep Singh is just looking to go over long on. He hasn't quite been able to get a hold of that as nicely as he likes. As you can see, just comes off the inside part of that bat, not quite the middle. And once again, Gagandeep gets a start but isn't quite able to continue, and that's kind of been the story for him in this ECS. He was, of course, dropped when he was on 0, and he would have thought that, well, this is just that little bit of luck Gagandeep needed to go on and play a big, big innings. But he's going to end up making up just 9 runs off 10 deliveries, so Gagandeep Singh unable to capitalize on the extra life that was granted to him at the start of this innings. This is just pushed away towards square leg. They're going to race across and get a single. So Charanjit Singh off the mark off his very first ball. He's been superb throughout this ECS Pereira. He really has been. Very impressed with his bowling and also his fielding as well. This entire Kent Lanka side, they're a superb fielding side. They've got a number of players in their side who are capable of taking good catches. Yeah, smart bowling there by Pereira. I mean, normally just hits the deck hard on a good length, looks to bowl on pace, but then there just gets that little variation in, and he's deceived Lakhanwal. Economy rate of 8.5 so far this ECS, and he's managed to pick up 6 wickets. No, but he's going to get this one slightly wrong. And Lakhanwal will send him all the way for a 6. Just misses that Yorker by a teeny bit. And that's enough for someone like Lakhanwal to send him over the rope for a 6. Great shot. Down on one knee. Gets underneath it. Gets that front shoulder out of the way and has just swung beautifully through the line. Now they're going to look to go for a shorter ball here. And it's been given the 1 for the over. It's a good use, effective use of his bouncer. Oh, well. Let's have another look at that as it goes past the batter. Ooh, well, probably should have been given a wide. Good use of the slower ball again here by Pereira. Yeah, nice bowling by Vanilla Pereira. Probably gets away a wide in that over, but you'll take that little bit of luck. It was smart bowling by him. Gets in a couple of slower balls. Uses the bouncer once just to confuse the batter a little bit. As we'll now have a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So it's been a real pleasure to be alongside you here in Rome for the past 8 days, and we've still got a few more days left here in this European Cricket Series. Of course, over the weekend we have the Melton Shield, but take a look at some of the action we have coming up later this week. The Valletta Cup, which will be starting off tomorrow. Charlie Hunt will be on the call for that series. And then, of course, over this weekend, the Netherlands Tri-Series featuring the United States, Canada, and the Netherlands. Really looking forward to that. It's going to be a big week of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. You're going to need as many devices as you have to watch all the action. It's going to be great. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. If you got one device, well, get your split screen feature out. Try to get as many screens as you can to watch all the cricket we'll have for you. Struck straight back towards the bowler. Good fielding off his own bowling here by Cheyenne Fernando. So it's now 54 runs needed of 29 balls, and it's been good bowling here so far by Kent Lanka. You got to say, all their bowlers have done a superb job bowling to their plan. They're bowling to their field, and they've made this tough for a side like Royal Roma, who we know are a very talented team. No, it just gets that Yorker slightly wrong there, and it's going to go over Denewan's head at mid-wicket and go away for 6 runs. The margin for error is so small against a side like Royal Roma. Charanjit Singh is just able to get to the pitch of the ball and smack that one over mid-wicket. Yeah, not quite sure they've got a chance for a bonus point. You saw that graphic come up momentarily. I think they'll be pretty pleased with just the win here, Royal Roma. Good length, hard length. That's where you want to be bowling. Just climbs up on Singh. It's very awkward to play that. And it's just going to be a single. One thing you have to credit these Kent Lanka bowlers for is whenever they've been hit for a boundary, they're coming back with a good delivery the very next ball. Their comeback delivery has been good. You're going to get hit for a boundary. At some point in T10 cricket, it's do you have the mental fortitude to come back and put it in the good ball the very next delivery. That's nice, really nice. Just stays a little bit lower than Lakhanwal expected. He's looking to target that mid-wicket boundary. Gets the dot ball in, so 7 runs off this over so far. Got 2 more balls to come. Up in the air, could be a chance to take the catch. Is it going to be held on to? Oh, he's put it down. Cheyenne Fernando has dropped the catch. Massive, massive drop. And another life has been granted to Luckenwall. He's been dropped for the 2nd time this innings and at a very similar position as well to his previous drop. Let's have a look at this. Young Cheyenne Fernando has a chance to take the catch, but he's just overrun the ball ever so slightly. Oh, you can't give this man multiple opportunities. Huge moment. Massive moment. Oh, is there something there? Is there something there? They're going up in an appeal. The umpires don't think there was a nick over there. Let's have a look at this. It's always very hard to tell if he's nicked it or not when you look at these angles. Oh, hard to tell. Really hard to tell. We just have to go with what the umpire said. Looks okay to me from there. Looks like the umpires have got it right if you look at that rear angle. As we'll have a look at the scorecard here, and well, what an innings it's been so far. Kent Lunkanapoli have bowled superbly, and they had a chance to get Kalani Luckenwall out twice. He was dropped on 0 by the wicketkeeper, Stefano Canhala, and then dropped again on 41 by Cheyenne Fernando off his own bowling end. You just get that terrible feeling that they might be made to pay for those 2 mistakes they've made. So it's going to be Usman Abid who's coming into bowl here, and Abid has developed into a death over specialist for this Kent Lunka side. He tends to bowl pressure overs right at the end of the game. Big tall bowler, gets a lot of bounce, can extract a lot of bounce off the surface. Oh dear, well, this is a big call by the umpire. This is a massive call. Let's have one more look at this. Does it catch some of the tram line along the way? Oh, you can't tell. I mean, have a look at this. Abid's just gotten in the way of the umpire. Take a look at this. The umpire's trying to look around Abid, so it's tough for him to give the decision in favor of him. High up in the air. High up in the air. But goes for 6. Goes for a 6, so a rough start here to Abid's over. 7 runs, and only 1 legal delivery has been bowled. Oh, that wide was just a huge call over there. I mean, we can't even see from this angle because you can see that Abid's head gets in the way. And if you go back and look at that again, you can just see that the umpire is trying to look around Abid because he's just getting in front of his line of sight. Goes big, goes massive. Does this have the distance? You bet it does. You bet it does. It's another 6. Back-to-back 6s for Luckenwall, who's going to bring up his half-century. And, well, this is why you can't afford to drop this man twice. He doesn't give too many opportunities. And when he presents 2, you have to take them. And you just get that terrible feeling that Kent Lunka will look back at those couple of opportunities and be left to rue them at the end of the day. Got a few cyclists just going past behind us. We're used to seeing a lot of horse riders, but cyclists not as often. Here we go. Ready to resume. Hasn't quite been able to get a hold of that one, Luckenwall. It's a dangerous ball to bowl, though, by Abid. Very dangerous ball. I think that's just a case of Luckenwall not quite been able to time that as nicely as he would have liked. It's got to go Yorker over here. Well, it's a full toss. And it's going to go away for a 4. Not a great ball there by Abid, and well, is he undoing some of the good work his side has done so far? Gonna have to look at this side on as well just to see if there could be a chance for a no ball. Well, let's have a look at this. Let's just freeze this where it is. The question here is it dipping below the waist as the ball goes past the popping crease? Yeah, this is a big call. This is a big call. And it's been given a no ball. So this could be the turning point. This over could be the turning point in this match. It could be the over that just takes this game away from this Kent Lanka side, because we got a free hit coming up here for Charanjit Singh. 19 runs off this over already. It's going to go massive. And even if this is taken, it's not going to matter since it's a free hit. They'll pick up a single here. So 20 off the over so far. Still got a couple more balls to come. We could see a supersonic 30-plus run over here. Just 26 runs needed of 20 balls now for Royal Roma. The win predictor has it at 99% for them. And why not? Why not when they're playing shots like this? Oh, Bilal Khan's going for a bit of catching practice, but even he can't get to that ball. Enormous 6. And we still have a ball to come in this over. 26 runs coming off this over so far. And yeah, I think Aslam Butter obviously making the point that a lot of these balls have been in the slot. Yeah, totally agree with you. I think he's just not getting it right here, Rizman Abid. We saw him hitting his Yorkers with great consistency earlier today. It's just not worked out for him in this over. And he's under the pump. And he goes with a hard length delivery there, and that ends up being much better. And we know Rizman Abid, he's someone who always looks to hit those Yorkers, and that's the kind of risk and reward. I mean, if you miss those Yorkers, you can really cost your side a lot of runs. It can either turn into a full toss or be an over-pitch delivery, and your heart goes out to Usman Abid. He's a lovely guy, a lovely player, someone who really plays with his heart on his sleeve, plays hard, plays the game the right way, and he's certainly going to be hurting after that 26-run over. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. So the Roma Gladiatori are going to be playing their last 2 matches of this ECS, or I should say at least this ECS group stage, because of course they may advance to finals day tomorrow morning against Kent Lanka, Napoli, and Bologna. Both those games are absolutely massive for them. And you really feel if they pick up a victory in both those matches, then they will secure that 5th spot, since of course those 2 teams are the ones just clipping at their heels, trying to take that 5th spot away from them. We just saw 4 take a shot outside edge. That goes away for a 4, and as you can see, just thudding onto the Stronger Together banner. So just 16 runs needed now for Royal Roma to take this from here. It really is Royal Roma's game to lose now. Good slower ball there by Senanayaka. So a run a ball is all Royal Roma need to pick up this victory, and of course this win will mean that they will continue to close the gap on their arch rivals. Roma CC currently sitting at the top of the table. Is this going to go away for a 4? It certainly will. So just a couple of big shots can win it now for Royal Roma. 2 lusty blows. And yeah, I like this comment here by Hamza Aslam Butter, going back to that previous over, where he comments that, you know, when he was going for those length balls, those were certainly troubling the batters. Yeah, when he hit that hard length, it was really difficult for both Lakhanwal and Singh to face them, but that's the kind of style he bowls, where he always tries to hit those Yorkers, and when he gets them wrong, it can be costly for his team. That one will just go past the batter, and now it's 12 needed of 14 here for Royal Roma. So with a victory in this match, Royal Roma will move up to 30 points, and they will be just 4 points behind Roma CC, which means that if they win their 2 remaining games after this fixture, They will go past Roma CC at the top of the table, and then of course the ball will be in Roma Bangla Morning Sun's court, and it'll be interesting to see what they can get out of their last two games, of course. Well, Roma have a pretty easy fixture list now, and they'll be backing their chances to not only pick up 6 points, but maybe even 7 or 8, get some bonus point victories. They've got a game coming up against the Capannelle as well. And I think that's a match which they'll really be targeting as a game in which they can get bonus points in. Ten runs needed off the remaining 2 overs. As we'll just take a look at this graph here comparing the two teams. Royal Roma going well above their required rate. And they'll certainly be fancying their chances to go on and wrap this one up in this over. It's probably quite unlikely that this game goes to the final over. I think we'll be looking to finish this game off within the next 2 to 4 deliveries. The next time we'll of course see Royal Roma back is on Thursday. They've got tomorrow off. Got a rest day tomorrow, and then they got a couple of games on Thursday, the last day of the group stages. I guess that went wrong over there. Pereira. It's going to be a wide, and it's also going to be some extra runs off buys. No, it's been given a leg bye. Oh yeah, just clips the thigh pad along the way there, so yeah, it's been given leg buys. So he just gets away with a rather poor delivery there, Pereira, that could easily have gone for a wide. So yeah, Royal Roma's next 2 games are on Thursday. They'll be playing Kent Lanka in the second match of the day at 11 o'clock local time. And then they've got a match immediately after that against the Roma Capannelle. So a couple of big games there for Royal Roma. And of course, the big advantage that Royal Roma will have is that Bangla Morning Sun are playing their last 2 matches tomorrow. This one is going to get bashed away for a 6, and well, there's a number of people just coming into the ground right now to watch the game, and well, they were under attack over there. Now, shorter delivery that has been pulled away. 6 more runs. So yeah, just look, continuing that point, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will play their last 2 matches tomorrow, which means that Royal Roma will know exactly how many points they need to get the top spot when they're back in action on Thursday. And with this victory, Bangla Morning Sun and Royal Roma will both have played 12 matches, and Royal Roma will be 1 point ahead of Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So that just puts the pressure on Roma Bangla Morning Sun tomorrow to get some bonus point victories. It's just going to be such a great race, isn't it, for the top spot? It just feels like we're watching the final weeks of the Premier League season or something in terms of how exciting this race is between these 3 teams to grab the top spot. It really is just fascinating looking at all these different scenarios and ways in which things could pan out over the next few days. So scores are now level, and Royal Roma need just 1 run to win this game. It's going to be knocked away for a single, and Royal Roma will take this victory. They will win it with 7 balls to spare. A solid victory for a side who have enjoyed plenty of success at this level. The side are, of course, looking to go back and reclaim that ECS crown they were unable to get last year. They get a solid win here against this Kent Lanka side. You have to say battled hard, but then a couple of big overs was all it took for Royal Roma to take this game away from them. Going to see handshakes all around. Healthy amount of respect between these 2 teams. Handshakes with the umpire as well. So good victory for Royal Roma, who have done their chances of finishing top of the standings a world of good. They now move on to 2nd place, and are 4 points behind Roma CC with a couple more games left in their campaign, their ECS group stage campaign. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So take a look at match 49 and match 50. Those are the two games that Royal Roma will be watching very closely, because the outcome of those two matches will tell Royal Roma how many points they will need to get on Thursday to grab the top spot. The first couple of matches are huge too, as of course the Gladiatori will want to get a victory against Kent Lanka Napoli and Bologna to make sure they secure the 5th and final spot to make it to finals day. Let's roll the highlights package for our final innings of the day. It was a great start, a terrific start for this Kent Lanka side. They managed to pick up an early wicket, but they did drop one on the very first ball, and of course Lakhanwal was dropped twice over the course of this innings, once when he was on 0 and then again when he was on 41. Gagandeep Singh was dropped as well, but of course he was unable to take advantage of that life which was granted to him. Sukhbir Singh would depart for a golden duck, a good catch by Vanilla Pereira to get rid of him. You just saw that earlier in this highlights package. Kent Lanka Napoli overall bowled really well, you have to say. I think there's just a couple of overs that were a bit too expensive for them that took this game away from them, but they did a good job of building plenty of pressure during those middle overs and trying to make this as hard as possible for this Royal Roma side. That was a rather scary moment there. As you can see, the ball just striking Senanayaka on the cheek. And well, that was a first, seeing someone get a little bit of magic spray on the cheek. These were some big shots that were hit. Of course, Lakhanwal hit 8 sixes over the course of his innings and 2 fours. Gagandeep Singh, well, he wouldn't take advantage of the life that was granted to him. He would depart, having made just 9 runs of 10 balls. He sent that one straight to the fielder at long on. You can just see a little bit of discussion there between the fielder and the batter. Plenty of respect between these two teams. I think whenever they play games, they're always played with very good spirit. Here's a look at the chance, the big chance that young Cheyenne Fernando had to get rid of Lakhanwal. He dropped Lakhanwal when he was on 41, and of course Lakhanwal would end the innings not out on 63 of 28. He ultimately played the match-winning innings that just took this game away from this Kent Lanka side. And to look back at those opportunities, those drop chances, and just wonder if they have taken them. What could have been? What could have been? Lal Khan, of course, decided to try and take a catch when he was, of course, out in the deep. He was unable to take one there. As we'll continue to look at some key moments from this innings. Well, good shot there. Some really good shot play by this side. Very, very well played. And in the end, Royal Roma will take this one. A comfortable victory for them. And they will be absolutely delighted with the outcome of today's matches, as they have put themselves in a very strong position now to go on and pick up the top spot in this ECS group stages. We'll now take a look at the scorecard for this innings. And as we can see, Kawani Lakhanwal, the top scorer for his side, making 63 runs of 28 deliveries. Sukhbir Singh was out for a first bowler. Gagandeep Singh did get a life but was unable to capitalize on it. He made just 9 runs of 10 deliveries, and then Charanjit Singh at the end just helped add the finishing touch alongside Kawani Lakhanwal to get his side over the finishing line. We will now turn our attention to the bowling figures for Kent Lanka Napoli. You have to say overall most of the bowlers did a pretty solid job. Just didn't have enough runs on the board in that first innings, and there were just a couple of expensive over there. A couple of bowlers really struggled, and those 2 big overs, in particular that Usman Abid over, were all it took to just take this game away from this Kent Lanka Napoli side. We'll take a look at the match summary for match 46, our final match of the day. And the scorecard reads that Kent Lanka Napoli have been defeated in this game. Royal Roma will take this one by 8 wickets with 7 balls to spare. And of course, a chance now to welcome you into our commentary position for the final time today. It's been a real pleasure to be alongside you on this terrific Tuesday. I'd like to give a big thank you to everyone over in Cricket Italia for being such terrific hosts and helping us get through what has been another fantastic day of cricket. And thank you to the Blue Crew as well for helping us navigate through many challenges and going through this day extremely smoothly. And last but not least, have to thank everyone over at Spring Productions. None of this could be done without you all. Thank you very much for tuning in for today's action, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everyone. We'll be back for a bumper Wednesday of cricket.
get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltall Shield.